45 The first great waters came. They swallowed the 7 great islands, a. 46 All holy saved, the unholy destroyed. With them most of the huge animals produced from the sweat of the earth, b. a. As this subject the fourth great deluge on our globe in this round is fully treated in the chapters that follow the last stanza, to say anything more at present would be mere repetition. The 7 great islands, Dwipas, belonged to the continent of Atlantis. The secret teachings show that the deluge overtook the fourth, giant race, not on account of their depravity, or because they had become black with sin, but simply because such is the fate of every continent, which like everything else under our sun is born, lives, becomes decrepit, and dies. This was when the fifth race was in its infancy. b. Thus the giants perished, the magicians and the sorcerers, adds the fancy of popular tradition, but all holy saved, and alone the unholy were destroyed. This was due, however, as much to the provision of the holy ones, who had not lost the use of their third eye, as to karma and natural law. Speaking of the subsequent race, our fifth humanity, the commentary says, alone the handful of those elect, whose divine instructors had gone to inhabit that sacred island from whence the last Savior will come, now kept mankind from becoming one half the exterminator of the other, as mankind does now. HPB, it, mankind, became divided. 2/3 of it were ruled by dynasties of lower, material spirits of the earth, who took possession of the easily accessible bodies. 1/3 remained faithful, and joined with the nascent fifth race, the divine incarnates. When the poles moved, for the fourth time, this did not affect those who were protected, and who had separated from the fourth race. Like the Lemurians alone, the ungodly Atlanteans perished, and were seen no more. 351 The great dragons and serpents. Stanza 12. The fifth race and its divine instructors. 47. The remnants of the first 2 races disappear forever. Groups of the various Atlantean races saved from the deluge along with the forefathers of the fifth. 48. The origins of our present race, the fifth. The first divine dynasties. 49. The earliest glimmerings in history, now pinned to the allegorical chronology of the Bible, and universal history slavishly following it. The nature of the first instructors and civilizers of mankind. 47. Few men remained. Some yellow, some brown and black, and some red remained. The moon-colored, of the primitive divine stock, were gone forever. A. 48. The fifth race produced from the holy stock remained. It was ruled by her first divine kings. 49. The serpents who redescended, who made peace with the fifth race, who taught and instructed it. B. A. This verse, 47, relates to the fifth race. History does not begin with it, but living and ever-recurring tradition does. History, or what is called history, does not go further back than the fantastic origins of our fifth sub-race, a few thousands of years. It is the subdivisions of this first sub-race of the fifth root race which are referred to in the sentence, some yellow, some brown and black, and some red, remained. The moon-colored, I.e., the first and the second races, were gone forever, without leaving any traces whatever, and that, so far back as the third deluge of the third Lemurian race, that great dragon, whose tail sweeps whole nations out of existence in the twinkling of an eye. And this is the true meaning of the verse in the commentary, which says, the great dragon has respect but for the serpents of wisdom, the serpents whose holes are now under the triangular stones, i.e., the pyramids, at the 4 corners of the world. b. This tells us clearly that which is mentioned more than once elsewhere in the commentaries, namely, that the adepts or wise men of the 3 races, the third, fourth, and the fifth, dwelt in subterranean habitats, generally under some kind of pyramidal structure, if not 352 the secret doctrine. Actually under a pyramid. For such pyramids existed in the 4 corners of the world and were never the monopoly of the land of the pharaohs, though until found scattered all over the 2 Americas, under and over ground, beneath and amidst virgin forests, as in plain and vale, they were supposed to be the exclusive property of Egypt. If the true geometrically correct pyramids are no longer found in European regions, many of the supposed early Neolithic caves, of the colossal triangular, pyramidal, and conical menhirs in the Morbihan, and Brittany generally, many of the Danish tumuli and even of the giant tombs of Sardinia with their inseparable companions, the Nuraghi, are so many more or less clumsy copies of the pyramids. Most of these are the works of the first settlers on the newly born continent and isles of Europe, the some yellow, some brown and black, and some red races that remained after the submersion of the last Atlantean continents and islands, 850,000 years ago, with the exception of Plato's Atlantean island, and before the arrival of the great Aryan races, while others were built by the earliest immigrants from the East. Those who can hardly accept the antiquity of the human race so far back as the 57,000 years assigned by Drive Dowler to the skeleton found by him at New Orleans on the banks of the Mississippi, will, of course, reject these facts. But they may find themselves mistaken someday. It is the foolish self-glorification of the Arcadians who styled themselves PR05LH no I older than the moon and of the people of Attica, who claimed that they had existed before the sun appeared in heaven, that we may disparage, not their undeniable antiquity. Nor can we laugh at the universal belief that we had giant ancestors. The fact that the bones of the mammoth and mastodon, and, in one case, those of a gigantic salamander, have been mistaken for human bones, does not make away with the difficulty that, of all the mammalians, man is the only one whom science will not allow to have dwarfed down, like all other animal frames, from the giant Homo deluvii to the creature between 5 and 6 feet that he is now. But the serpents of wisdom have preserved their records well, and the history of the human evolution is traced in heaven as it is traced on underground walls. Humanity and the stars are bound together indissolubly, because of the intelligences that rule the latter. Modem symbologists may scoff at this and call it fancy, but it is unquestionable that the deluge has, ever, been associated in the legends of some Eastern peoples not only with the pyramids, but also with the constellations, writes M.R. Stan Island Wake, the Great Pyramid. The old dragon is identical with the Great Flood, says Mr. Proctor, in Knowledge, Volume I, p. 243. We know that in the past the constellation of the dragon was at the pole, or boss, of the celestial sphere. In stellar temples, the dragon would be the 353, the astronomical dragon. Uppermost or Myling constellation, it is singular how closely the constellations correspond in sequence and in range of right ascension with the events recorded respecting the biblical flood. The reasons for this singularity have been made clear in this work. But it shows only that there were several deluges mixed up in the memories and traditions of the sub-races of the fifth race. The first great flood was astronomical and cosmical, while several others were terrestrial. Yet, this did not prevent our very learned friend Mr. Gerald Massey, an initiate truly in the mysteries of the British Museum, still only a self-initiate, from declaring and insisting that the Atlantean submersion and deluge were only the anthropomorphized fancies of ignorant people, and that Atlantis was no better than an astronomical allegory. Nevertheless, the great zodiacal allegory is based upon historical events, and one can hardly interfere with the other, and it stands also to reason that every student of occultism knows what that astronomical and zodiacal allegory means. Smith shows in the Nimrod epic of the Assyrian tablets the real meaning of it. Its 12 cantos refer to the annual course of the sun through the 12 months of the year. Each tablet answers to a special month, and contains a distinct reference to the animal forms in the signs of the zodiac, the 11th canto being consecrated to Rimmon, the god of storms and of rain, and harmonizes with the 11th sign of the zodiac Aquarius, or the waterman, 19th century, 1882 p. 236, but even this is preceded in the old records by the pre-astronomical cosmic flood, which became allegorized and symbolized in the above zodiacal or Noah's flood. But this has nothing to do with Atlantis. The pyramids are closely connected with the ideas of both the great dragon, the constellation, the dragons of wisdom, or the great initiates of the third and fourth races, and the floods of the Nile, regarded as a divine reminder of the great Atlantic flood. The astronomical records of universal history, however, are said to have had their beginnings with the third subrace of the fourth root race or the Atlanteans. When was it? Occult data show that even since the time of the regular establishment of the zodiacal calculations in Egypt, the poles have been thrice inverted. We will presently return once more to this statement. Such symbols as are represented by the signs of the zodiac, a fact which offers a handle to materialists upon which to hang their one-sided theories and opinions, have too profound a signification, and their bearing upon our humanity is too important to suffer dismissal in a few words. Meanwhile, we have to consider the meaning of that other statement which mentions, verse 48, the first divine kings, who are said to have redescended, guided and instructed our fifth race after the last deluge. 354 The secret doctrine. We shall consider this last claim historically in the sections that follow, but must end with a few more details on the subject of serpents. The rough commentaries on the archaic stanzas have to end here. Further elucidation requires proofs obtained from ancient, medieval, and modern works that have treated of these subjects. All such evidence has now to be gathered in, collated and brought together in better order, so as to compel the attention of the reader to this wealth of historical proofs. And as the manifold meaning of the weird symbol so often referred to and suggestive of the tempter of man in the orthodox light of the Church can never be too strongly insisted upon, it seems more advisable to exhaust the subject by every available proof at this juncture, even at the risk of repetition. The Titans and Kabirs have been invariably made out by our theologians and some pious symbologists as indissolubly connected with the grotesque personage called Devil, and every proof to the contrary has been hitherto as invariably rejected and ignored. Therefore, the occultist must neglect nothing which may tend to defeat this conspiracy of slander. It is proposed to divide the subjects involved in these three last verses into several groups, and examine them in this final chapter as carefully and as fully as space permits. A few more details may thus be added to the general evidences of antiquity, on the most disputed tenets of occultism and the esoteric doctrine, the bulk of which will be found in Part 2. On symbology. Serpents and dragons under different symbolisms. The name of the dragon in Chaldea was not written phonetically, but was represented by two monograms, probably meaning, according to the Orientalists, the scaly one. This description, very pertinently remarks G. Smith, of course might apply either to a fabulous dragon, a serpent, or a fish, and we may add, it applies in one case to Makar, the 10th zodiacal sign, meaning in Sanskrit a nondescript amphibious animal, generally called crocodile, and really signifying something else. Vide Part 2, The Mysteries of the Hebdomad. This, then, is a virtual admission that the Assyriologists, at all events, know nothing certain as to the status of the dragon in ancient Chaldea, whence the Hebrews got their symbolism, only to be afterwards robbed of it by the Christians, who made of the scaly one a living entity and a maleficent power. A specimen of dragons, winged and scaled, may be seen in the British Museum. Representing the events of the fall according to the same authority, there are also two figures sitting on each side of a tree, and holding out their hands to the apple, while at the back of the tree 355 the Nassanian Gnostics. Is the dragon serpent? Esoterically, the two figures are two Chaldees ready for initiation, the serpent symbolizing the initiator, while the jealous gods, who curse the three, are the exoteric profane clergy. Not much of the literal biblical event there, as any occultist can see. The great dragon has respect but for the serpents of wisdom, says the stanza, thus proving the correctness of our explanation of the two figures and the serpent. The serpents who redescend. Who taught and instructed the fifth race? What sane man is capable of believing in our day that real serpents are hereby meant? Hence the rough guess, now become almost an axiom with the men of science, that those who wrote in antiquity upon various sacred dragons and serpents either were superstitious and credulous people, or were bent upon deceiving those more ignorant than themselves. Yet, from Homer downwards, the term implied something hidden from the profane. Terrible are the gods when they manifest themselves, those gods whom men call dragons. And Ilianus, treating in his De Natura Animalium of these Ophidian symbols, makes certain remarks which show that he understood well the nature of this most ancient of symbols. Thus he most pertinently explains with regard to the above Homeric verse, for the dragon, while sacred and to be worshipped, has within himself something still more of the divine nature, of which it is better, for others to remain in ignorance. Book 11, et 17, this dragon having a septenary meaning, the highest and the lowest may be given. The former is identical with the self-bomb, the Phogos, the Hindu Aya. He was the second person of the Trinity, the Son, with the Christian Gnostics called the Nassanians, or serpent worshippers. His symbol was the constellation of the dragon *. Its 7 stars are the 7 stars held in the hand of the Alpha and Omega in Revelation. In its most terrestrial meaning, the term dragon was applied to the wise men. This portion of the religious symbolism of antiquity is very abstruse and mysterious, and may remain incomprehensible to the profane. In our modern day it so jars on the Christian ear that it can hardly escape, all civilization notwithstanding, being regarded as a direct denunciation of the most cherished Christian dogmas, the subject of which required, to do it justice, the pen and genius of Milton, whose poetical fiction has now taken root in the Church as a revealed dogma. Did the allegory of the dragon and his supposed conqueror in asterisk as shown by H. Lizaret in the Trinit Cretion de Voily placed between the immutable Father, the pole, a fixed point, and mutable matter, the dragon transmits to the latter the influences received by him from the pole, whence his name the verbum. 356 The secret doctrine. Heaven originate with St. John, and in his revelation? Emphatically we answer no. His dragon is Neptune, the symbol of Atlantean magic. To demonstrate the negation, the reader is asked to examine the symbolism of the serpent or the dragon under its several aspects. The sidereal and cosmic glyphs. Every astronomer besides occultists and astrologers knows that, figuratively, the astral light, the Milky Way, and also the path of the Sun to the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, as well as the circles of the sidereal or tropical year, were always called serpents in the allegorical and mystic phraseology of the adepts. This, cosmically, as well as metaphorically. Poseidon is a dragon, Kotsar, called by the profane Neptune, Parati Gnostics, the good and perfect serpent, the Messiah of the Nassani, whose symbol in heaven is Draco. But one ought to discriminate between the characters of the symbol. For instance, Zoroastrian esotericism is identical with that of the secret doctrine, and when, as an example, we read in the Vendidad complaints uttered against the serpent, whose bites have transformed the beautiful, eternal spring of Aryanavigo, changing it into winter, generating disease and death, at the same time as mental and psychic consumption, every occultist knows that the serpent alluded to is the North Pole, as also the pole of the heavens *. The latter produces the seasons according to the angle at which it penetrates the center of the earth. The two axes were no more parallel, hence the eternal spring of Aryanavigo by the good river Datia had disappeared, and the Aryan Magi had to emigrate to Sagdione, say the exoteric accounts. But the esoteric teaching states that the pole had passed through the equator, and that the land of bliss of the fourth race, its inheritance from the third, had now become the region of desolation and woe. This alone ought to be an incontrovertible proof of the great antiquity of the Zoroastrian scriptures. The Neo-Aryans of the post-Diluvian age could, of course, hardly recognize the mountains, on the summits of which their forefathers had met before the flood, and conversed with the pure Yazathas, celestial spirits of the elements, whose life and food they had once shared. As shown by Eckstein Review Archaeologique, ATH year, 1885, the Vendidad seems to point out a great change in the atmosphere of Central Asia, strong volcanic eruptions and the collapse of a whole range of mountains in the neighborhood of the Karakoram chain. Asterisk symbolized by the Egyptians under the form of a serpent with a hawk's head. 357 The two mystic poles. The Egyptians, according to Eusebius, who for once, and for a wonder, wrote the truth, symbolized cosmos by a large fiery circle, representing a serpent with a hawk's head lying across its diameter. Here we have the pole of the earth within the plane of the ecliptic, attended with all the fiery consequences that must arise from such a state of the heavens, when the whole zodiac in 25,000 odd years must have reddened with the solar blaze, and each sign must have been vertical to the polar region. See Mackey's Sphinxiad. Meru, the abode of the gods, was placed, as before explained, in the North Pole, while Ptla, the nether region, was supposed to lie in the south. As each symbol in esoteric philosophy has 7 keys, geographically, Meru and Ptla have one significance and represent localities, while astronomically, they have another, and mean the two poles, which meanings ended by their being often rendered in exoteric sectarianism the mountain and the pit, or heaven and hell. If we hold at present only to the astronomical and geographical significance, it may be found that the ancients knew the topography and nature of the Arctic and Antarctic regions better than any of our modern astronomers. They had reasons, and good ones, for naming one the mountain and the other the pit. As the author just quoted half explains, Helion and Acheron meant nearly the same. Helion is the sun in the highest, Helios, Helion, the most high, and Acheron is 32 degrees above the pole, and 32 below it, the allegorical river being thus supposed to touch the northern horizon in the latitude of 32 degrees. The vast concave, that is forever hidden from our sight and which surrounded the southern pole, being therefore called the pit, while observing, toward the northern pole, that a certain circuit in the heavens always appeared above the horizon, they called it the mountain. As Meru is the high abode of the gods, these were said to ascend and descend periodically, by which, astronomically, the zodiacal gods were meant, the passing of the original north pole of the earth to the south pole of the heaven. In that age, adds the author of that curious work, the Sphinxiad, and of Urania's key to the revelations at noon, the ecliptic would be parallel with the meridian, and part of the zodiac would descend from the north pole to the north horizon, crossing the 8 coils of the serpent, 8 sidereal years, or over 200,000 solar years, which would seem like an imaginary ladder with 8 staves reaching from the earth up to the pole, i.e., the throne of Jove. Up this ladder, then, the gods, i.e., the signs of the zodiac, ascended and descended. Jacob's ladder and the angels. It is more than 400,000 years since the zodiac formed the sides of this ladder. This is an ingenious explanation, even if it is not altogether free from occult heresy. Yet it is nearer the truth than many of a more scientific 358 The Secret Doctrine, and especially theological character. As just said, the Christian Trinity was purely astronomical from its beginning, which made Rutilius say of those who euhemerized it, Jud si gens, radix stultorum. But the profane, and especially the Christian fanatics, ever in search of scientific corroboration for their creed-letter texts, will persist in seeing in the celestial pole the true serpent of Genesis. Satan, the enemy of mankind, instead of what it is, a cosmic metaphor. When the gods are said to forsake the earth, it does not only mean the gods, protectors and instructors, but also the minor gods, the regents of the zodiacal signs. Yet, the former, as actual and existing entities which gave birth to, nursed, and instructed mankind in its early youth, appear in every scripture, in that of the Zoroastrians as much as in the Hindu Gospels. Ormuzd, or Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, is the synthesis of the Amshaspends, or Ameshaspenta, immortal benefactors, the word, however, or the Logos and its 6 highest aspects in Mazdaism. These immortal benefactors are described in Zamayad Yasht as the Ameshaspentas, the shining, having efficacious eyes, great, helpful, imperishable and pure, which are all 7 of like mind, like speech, all 7 doing alike. Which are the creators and destroyers of the creatures of Ahura Mazda, their creators and overseers, their protectors and rulers. These few lines alone indicate the dual and even the triple character of the Amshaspens, Ardhyan Kohans, or the serpents of wisdom. They are identical with, and yet separate from Ormuzd, Ahura Mazda. They are also the angels of the stars of the Christians, the Styriazitas of the Zoroastrians, or again the 7 planets, including the sun, of every religion. The epithet the shining having efficacious eyes proves it. This on the physical and sidereal planes. On the spiritual, they are the divine powers of Ahura Mazda, but on the astral or psychic plane again, they are the builders, the watchers, the Pitar, fathers, and the first preceptors of mankind. When mortals shall have become sufficiently spiritualized, there will be no more need of forcing them into a correct comprehension of ancient wisdom. Men will know then, that there never yet was a great world reformer, whose name has passed into our generation, who, was not a direct emanation of the Logos, under whatever name known to us, i.e., an essential incarnation of one of the 7, of the Divine Spirit who is 7-fold, and, b. who had not appeared before, during the asterisk also translated as blissful immortals by Drive. W. Geiger, but the first is more correct. These 7 became the 8, the Ogdoad, of the later materialized religions, the 7th, or the highest principle, being no longer the pervading spirit, the synthesis, but becoming an anthropomorphic number, or additional unit. 359 God and nature anthropomorphized. Past cycles. They will recognize, then, the cause which produces in history and chronology certain riddles of the ages, the reason why, for instance, it is impossible for them to assign any reliable date to Zoroaster, who is found multiplied by 12 and 14 in the Dabistan, why the Rishis and Manas are so mixed up in their numbers and individualities, why Krishna and Buddha speak of themselves as reincarnations, i.e., Krishna is identified with the Rishi Narayana, and Gautama gives a series of his previous births, and why the former, especially, being the very supreme Brahmo, is yet called Amstamstvatara, a part only of the Supreme on earth. Finally, why Osiris is a great god, and at the same time a prince on earth, who reappears in Thoth Hermes, and why Jesus, in Hebrew, Joshua, of Nazareth is recognized, Kabbalistically, in Joshua, the son of Nun, as well as in other personages. The esoteric doctrine explains it by saying that each of these, as many others, had first appeared on earth as one of the 7 powers of the Logos, individualized as a god or angel, messenger, then, mixed with matter, they had reappeared in turn as great sages and instructors who taught the 5th race. After having instructed the 2 preceding races, had ruled during the divine dynasties, and had finally sacrificed themselves, to be reborn under various circumstances for the good of mankind, and for its salvation at certain critical periods, until in their last incarnations they had become truly only the parts of a part on earth, though de facto the one supreme in nature. This is the metaphysics of theogony. And, as every power among the 7 has, once individualized, in his charge one of the elements of creation, and rules over it, hence the many meanings in every symbol, which, unless interpreted according to the esoteric methods, generally lead to an inextricable confusion. Does the Western Kabbalist, generally an opponent of the Eastern occultist, require a proof? Let him open Eliphas Levi's Histoires de la Magique, p. 53, and carefully examine his Grand Symboli Kabbalistique of the Zohar. He will find, on the engraving given, a white man standing erect and a black woman upside down, i.e., standing on her head, her legs passing under the extended arms of the male figure, and protruding behind his shoulders, while their hands join at an angle on each side. Eliphas Levi makes of it, God and nature, or God, light, mirrored inversely in nature and matter, darkness. Kabbalistically and symbolically he is right, but only so far as emblematical cosmogony goes. nor has he invented the symbol any more. These elements are, the cosmic, the terrene, the mineral, the vegetable, the animal, the aqueous, and finally the human in their physical, spiritual, and psychic aspects. 360. The secret doctrine. Then the Kabbalists have, the two figures in white and black stone have existed in the temples of Egypt from time immemorial agreeably to tradition, and historically ever since the day of King Cambyses, who personally saw them. Therefore the symbol must have been in existence since nearly 2,500 years ago. This, at the very least, for that Persian sovereign, who was a son of Cyrus the Great, succeeded his father in the year 529 BC. These figures were the two Kabiri personifying the opposite poles. Herodotus, Thalia, number 77, tells posterity that when Cambyses entered the temple of the Kabirim, he went into an inextinguishable fit of laughter, on perceiving what he thought a man erect and a woman standing on the top of her head before him. These were the poles, however, whose symbol was intended to commemorate the passing of the original North Pole of the Earth to the South Pole of the heaven, as perceived by Mackey *, but they represented also the poles inverted, in consequence of the great inclination of the axis, bringing each time as a result the displacement of the oceans, the submersion of the polar lands, and the consequent upheaval of new continents in the equatorial regions, and vice versa. These Kabirim were the deluge gods. This may help us to get at the key of the seemingly hopeless confusion among the numbers of names and titles given to one and the same gods, and classes of gods. Faber showed already, at the beginning of this century, the identity of the Corybantes, Curetes, Dioscuri, Anactes, Diimagni, Ide-Dactyli, Lares, Penates, Manes, F-Titans, and Alatai with the Kabiri. And we have shown that the latter were the same as the Manas, the Rishis, and Ardhyan Kohans, who incarnated in the elect of the third and fourth races. Thus, while in theogony the Kabiri Titans were 7 great gods, cosmically and astronomically the Titans were called Atlantes, because, perhaps, as Faber says, they were connected. * Who adds that the Egyptians had various ways of representing the angles of the poles. Also in Perry's view of the Levant there is a figure representing the south pole of the earth in the constellation of the Harp, in which the poles appear like 2 straight rods, surmounted with hawk's wings, but they were also often represented as serpents with heads of hawks, one at each end. F. Faber and Bishop Cumberland would make them all the later pagan personifications, as the former writer has it, of the Noetic Ark, and no other than the patriarch, Noah, and his family. See his Kabiri, Vol. I, 136, because, we are told, after the deluge in commemoration of the event, the pious Noachidae had established a religious festival, which was, later on, corrupted by their impious descendants, demons or hero gods, and at length unblushing obscenity usurped the name and garb of religion. Vol. I, p. 10. Now this is indeed putting an extinguisher upon the human reasoning powers, not only of antiquity, but even of our present generations. Reverse the statement, and explain after the words Noah and his family that what is meant by that patriarch and family is simply the Jewish version of a Samothracian mystery, of Saturn or Chronosatic and his sons, and then we may say Amen. 361 Who were Enoch and the others? A. With At-al as the divine son, and H. with Tit the deluge. But this, if true, is only the exoteric version. Esoterically, the meaning of their symbols depends on the appellation, or title, used. The 7 mysterious, awe-inspiring great gods, the Dioscuri, the deities surrounded with the darkness of occult nature, become the Ide, or Ethiopic finger, with the adept healer by metals. The true etymology of the name Lares, now signifying ghosts, must be sought in the Etruscan word Lars, conductor, leader. Sanconiathon translates the word Alits as fire worshippers, and Tabor believes it derived from Al-Orid, the god of fire. Both are right, as in both cases it is a reference to the sun, the highest god, toward whom the planetary gods gravitate, astronomically and allegorically, and whom they worship. As Lares, they are truly the solar deities, though Faber's etymology, who says that Lar is a contraction of Lar, the solar deity, is not very correct. They are the Lares, the conductors and leaders of men. As Elitse, they were the 7 planets astronomically, and as Lares, the regents of the same, are protectors and rulers mystically. For purposes of exoteric or phallic worship, as also cosmically, they were the Kabiri, their attributes being recognized in these 2 capacities by the name of the temples to which they respectively belonged, and those of their priests. They all belonged, however, to the septenary creative and informing groups of Dhyan Kohans. The Sabaeans, who worshipped the regents of the 7 planets as the Hindus do their rishis, held Seth and his son Hermes, Enoch or Enos, as the highest among the planetary gods. Seth and Enos were borrowed from the Sabaeans and then disfigured by the Jews, exoterically, but the truth can still be traced about them even in Genesis. Seth is the progenitor of those early men of the 3rd race in whom the planetary angels had incarnated Adhyan Kohan himself, who belonged to the informing gods, and Enos, Hanok or Enoch, or Hermes, was said to be his son because it was a generic name for all the early seers, Enoichan. Thence the worship. The Arabic writer Soyoda says that the earliest records mention Seth, or Set, as the founder of Sabaeanism, and therefore that the pyramids which embody the planetary system were regarded as the place of sepulchre of both Seth and Idris, Hermes or Enoch, Cvs, Operations. Volume 2, p. 358, that thither Sabaeans proceeded * who became later on, with the Greeks, limited only to Castor and Pollux. But in the days of Lemuria, the Dioscuri, the egg-born, were the 7 Dhyan Kohans, Agnishwata Kumara, who incarnated in the 7 elect of the 3rd race. F. Clement of Alexandria recognized the astronomical significance of chapter XXV. ETSEQ of Exodus. According to the Mosaic doctrine, he says that the 7 planets help in the generation of terrestrial things. The 2 cherubs, standing on the 2 sides of the sacred tetragrammaton, represent the Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. 362 The Secret Doctrine. On pilgrimage, and chanted prayers 7 times a day, turning to the north, the Mount Meru, Kaf, Olympus, etc., etc. See Palgrave, Vol. 2, p. 264. Abd al-Latif says curious things about the Sabaeans and their books. So does Eddin Ahmed Ben Yahya, who wrote 200 years later. While the latter maintains that each pyramid was consecrated to a star regent rather, Abd al-Latif assures us that he had read in Sabaean books that one pyramid was the tomb of Agathodamon and the other of Hermes, Vis, Volume 2, p. 342. Agathodamon was none other than Seth, and, according to some writers, Hermes was his son, adds Mr. Stan Island Wake in the Great Pyramid, p. 57. Thus, while in Samothrace and the oldest Egyptian temples they were the great cosmic gods, the 7 and 49 sacred fires, in the Grecian fanes their rites became mostly phallic, therefore to the profane, obscene. In the latter case they were 3 and 4, or 7 the male and female principles, the crux ansata, this division showing why some classical writers held that they were only 3, while others named 4. And these were the Kabiri Axiros, in his female aspect. Demeter, Axiochirsa, Persephone, Axiochirsos, Pluto or Hades, and Cadmos or Cadmilos, Hermes not the Ithiphallic Hermes mentioned by Herodotus, 2. 51, but he of the sacred legend, explained only during the Samothracian mysteries. This identification, due, according to the scholiast Apollon, Rhi 217, to an indiscretion of Nasius, is none at all, as names alone do not reveal much. There were still others again who maintained, being as right in their way, that there were only 2 Kabiri. These were, esoterically, the 2 Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, and exoterically, Jupiter and Bacchus. The two personified the terrestrial poles, geodesically, the terrestrial, and the pole of the heavens astronomically, as also the physical and the spiritual man. The story of Semele and Jupiter and the birth of Bacchus, the bimeter, with all the circumstances attending it, needs only to be read esoterically to understand the allegory. The parts played in the event by the fire, water, earth, etc., in the many versions, will show how the father of the gods it is a curious idea, yet one not very far from the truth, perhaps that speculation of Mackay, the self-made adept of Norwich, found in his mythological astronomy. He says that the Kabiri named Axiros and Axiokersa derived their names, a. from Kab or Kab, a measure, and from Urim, the heavens, the Kabirim being thus a measure of the heavens, and b. that their distinctive names, implying the principle of generation, referred to the sexes. 4. The word sex was formerly understood by Ikes, which has now settled into sex. And he refers to Encyclopedia Londinus at the word aspiration. Now if we give the aspirated sound to Axiros, it would be Saxieros, and the other pole would be Sakshokersa. The two poles would thus become the generators of the other powers of nature, they would be the parents, therefore the most powerful gods. 363 The poles, the heavenly measure and the merry god of the wine were also made to personify the two terrestrial poles. The telluric, metal line, magnetic, electric, and the fiery elements are also many allusions and references to the cosmic and astronomic character of the Diluvian tragedy. In astronomy, the poles are indeed the heavenly measure, vide note supra, and so are the Kabiri Dioscuri, as will be shown, and the Kabiri Titans, to whom Diodorus ascribes the invention of fire and the art of manufacturing iron. Moreover, Pausanias shows that the original Kabiric deity was Prometheus. I9 p. 751. But the fact that, astronomically, the Titans Kabirim were also the generators and regulators of the seasons, and cosmically the great volcanic energies, the gods presiding over all the metals and terrestrial works, does not prevent them from being, in their original divine characters, the beneficent entities who, symbolized in Prometheus, brought light to the world, and endowed humanity with intellect and reason. They are preeminently in every theogony, especially in the Hindu, the sacred divine fires, 3, 7, or 49, according as the allegory demands it. Their very names prove it, as they are the Agni-Putra, sons of the fire, in India, and the genii of the fire under numerous names in Greece and elsewhere. Welker, Mori, and now Dekarm, show the name Kabe iron meaning the powerful through fire, from the Greek word kaiw to bum. The Semitic Kabirim, the powerful, the mighty, and the great, answering to the Greek mega 1/0 iduna10I, are later epithets. They were universally worshipped, and their origin is lost in the night of time. Yet whether propitiated in Phrygia, Phoenicia, the Troad, Thrace, Egypt, Lemnos, or Sicily, their cult was always connected with fire, their temples ever built in the most volcanic localities, and in exoteric worship they belonged to Chthonian divinities. Therefore Christianity has made of them infernal gods. They are truly the great, beneficent, and powerful gods, as Cassius Hermon calls them, see Macrob. Saturday. C. 4, p. 376. At Thebes, Korah and Demeter, the Kabirim, had a sanctuary, Pausan. 922, 5, and at Memphis, the Kabiri had a temple so sacred, that none, excepting the priests, were suffered to enter their holy precincts, Herodotus 1. 2, c. 37. But we must not lose sight, at the same time, of the fact that the title of Kabiri was a generic one, that the Kabiri, the mighty gods as well as mortals, were of both sexes, as also terrestrial, celestial and cosmic. That, while in their later capacity of the rulers of sidereal and terrestrial powers, a purely geological phenomenon, as it is now *. The word Gwebra comes from Kabiri, Gabarai, and means Persian ancient fire worshippers, or Parsis. Kabiri became Gabarai and then remained as an appellation of the Zoroastrians in Persia. See Hides de Religio Persarum, cap. 29, 364. The secret doctrine, regarded, was symbolized in the persons of those rulers. They were also, in the beginning of times, the rulers of mankind. When incarnated as kings of the divine dynasties, they gave the first impulse to civilizations, and directed the mind with which they had endued men to the invention and perfection of all the arts and sciences. Thus the Kabiri are said to have appeared as the benefactors of men, and as such they lived for ages in the memory of nations. To them the Kabiri or Titans is ascribed the invention of letters, the Devanagari, or the alphabet and language of the gods, of laws and legislature, of architecture, as of the various modes of magic, so-called, and of the medical use of plants. Hermes, Orpheus, Cadmus, Asclepius, all those demigods and heroes, to whom is ascribed the revelation of sciences to men, and in whom Bryant, Faber, Bishop Cumberland, and so many other Christian writers too zealous for plain truth would force posterity to see only pagan copies of one and sole prototype, named Noah, are all generic names. It is the Kabiri who are credited with having revealed, by producing calm or wheat, the great boon of agriculture. What Isis Osiris, the once living Kabiria, has done in Egypt, that Ceres is said to have done in Sicily, they all belong to one class. That the serpents were ever the emblems of wisdom and prudence is again shown by the caduceus of Mercury, one with thought, the god of wisdom, with Hermes, and so on. The two serpents, entwined around the rod, are phallic symbols of Jupiter and other gods who transformed themselves into snakes for purposes of seducing goddesses, but only in the unclean fancies of profane symbologists. The serpent has ever been the symbol of the adept, and of his powers of immortality and divine knowledge. Mercury in his psychopompic character, conducting and guiding with the caduceus the souls of the dead to Hades and even raising the dead to life with it, is simply a very transparent allegory. It shows the dual power of the secret wisdom, the black and the white magic. It shows this personified wisdom guiding the soul after death, and its power to call to life that which is dead, a very deep metaphor if one thinks over its meaning. Every people of antiquity reverenced this symbol, with the exception of Christians, who chose to forget the brazen serpent of Moses, and even the implied acknowledgement of the great wisdom and prudence of the serpent by Jesus himself, be ye wise as serpents and harmless as doves. The Chinese, one of the oldest nations of our fifth race, made of it the emblem of their emperors, who are thus the degenerate successors of the serpents or initiates, who ruled the early races of the fifth humanity. The emperor's throne is the dragon's seat, and his dresses of state are embroidered with the likeness of the 365 the various Noahs. Dragon. The aphorisms in the oldest books of China, moreover, say plainly that the dragon is a human, albeit divine, being. Speaking of the yellow dragon, the chief of the others, the Tuanying Tu, says, his wisdom and virtue are unfathomable. He does not go in company and does not live in herds, he is an ascetic. He wanders in the wilds beyond the heavens. He goes and comes, fulfilling the decree, karma, at the proper seasons. If there is perfection he comes forth, if not he remains, invisible. And Confucius is made to say by Lulan, the dragon feeds in the pure water of wisdom and sports in the clear waters of life. Our divine instructors. Now Atlantis and the Phlegian Isle are not the only record that is left of the deluge. China has also her tradition and the story of an island or continent, which it calls Mali Gasi Ma, and which Kaempfer and Faber spell Morigosima, for some mysterious phonetic reasons of their own. Kaempfer, in his Japan, Appendix, p. 13, gives the tradition. The island, owing to the iniquity of its giants, sinks to the bottom of the ocean, and Pyruan, the king, the Chinese Noah, escapes alone with his family owing to a warning of the gods through two idols. It is that pious prince and his descendants who have peopled China. The Chinese traditions speak of the divine dynasties of kings as much as those of any other nations. At the same time, there is not an old fragment but shows belief in a multiform and even multigeneric evolution, spiritual, psychic, intellectual, and physical, of human beings, just as given in the present work. A few of these claims have now to be considered. Our races, they all show, have sprung from divine races, by whatever name they are called. Whether we deal with the Indian rishis or Patris, with the Chinese Chimnang and Changji, their divine man and demigods, with the Akkadian Ding-Ur and Molil, the creative god and the gods of the ghost world, with the Egyptian Isis, Osiris and Thoth, with the Hebrew Elohim, or again with Manco Capac and his Peruvian progeny, the story varies nowhere. Every nation has either the 7 and 10 rishis Manus and Prajapatis, the 7 and 10 Kiwai, or 10 and 7 Amshaspens *, 6 exoterically, 10 and 7 Chaldean and Dots, *, the Amshaspens are 6 if Ormuzd, their chief, and Logos, is excluded. But in the secret doctrine he is the 7th and highest, just as Ta is the 7th Kabir among the Kabiri. 366 The secret doctrine. 10 and 7 Sephiroth, etc., etc. One and all have been derived from the primitive Dhyan Kohans of the esoteric doctrine, or the builders of the stanzas, Book I. From Manu, Thoth, Hermes, Owens Dagon, and Edris Enoch, down to Plato and Panadors, all tell us of 7 divine dynasties, of 7 Lemurian, and 7 Atlantean divisions of the earth, of the 7 primitive and dual gods who descend from their celestial abode * and reign on earth, teaching mankind astronomy, architecture, and all the other sciences that have come down to us. These beings appear first as gods and creators, then they merge in nascent man, to finally emerge as divine kings and rulers. But this fact has been gradually forgotten. As Bojuag shows, the Egyptians themselves confessed that science flourished in their country only since Isis Osiris, whom they continue to adore as gods, though they had become princes in human form. And he adds of Osiris Isis, the divine androgyne, it is said that this prince, Isis Osiris, built cities in Egypt, stopped the overflowing of the Nile, invented agriculture, the use of the vine, music, astronomy, and geometry. When Abulfeda says in his Historia Anti-Islamitica, Fleischer, p. 16, that the Sabaean language was established by Seth and Edris, Enoch, he means by Sabaean language astronomy. In the Malelwe Nahil, Ms. 47 in Nic Cat, Hermes is called the disciple of Agathodamon. And in another account, see Colonel VVSC's second volume of the Pyramids of Giza, p. 364, Ms. 785, Uri's Cat. Agathodamon is mentioned as a king of Egypt. Selepus Geraldinus gives curious traditions about Hanok. He calls him the divine giant. In the Book of the Various Names of the Nile, the same author, the historian Ahmed Ben Yusuf El-Tafaz, tells us of the belief among the Semitic Arabs that Seth, become later the Egyptian Typhon, Set, had been one of the 7 angels, or patriarchs in the Bible. Then he became a mortal and Adam's son, after which he communicated the gift of prophecy and astronomical science to Jared, who passed it to his son Hanok. But Hanok, Idris, the author of 30 books, was Sabaean by origin, i.e., belonging to the Saba, a host. Having established the rites and ceremonies of primitive worship, he went to the east, where he constructed 140 cities, of which Edessa was the least important, then returned to Egypt where he became its king. Thus, he is identified with Hermes. But there were 5 Hermes, or rather one, who appeared as some Manus and Rishis did in several different characters. In the Burham-i-Khadi he is mentioned as Hormig, a name of the planet Mercury or Buddha, and whence * in the Purana it is identified with Vishnu's or Brahma's Svetadwipa of Mount Meru. 367 Hermes in astronomy and elsewhere. Day was sacred both to Hermes and Thoth. The Hermes of Oriental tradition, worshipped at Phoenicia and said to have fled after the death of Argus into Egypt, civilized it under the name of Thoth. But under whichever of these characters, he is always credited with having transferred all the sciences from latent to active potency, i.e., with having been the first to teach magic to Egypt and to Greece, before the clays of Magna Graecia, and when the Greeks were not even Hellenes. Not only Herodotus, the father of history, tells us of the marvelous dynasties of gods that preceded the reign of mortals, followed by the dynasties of demigods, heroes, and finally men, but the whole series of classics support him. Diodorus, Eratosthenes, Plato, Manetho, etc., etc., repeat the same, and never vary the order given. It is, indeed, as Kreutzer shows, from the spheres of the stars wherein dwell the gods of light that wisdom descends to the inferior spheres. In the system of the ancient priests, hierophants and adepts, all things without exception, gods, the genii, manes, souls, the whole world, are conjointly developed in space and duration. The pyramid may be considered as the symbol of this magnificent hierarchy of spirits. There were more efforts made by the modem historians, French academicians, like Renat, chiefly, to suppress truth by ignoring the ancient annals of Clivine kings, than is strictly consistent with honesty. But Renat could never be more unwilling than was Eratosthenes 260 years BC to accept the unpalatable fact, and yet the latter found himself obliged to recognize its truth. For this, the great astronomer is treated with great contempt by his colleagues 2,000 years later. Manetho became with them a superstitious priest born and bred in the atmosphere of other lying priests of Heliopolis, Frerod. All those historians and priests, justly remarks the demonologist, de Merville, so veracious when repeating stories of human kings and men, suddenly become extremely suspicious no sooner do they go back to their gods. But there is the synchronistic table of Abydos, which, thanks to the genius of Champollion, has now vindicated the good faith of the priests of Egypt, Manetho's above all, and that of Ptolemy. In the Turin Papyrus, the most remarkable of all, in the words of the Egyptologist, Derouge, Champollion, struck with amazement, found that he had under his own eyes the whole truth. It was the remains of a list of dynasties embracing the furthest mythoic times, or the reign of the gods and heroes. At the very outset of this curious The Secret Doctrine *ch4 of Egypt, p. 441. 368 papyrus we have to arrive at the conviction that so far back already as the period of Ramses, those mythic and heroical traditions were just as Manetho had transmitted them to us. We see figuring in them, as kings of Egypt, the gods Seb, Osiris, Horus, Thoth, Hermes, and the goddess Ma, a long period of centuries being assigned to the reign of each of these. And a Philology Cretan, volume XXXII, p. 442. The synchronistic tables of Manetho, besides the fact that they were disfigured by Eusebius for dishonest purposes, had never gone beyond Manetho. The chronology of the divine kings and dynasties, like that of the age of humanity, has ever been in the hands of the priests, and was kept secret from the profane multitudes. Africa, as a continent, it is said, appeared before Europe did, nevertheless it appeared later than Lemuria and even the earliest Atlantis. That the whole region of what is now Egypt and the deserts was once upon a time covered with the sea, was known firstly through Herodotus, Strabo, Pliny, and all the Greeks, and, secondly, through geology. Abyssinia was once upon a time an island, and the Delta was the first country occupied by the pioneer emigrants who came with their gods from the northeast. When was it? History is silent upon the subject. Fortunately we have the Dendera zodiac, the planisphere on the ceiling of one of the oldest Egyptian temples, which records the fact. This zodiac, with its mysterious three Virgos between the Lion and Libra, has found its Oedipus, who understood the riddle of these signs, and justified the truthfulness of those priests who told Herodotus that, a. the poles of the earth and the ecliptic had formerly coincided, and, b. that even since their first zodiacal records were commenced, the poles have been 3 times within the plane of the ecliptic, as the initiates taught. Bailey had not sufficient words at his command to express his surprise at the sameness of all such traditions about the divine races. What are finally, he exclaims, all those reigns of Indian Devas and Persian Paris? Or, those reigns and dynasties of the Chinese legends, those Tian Huang or the kings of heaven, quite distinct from the Ti Huang, the kings on earth, and the Jinhan the king's men, a distinction which is in perfect accord with that other one made by the Greeks and the Egyptians, in enumerating their dynasties of gods, of demigods, and of mortals. Asterisk now, says Panadorus, it is before that time, Menes, that the reign of the 7 gods who rule the world took place. It was during that period that those benefactors of humanity descended on earth and taught Histoire de l'astronomie ancienne. 369 What the priests told Herodotus. Men to calculate the course of the sun and moon by the 12 signs of the ecliptic. Nearly 500 years before the actual era, Herodotus was shown by the priests of Egypt the statues of their human kings and pontiffs Pyromes, the archiprophets or Mahakohans of the temples, born one from the other, without the intervention of woman, who had reigned before Menes, their first human king. These statues, he says, were enormous colossi in wood, 345 in number, each of which had his name, his history, and his annals. And they assured Herodotus asterisk, unless the most truthful of historians, the father of history, is now accused of fibbing, /m.s7 in this instance, that no historian could ever understand or write an account of these superhuman kings, unless he had studied and learned the history of the 3 dynasties that preceded the human, namely, the dynasties of the gods, that of demigods, and of the heroes, or giants. These 3 dynasties are the 3 races, f translated into the language of the esoteric doctrine. These 3 dynasties would also be those of the Devas, of Kampurushas, and of Danavas and Daityas, otherwise gods, celestial spirits, and giants or titans. Happy are those who are born, even from the condition of gods, as men, in Bharatavarsha, exclaim the incarnated gods themselves, during the 3rd root race. Bharata is India, but in this case it symbolized the chosen land in those days, and was considered the best of the divisions of Jambudvipa, as it was the land of active, spiritual, works par excellence, the land of initiation and of divine knowledge. Can one fail to recognize in Kreutzer great powers of intuition, when, being almost unacquainted with the Aryan Hindu philosophies, little known in his day, he wrote, "We modern Europeans feel surprised when hearing talk of the spirits of the sun, moon, etc. But we repeat again, the natural good sense and the upright asterisk see also Memoirs of the Academy, etc., Oft Minil, Volume 3, for a mass of evidence. F. in Vishnu Purdna, Book 2. Chapter 3, 4, ETSEQ, may be found many corroborations of the same, if one reads carefully. The reigns of gods, lower gods, and men are all enumerated in the descriptions of the 7 islands, 7 seas, 7 mountains, etc., etc., ruled by kings. Each king is said invariably to have 7 sons, an allusion to the 7 sub-races. One instance will do. The king of Kusadwipa had 7 sons, follow names. After whom the 7 portions, Varsha, of the island were called. There reside mankind along with Daityas and Danavas, as well as with spirits of heaven, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Kampurushas, etc., and gods. Chapter 4. There is but one exception in the case of King Priyavrata, the son of the first Manu, Swayambhuva, who had 10 sons. But of these, 3 Medha, Agnibahu, and Putra became ascetics, and refused their portions. Thus Priyavrata divided the earth again into 7 continents. 370 The Secret Doctrine. Judgment of the ancient peoples, quite foreign to our entirely material ideas upon celestial mechanics and physical sciences, could not see in the stars and planets only that which we see, namely, simple masses of light, or opaque bodies moving in circuits in sidereal space, merely according to the laws of attraction or repulsion, but they saw in them living bodies. animated by spirits as they saw the same in every kingdom of nature. This doctrine of spirits, so consistent and conformable to nature, from which it was derived, formed a grand and unique conception, wherein the physical, the moral, and the political aspects were all blended together. Egypt, pages 450 to 455. It is such a conception only that can lead man to form a correct conclusion about his origin and the genesis of everything in the universe of heaven and earth, between which he is a living link. Without such a psychological link, and the feeling of its presence, no science can ever progress, and the realm of knowledge must be limited to the analysis of physical matter only. Occultists believe in spirits, because they feel, and some see, themselves surrounded on every side by them. Materialists do not. They live on this earth, just as, in the world of insects and even of fishes, some creatures live surrounded by myriads of their own genus, without seeing, or so much as sensing them. F. Plato is the first sage among the classics who speaks at length of the asterisk as a general rule, now that the very nature of the inner man has become as blind as his physical nature. Man is situated on this globe as the amphioxus is in the ocean. Surrounded by shoals and millions of various other fishes and creatures that see it, the amphioxus species having neither brain nor any of the senses possessed by the other classes sees them not. Who knows whether, on the Darwinian theory, these branchiostoma are not the direct ancestors of our materialists? The occultists have been accused of worshipping gods or devils. We deny this. Among the numberless hosts of spirits men that were, and those who will be men, there are those immeasurably superior to the human race, higher and holier than the highest saint on earth, and wiser than any mortal without exception. And there are those again who are no better than we are, as some are far worse and inferior to the lowest savage. It is the latter classes that command the readiest communication with our earth, who perceive and sense us, as the clairvoyants perceive and sense them. The close proximity of our respective abodes and planes of perception are in favor of such intercommunication, unfortunately, as they are ever ready to interfere with our affairs for weal or woe. If we are asked how it is that none but sensitive hysterical natures, neuro and psychopathic persons see and occasionally talk with spirits, we answer the question by several other queries. We ask, do you know the nature of hallucination, and can you define its psychic process? How can you tell that all such visions are due merely to physical hallucinations? What makes you feel so sure that mental and nervous diseases, while drawing a veil over our normal senses, so-called, do not reveal at the same time vistas unknown to the healthy man, by throwing open doors usually closed? Against your scientific perceptions, or that a psycho-spiritual faculty does not forthwith replace the loss, or the temporary atrophy, of a purely physical sense? It is disease, or the exuberance of nervous fluid which produces mediumship and visions, hallucinations, as you call them. But what does science know even of mediumship? Truly, were the modern Charcots to pay attention to the delirium of their patients from a more psychic standpoint, science, and physiology especially, might be more benefited than they are now, and truth have a wider field of fact in its knowledge. 371. A universal corroboration. Divine dynasties, and locates them on a vast continent which he calls Atlantis. Bailey was not the first nor last to believe the same, and he had been preceded and anticipated in this theory by Father Kircher. This learned Jesuit writes in C. Oedipus/Egyptologicus, Vol. I, p. 70. I confess, for a long time I had regarded all this, dynasties and the Atlantis, as pure fables, Maras Nugas, to the day when, better instructed in Oriental languages, I judged that all those legends must be, after all, only the development of a great truth. As de Rougemont shows, Theopompus, in his Meropes, made the priests of Phrygia and Asia Minor speak exactly as the priests of Sais did when they revealed to Solon the history and fate of Atlantis. According to Theopompus, it was a unique continent of an indefinite size, and containing two countries inhabited by two races, a fighting, warrior race, and a pious, meditative race, which Theopompus symbolizes by two cities. The pious city was Continually visited by the gods, the belligerent city was inhabited by various beings invulnerable to iron, liable to be mortally wounded only by stone and wood. J. de Rougemont treats this as a per-fiction of Theopompus, Pupil Primitive, Vol. I. 157, and even sees a fraud, supercherie, in the assertion of the Cetic priests. This was denounced by the demonologists as illogical. In the words of de Merville, a supercherie which was based on a belief, the product of faith of the whole antiquity, a supposition which yet gave its name to a whole mountain chain, the Atlas, which specified with the greatest precision a topographical region, by placing some of its lands at a small distance from Cadiz and the Strait of Calpetus, which prophesied, 2,000 years before Columbus, the great transoceanic lands situated beyond that Atlantis, and which is reached, it said, by the islands not of the blessed, but of the good spirits, etidaimoaia, are lies, fortunes. Such a supposition can never be an universal chimera. A word on Atlantis, p. 29, it is certain that, whether chimera or reality, the priests of the whole world had it from one and the same source, the universal tradition *. These were the early Aryans and the bulk of the fourth root races, the former pious and meditative, yoga contemplation, the latter a fighting race of sorcerers, who were rapidly degenerating owing to their uncontrolled passions. F. The northern and southern divisions of Lemuria, Atlantis. The Hyperborean and the equatorial lands of the two continents. See sections about Lemuria and Atlantis in history. This is occult and refers to the property of iron which, attracted by magnetic elements, is repelled by others, which are made, by an occult process, as impervious to it as water to a blow. 372. The secret doctrine. About the third great continent which perished some 850,000 years ago, *, a continent inhabited by two distinct races, distinct physically and especially morally, both deeply versed in primeval wisdom and the secrets of nature, mutually antagonistic in their struggle, during the course and progress of their double evolution. Whence even the Chinese teachings upon the subject, if it is but a fiction. Have they not recorded the existence once upon a time of a holy island beyond the sun, Chiu, and beyond which were situated the lands of the immortal men? See de Rougemont, Ibid. Do they not still believe that the remnants of those immortal men who survived when the holy island had become black with sin and perished have found refuge in the great desert of Gobi, where they still reside invisible to all, and defended from approach by hosts of spirits? If one has to lend ear to traditions, writes the very unbelieving Boulanger, Regne des Dieux, Introduction. The latter place before the reign of kings, that of the heroes and demigods, and still earlier and beyond they place the marvelous reign of the gods and all the fables of the Golden Age. One feels surprised that annals so interesting should have been rejected by almost all our historians. And yet the ideas communicated by them were once universally admitted and revered by all the peoples, not a few revere them still, making them the basis of their daily life. Such considerations seem to necessitate a less hurried judgment. The ancients, from whom we hold these traditions, which we accept no longer because we do not understand them now, must have had motives for believing in them furnished by their greater proximity to the first ages, and which the distance that separates us from them refuses to us. Plato in his fourth book of Laws, says that, long before the construction of the first cities, Saturn had established on earth a certain form of government under which man was very happy. As it is the Golden Age he refers to, or to that reign of God so celebrated in ancient fables. Let us see the ideas he had of that happy age, and what was the occasion he had to introduce this fable into a treatise on politics. According to Plato, in order to obtain clear and precise ideas on royalty, its origin and power, one has to turn back to the first principles of history and tradition. Great changes, he says, have occurred in days of old, in heaven and on earth, and the present state of things is one of the results karma. Our traditions tell us of many marvels, of changes that have taken place in the course of the sun, of Saturn's reign, and of 1,000 other matters that remain scattered about in human memory, but one never hears anything of the EVL which has asterisk the first continent, or island, if so preferred, the cap of the North Pole, has never perished, nor will it to the end. Of the 7 races, 373 wheat brought down by the gods produced those revolutions, nor of the evil which directly followed them. Yet, that evil is the principal one has to talk about, to be able to treat of royalty and the origin of power. That evil, Plato seems to see in the samine ss or consubstantiality of the natures of the rulers and the ruled, for he says that long before man built his cities, in the Golden Age, there was naught but happiness on earth, for there were no needs. Why? Because Saturn, knowing that man could not rule man, without injustice filling forthwith the universe through his whims and vanity, would not allow any mortal to obtain power over his fellow creatures. To do this the god used the same means we use ourselves with regard to our flocks. We do not place a bullock or a ram over our bullocks and rams, but give them a leader, a shepherd, i.e., a being of a species quite different from their own and of a superior nature. It is just what Saturn did. He loved mankind and placed to rule over it no mortal king or prince but spirits and genii daimones of a divine nature more excellent than that of man. It was God, the Logos, the synthesis of the host, who thus presiding over the genii, became the first shepherd and leader of men when the world had ceased to be so governed and the gods retired, ferocious beasts devoured a portion of mankind. Left to their own resources and industry, inventors then appeared among them successively and discovered fire, wheat, wine, and public gratitude deified them. Delegibus 1, 4, in criticism and in politic. And mankind was right, as fire by friction was the first mystery of nature, the first and chief property of matter that was revealed to man. Fruits and grain, unknown to earth to that day, were brought by the lords of wisdom for the benefit of those they ruled from other locas, spheres. Say the commentaries. Now, the earliest inventions of mankind are the most wonderful that the race has ever made. The first use of fire, and the discovery of the methods by which it can be kindled, the domestication of animals, and, above all, the processes by which the various cereals were first developed out of some wild grasses. These are all discoveries with which, in ingenuity and in importance, no subsequent discoveries may compare. They are all unknown to history, all lost in the light of an effulgent dawn. Unity of nature, Argyll. This will be doubted and denied in our proud generation. But if it is asserted that there are no grains and fruits unknown to earth, then we may remind the reader that wheat has never been found in the wild state, it is not a product of the earth. All the other cereals have been traced to their primogenital forms in various species of wild grasses, but wheat has asterisk the secret doctrine explains and expounds that which Plato says, for it teaches that those inventors were gods and demigods, devas and rishis, who had become some deliberately, some forced to by karma incarnated in man. 374 The secret doctrine hitherto defied the efforts of botanists to trace it to its origin. And let us bear in mind, in this connection, how sacred was that cereal with the Egyptian priests, wheat being placed even with their mummies, and found thousands of years later in their coffins. Remember, the servants of Horns glean the wheat in the field of Anru. Wheat 7 cubits high. Book of the Dead, Chap. Sa. 33, Enclv. 4. Asterisk the reader is referred to stanza 7, verse 3, Book I, wherein this verse is explained in another of its meanings, and also to the Book of the Dead. Chap. 6, v 4 and 5. I am the queen of these regions, says the Egyptian Isis, I was the first to reveal to mortals the mysteries of wheat and calm. I am she who rises in the constellation of the dog. Dog star. Rejoice, O Egypt! Thou who wert my nurse. Book I, Chap. 14 F. Sirius was called the dog star. It was the star of Mercury or Buddha, called the great instructor of mankind, before other Buddhas. The Book of the Chinese Viking, attributes the discovery of agriculture to the instruction given to men by celestial genii. Woe, woe to the men who know not, observe not, nor will they see. They are all blind, since they remain ignorant how much the world is full of various and invisible creatures which crowd even in the most sacred places. Zohar, Part I, Col. 177, the sons of God have existed and do exist. From the Hindu Brahmaputras and Manasaputras, sons of Brahma and Mindbomb sons, down to the B'nai Elim of the Jewish Bible, the faith of the centuries and *. This is a direct reference to the esoteric division of man's principles symbolized by the divine wheat. The legend which inscribes the third registrar of the papyrus chap cx of the Book of the Dead, states, this is the region of the Manes, disembodied men, 7 cubits high, to wit, those just translated and supposed to be still sevenfold with all their principles, even the body represented astrally in the Kamaloka or Hades, before their separation. And, there is wheat 3 cubits high for mummies in a state of perfection, i.e., those already separated, whose 3 higher principles are in Deva-chan, who are permitted to glean it. This region, Deva-chan, is called the land of the rebirth of gods, and shown to be inhabited by Skio, Tefnant, and Seb. The region for the Manes 7 cubits high, for the yet imperfect mummies, and the region for those in a state of perfection who glean wheat 3 cubits high, is as clear as possible. The Egyptians had the same esoteric philosophy which is now taught by the cis-Himalayan adepts, who, when buried, have corn and wheat placed over them. There are Egyptologists who have tried to identify Osiris with Menes, which is quite erroneous. Bunsen assigns to Menes an antiquity of 5,867 years BC, and is denounced for it by Christians. But Isis Osiris reigned in Egypt before the Dendera zodiac was painted on the ceiling of that temple, and that is over 75,000 years ago. In the text, corked up or screwed up. 375 sons of God, perfect and imperfect. Universal tradition force reason to yield to such evidence. Of what value is independent criticism, so-called, or internal evidence, based usually on the respective hobbies of the critics, in the face of the universal testimony, which never varied throughout the historical cycles? Read esoterically the 6th chapter of Genesis, which repeats the statements of the secret doctrine, only changing slightly its form, and drawing a different conclusion which clashes even with the Zohar. There were giants in the earth in those days, and so after that, when the sons of God, B'nai Elim, came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown, or giants. What does the sentence "and also after that" signify, unless it means when explained, there were giants in the earth before, i.e., before the sinless sons of the third race, and also after that, when other sons of God, lower in nature, inaugurated sexual connection on earth, as Daksha did, when he saw that his Manasaputras would not people the earth. And then comes a long break in this chapter 6 of Genesis, between verses 4 and 5. For surely, it was not in or through the wickedness of the mighty men of renown, among whom is placed Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord, that God saw that the wickedness of man was great, nor in the builders of Babel, for this was after the deluge, but in the progeny of the giants who produced monstra quidni de genera gigantio, monsters from whence sprang the lower races of men, now represented on earth by a few miserable dying out tribes and the huge anthropoid apes. And if we are taken to task by theologians, whether Protestant or Roman Catholic, we have only to refer them to their own literal texts. The above quoted verse was ever a dilemma, not alone for the men of science and biblical scholars, but also for priests. For, as the Reverend Father Perron puts it, either they, the B'nai Elim, were good angels, and in such case how could they fall? Or they were bad angels, and in this case could not be called B'nai Elim, the sons of God. Per Selectionis Theol. Ch. 2. This biblical riddle, the real sense of which no author has ever understood, as candidly confessed by Formant F. can only be explained by the occult doctrine, through the Zohar to the Western, and the Book of Jinn to the Eastern. What the former says we have seen, what the Zohar tells us is this: B'nai Elim was a name common to the Malachim, the good messengers, and to the Iskan, the lower angels, Rabbi Parcha. We may add for the benefit of the demonologists that their Satan, Genesis 6, v4. F. Reflections critiques sur l'origine des anciens peuples. 376 The Secret Doctrine. The adversary is included in Job among the sons of God or B'nai Elim who visit their father. Chapter I. But of this later on. Now the Zohar says that the Iskan, the beautiful B'nai Elim, were not guilty, but mixed themselves with mortal men because they were sent on earth to do so. Book of Ruth and Chaklazulru, FOL 63, Kernel 3, Amsterdam edition. Elsewhere the same volume shows these B'Nelim belonging to the 10th subdivision of the thrones, Zohar, Part High, Col. 113 but see also First Vol. 184, it also explains that the Iskan, men spirits, viri spirituals, now that men can see them no longer, help magicians to produce, through their science, homunculi which are not small men but men smaller, in the sense of inferiority, than men. Both show themselves under the form that the Iskan had then, i.e., gaseous and ethereal. Their chief is Azazel. But Azazel, whom the church dogma will associate with Satan, is nothing of the kind. Azazel is a mystery, as explained elsewhere, and it is so expressed in Maimonides, in More Nevakim, chapter XXVI, p. 8. There is an impenetrable mystery in the narrative concerning Azazel. And so there is, as Lancy, a librarian to the Vatican and one who ought to know, says we have quoted him before that this venerable divine name, Nome Divino e Venerabile, has become through the pen of biblical scholars, a devil, a wilderness, a mountain, and a he-goat, Sagra Scriptura. Therefore it seems foolish to derive the name as Spencer does, from Agel, separated, and El, God, hence one separated from God, the devil. In the Zohar, Azazel is rather the sacrificial victim than the formal adversary of Jehovah, as Spencer would have it, 2, pp. 14, 29. The amount of malicious fancy and fiction bestowed on that host by various fanatical writers is quite extraordinary. Azazel and his host are simply the Hebrew Prometheus, and ought to be viewed from the same standpoint. The Zohar shows the Iskan chained on the mountain in the desert, allegorically, thus simply alluding to those spirits as being chained to the earth during the cycle of incarnation. Azazel, or Azachael, is one of the chiefs of the transgressing angels in Enoch, who descending upon Ardis, the top of Mount Armon, bound themselves by swearing loyalty to each other. It is said that Azachael taught men to make swords, knives, shields, to fabricate mirrors, to make one see what is behind him, viz., magic mirrors. Amazarach taught all the sorcerers and dividers of roots, Amers taught the solution of magic, Barkiel, astrology, Akabil, the meaning of portents and signs, Tamiel, astronomy, and Asaradel taught the motion of the moon. These seven were the first instructors of the fourth man, i.e., of the fourth race. But why should allegory be always understood as meaning all that its dead letter expresses? 377 The fallacies of the two churches. It is the symbolical representation of the great struggle between divine wisdom, nous, and its earthly reflection, psyche, or between spirit and soul, in heaven and on earth. In heaven because the divine monad had voluntarily exiled itself therefrom, to descend, for incarnating purposes, to a lower plane and thus transform the animal of clay into an immortal God. For, as Eliphaz Levi tells us, the angels aspire to become men, for the perfect man, the man-God, is above even angels. On earth because no sooner had spirit descended than it was strangled in the coils of matter. Strange to say, the occult teaching reverses the characters, it is the anthropomorphous archangel with the Christians, and the man-like god with the Hindus, which represent matter in this case, and the dragon, or serpent, spirit. Occult symbolism furnishes the key to the mystery, theological symbolics conceal it still more. For the former explains many a saying in the Bible and even in the New Testament which have hitherto remained incomprehensible, while the latter, owing to its dogma of Satan and his rebellion, has belittled the character and nature of its would be infinite, absolutely perfect God, and created the greatest evil and curse on earth, belief in a personal devil. This mystery is opened with the key to its metaphysical symbolism now restored, while that of theological interpretation shows the gods and the archangels standing as symbols for the dead letter or dogmatic religions, and as arrayed against the pure truths of spirit, naked and unadorned with fancy. Many were the hints thrown out in this direction in Isis Unveiled, and a still greater number of references to this mystery may be found scattered throughout these volumes. To make the point clear once for all, that which the clergy of every dogmatic religion, preeminently the Christian, points out as Satan, the enemy of God, is in reality, the highest divine spirit, occult wisdom on earth, in its naturally antagonistic character to every worldly, evanescent illusion, dogmatic or ecclesiastical religions included. Thus, the Latin Church, intolerant, bigoted and cruel to all who do not choose to be its slaves, the Church which calls itself the bride of Christ, and the trustee at the same time of Peter, to whom the rebuke of the Master, "Get thee behind me, Satan," was justly addressed, and again the Protestant Church which, while calling itself Christian, paradoxically replaces the new dispensation by the old law of Moses which Christ openly repudiated. Both these churches are fighting against divine truth, when repudiating and slandering the dragon of esoteric, because divine, wisdom. Whenever anathematizing the Gnostic Solarchnophies the Agatodomon Christos, or the Theosophical Serpent of Eternity, or even the Serpent of Genesis, they 378 the secret doctrine, are moved by the same spirit of dark fanaticism that moved the Pharisees to curse Jesus by saying to him, "Say we not well, thou hast a devil." Read the account about Indra, Vayu, in the Rig Veda, the occult volume par excellence of Arianism, and then compare it with the same in the Puranas, the exoteric version thereof, and the purposely garbled account of the true wisdom religion. In the Rig Veda, Indra is the highest and greatest of the gods, and his soma drinking is allegorical of his highly spiritual nature. In the Puranas, Indra becomes a profligate, and a regular drunkard on the soma juice, in the terrestrial way. He is the conqueror of all the enemies of the gods, the Daityas, Nagas, serpents, Asuras, all the serpent gods, and of Britri, the cosmic serpent. Indra is the Saint Michael of the Hindu pantheon, the chief of the militant host. Turning to the Bible, we find Satan, one of the sons of God, Job I6, becoming in exoteric interpretation the devil, and the dragon in its infernal, evil sense. But in the Kabbalah, Book of Numbers, Samael, who is Satan, is shown to be identical with St. Michael, the slayer of the dragon. How is this? For it is said that Xelam, the image, reflects alike Michael and Samael, who are one. Both proceed, it is taught, from Ruach, spirit, Neskama, soul, and Nefesh, life. In the Chaldean Book of Numbers, Samael is the concealed, occult, wisdom, and Michael the higher terrestrial wisdom, both emanating from the same source but diverging after their issue from the mundane soul, which on earth is Maha, intellectual understanding, or Manas, the seat of intellect. They diverge, because one, Michael, is influenced by Neskama, while the other, Samael, remains uninfluenced. This tenet was perverted by the dogmatic spirit of the Church, which, loathing independent spirit, uninfluenced by the external form, hence by dogma, forthwith made of Samael Satan, the most wise and spiritual spirit of all, the adversary of its anthropomorphic God and sensual physical man, the devil. The origin of the satanic myth. Let us then fathom this creation of the patristic fancy still deeper, and find its prototype with the pagans. The origin of the new satanic myth is easy to trace. The tradition of the dragon and the sun is echoed in every part of the world, both in its civilized and semi-savage regions. It took rise in the whisperings about secret initiations among the profane, and was established universally through the once universal heliolatrous religion. There was a time when the four parts of the world were covered with the temples sacred to the sun and the dragon, 379 The secret of the dragon. But the cult is now preserved mostly in China and the Buddhist countries, Bel and the dragon being uniformly coupled together, and the priest of the Ophite religion as uniformly assuming the name of his god. Archaeology, Volume XXV, p. 220, London. In the religions of the past, it is in Egypt we have to seek for its Western origin. The Ophites adopted their rites from Hermes Trismegistus, and heliolatrous worship crossed over with its sun gods into the land of the pharaohs from India. In the gods of Stonehenge we recognize the divinities of Delphi and Babylon, and in those of the latter the devas of the Vedic nations. Bel and the dragon, Apollo and Python, Krishna and Kaliya, Osiris and Typhon are all one under many names, the latest of which are Michael and the red dragon, and St. George and his dragon. As Michael is one as God, or his double, for terrestrial purposes, and is one of the Elohim, the fighting angel, he is thus simply a permutation of Jehovah. Whatever the cosmic or astronomical event that first gave rise to the allegory of the War of Heaven, its earthly origin has to be sought in the temples of initiation and archaic crypts. The following are the proofs. We find, a. the priests assuming the name of the gods they served, b. the dragons held throughout all antiquity as the symbols of immortality and wisdom, of secret knowledge and of eternity, and c. the hierophants of Egypt, of Babylon and India, styling themselves generally the sons of the dragon and serpents. Thus the teachings of the secret doctrine are thereby corroborated. There were numerous catacombs in Egypt and Chaldea, some of them of a very vast extent. The most renowned of them were the subterranean crypts of Thebes and Memphis. The former, beginning on the western side of the Nile, extended towards the Libyan desert, and were known as the Serpents' Catacombs, or passages. It was there that were performed the sacred mysteries of the Kyklos Anags, the unavoidable cycle, more generally known as the circle of necessity, the inexorable doom imposed upon every soul after the bodily death, and when it has been judged in the Amanthian region. In de Bourberg's book, Votan, the Mexican demigod, in narrating his expedition, describes a subterranean passage which ran underground, and terminated at the root of the heavens, adding that this passage was a snake's hole, un agujero de calabra, and that he was admitted to it because he was himself a son of the snakes, or a serpent. Diphonisier, 70. This is, indeed, very suggestive, for his description of the snake's hole is that of the ancient Egyptian crypt, as above mentioned. The hierophants, moreover, of Egypt, as of Babylon, generally styled Them 380 the secret doctrine, selves the sons of the serpent god, or sons of the dragon, during the mysteries. The Assyrian priest bore always the name of his god, says Movers. The Druids of the Celto-Britannic regions also called themselves snakes. I am a serpent, I am a druid, they exclaimed. The Egyptian Karnak is twin brother to the Karnak of Britannia, the latter Karnak meaning the serpent's mount. The Draco and Tia once covered the surface of the globe, and these temples were sacred to the dragon, only because it was the symbol of the sun, which, in its turn, was the symbol of the highest god, the Phoenician Elon or Elion, whom Abraham recognized as El. Ilioa *. Besides the surname of serpents, they were called the builders, the architects, for the immense grandeur of their temples and monuments was such that even now the pulverized remains of them frighten the mathematical calculations of our modern engineers, says Taliesin. T. de Bourbourg hints that the chiefs of the name of Votan, the Quetzalcoatl or serpent deity of the Mexicans, are the descendants of Ham and Canaan. I am Hivim, they say. Being a Hivim, I am of the great race of the dragon, snake. I am a snake myself, for I am a Hivim. Cartas, 51, Isis Unveiled, Vol. I, 553, ETSEQ. Furthermore, the war in heaven is shown, in one of its significations, to have meant and referred to those terrible struggles in store for the candidate for adeptship, between himself and his, by magic, personified human passions, when the inner enlightened man had to either slay them or fail. In the former case he became the dragon slayer, as having happily overcome all the temptations, and a son of the serpent and a serpent himself, having cast off his old skin and being born in a new body, becoming a son of wisdom and immortality in eternity. See Part 2 on the Satanic myth. Seth, the reputed forefather of Israel, is only a Jewish travesty of Hermes, the god of wisdom, called also Thoth, Tad, Seth, Set, and Satan. He is also Typhon, the same as Apophis, the dragon slain by horns, for Typhon was also called Set. He is simply the dark side of Osiris, his brother, as Ngramanu is the black shadow of Ahura Mazda. Terrestrially, all these allegories were connected with the trials of adeptship and initiation. Astronomically, they referred to the solar and lunar eclipses, the mythical explanations of which we find to this day in India and Ceylon, where anyone can study the allegorical narratives and traditions which have remained unchanged for many thousands of years. See Sanconiathon in Eusebius, Prince Ev. 36, Genesis 14. F. Society of Antiquaries of London, Vol. XXVP 220. 381. The theft of Rahu. Rahu, mythologically is a daitya, a giant, a demigod, the lower part of whose body ended in a dragon or serpent's tail. During the churning of the ocean, when the gods produced Amrita, the water of immortality, he stole some of it, and drinking, became immortal. The sun and moon, who had detected him in his theft, denounced him to Vishnu, who placed him in the stellar spheres, the upper portion of his body representing the dragon's head and the lower, Ketu, the dragon's tail, the two being the ascending and descending nodes. Since then, Rahu wreaks his vengeance on the sun and moon by occasionally swallowing them. But this fable had another mystic meaning, since Rahu, the dragon's head, played a prominent part in the mysteries of the sun's, Vikirtanas, initiation, when the candidate and the dragon had a supreme fight. The caves of the rishis, the abodes of Tiresias and the Greek seers, were modeled on those of the Endigas, the Hindu king snakes, who dwelled in cavities of the rocks under the ground. From Sha, the thousand-headed serpent, on which Vishnu rests, down to Python, the dragon serpent oracle, all point to the secret meaning of the myth. In India we find the fact mentioned in the earliest Puranas. The children of Surasa are the mighty dragons. The Vayu Purana replacing Surasa, of Vishnu Purana, by Danayas or Danavas, the descendants of Danu by the sage Kashyapa, and those Danavas being the giants, or titans, who warred against the gods. They are thus shown identical with the dragons and serpents of wisdom. By simply comparing the sun gods of every country, one may find their allegories agreeing perfectly with one another, and the more the allegorical symbol is occult, the more its corresponding symbol in other systems agrees with it. Thus, if from three systems widely differing from each other in appearance, the old Aryan, the ancient Greek, and the modern Christian schemes, we select several sun gods and dragons at random, these will be found copied from each other. Let us take Agni, the fire god, Indra, the firmament, and Kartikeya from the Hindus, the Greek Apollo, and Mikhail, the angel of the sun, the first of the three Eons, called by the Gnostics the Savior, and proceed in order. 1. Agni, the fire god, is called in the Rigveda Vaiswanara. Now Vaisvanara is a Danava, a giant demon, whose daughters Puloma and Kalaka are the mothers of numberless Danavas, 30 millions, by * he is thus named and included in the list of the Danavas in Vayu Purana. The commentator of Bhagavata Purana calls him a son of Danu, but the name means also spirit of humanity. 382. The secret doctrine. Kashyapa * and live in Hiranyapura, the golden city, floating in the air. Therefore, Indra is, in a fashion, the stepson of these two as a son of Kasyapa, and Kasyapa is, in this sense, identical with Agni, the fire god, or son, Kasyapa. To this same group belongs Skanda or Kartikeya, god of war, the six-faced planet Mars astronomically, a Kumara, or virgin youth, born of Agni for the purpose of destroying Taraka, the Danava demon, the grandson of Kasyapa by Hiranyaksha, his son, whose, Taraka's, yogi austerities were so extraordinary that they became formidable to the gods, who feared such a rival in power. While Indra, the bright god of the firmament, kills Vritra or Ahi, the serpent demon for which feat he is called Vritrahan, the destroyer of Vritra, he also leads the hosts of Dev as, angels or gods, against other gods who rebel against Brahma, for which he is entitled Jishnu, leader of the celestial host. Kartikeya is found bearing the same titles. For killing Taraka, the Danava, he is Tarakajit, vanquisher of Taraka. 7. Kumaraguha, the mysterious virgin youth Siddhasena, the leader of the Siddhas, and Saktadhara spear holder. 2. Now take Apollo, the Grecian sun god, and by comparing the mythical accounts given of him, see whether he does not answer both. Kasyapa is called the son of Brahma, and is the self-born to whom a great part of the work of creation is attributed. He is one of the 7 rishis, exoterically, the son of Marishi, the son of Brahira, while Atharvaveda says, the self-born Kasyapa sprang from time, and esoterically time and space are forms of the one incognizable deity. As an Aditya, Indra is son of Kasyapa, as also Vaivasvata Manu, our progenitor. In the instance given in the text, he is Kasyapa Aditya, the sun, and the sun god, from whom all the cosmic demons, dragons, nagas, serpent or snake gods, and Danavas, the giants, are born. The meaning of the allegories given above is purely astronomical and cosmical, but will serve to prove the identity of all. All such stories differ in the exoteric texts. In the Mahabharata, Kartikeya, the six-faced Mars, is the son of Rudra or Siva, self-born without a mother from the seed of Siva cast into the fire. But Kartikeya is generally called Agnabhu, fire-born. Hiranyaksha is the ruler or king of the 5th region of Patala, a snake god. The Elohim also feared the knowledge of good and evil for Adam, and therefore are shown as expelling him from Eden or killing him spiritually. 7. The story told is, that Taraka, called also Kalabhana, owing to his extraordinary yoga powers, had obtained all the divine knowledge of Yogavidya and occult powers of the gods, who conspired against him. Here we see the obedient host of archangels or minor gods conspiring against the future fallen angels, whom Enoch accuses of the great crime of disclosing to the world all the secret things done in heaven. It is Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Sergil, and Uriel who denounced to the Lord God those of their brethren who were said to have pried into the divine mysteries and taught them to men. By this means they themselves escaped a like punishment. Michael was commissioned to fight the dragon, and so was Kartikeya, and under the same circumstances. Both are leaders of the celestial host, both virgins, both leaders of saints, spear holders, Saktadhara, etc., etc. Kartikeya is the original of Michael and St. George, as surely as Indra is the prototype of Kartikeya. 383 The gods, the facets of one gem. To Indra, Kartikeya, and even Kasyapa, and at the same time to Michael, as the angelic form of Jehovah, the angel of the sun, who is like, and one with, God. Later ingenious interpretations for monotheistic purposes, elevated though they be into not to be questioned church dogmas, prove nothing, except the abuse of human authority and power, perhaps. Apollo is Helios, the sun, Phoebus Apollo, the light of life and of the world *, who arises out of the golden-winged cup, the sun, hence he is the sun god par excellence. At the moment of his birth he asks for his bow to kill Python, the demon dragon, who attacked his mother before his birth, and whom he is divinely commissioned to destroy like Kartikeya, who is Bam for the purpose of killing Taraka, the too holy and wise demon. Apollo is Bam on a sidereal island called Asteria, the Golden Star Island, the earth which floats in the air, which is the Hindu golden Hiranyapura. He is called the pure, Agn 0, 5, Agnes Dei, the Indian Agni, as drive. Keneally thinks, and in the primal myth he is exempt from all sensual love. Book of God, p. 88. He is, therefore, a Kumdra, Elik Kartikeya, and as Indra was in his earlier life and biographies. Python, moreover, the red dragon, connects Apollo with Michael, who fights the apocalyptic dragon, who wants to attack the woman in childbirth, see Revelation 12, as Python attacks Apollo's mother. Can anyone fail to see the identity? Had the RT Honorable W. E. Gladstone, who prides himself on his Greek scholarship and understanding of the spirit of Homer's allegories, ever had a real inkling of the esoteric meaning of the Iliad and Odyssey, he would have understood St. John's Revelation, and even the Pentateuch, better than he does. 4. The way to the Bible lies through Hermes, Bel, and Homer, as the way to these is through the Hindu and Chaldean religious symbols. The repetition of this archaic tradition is found in ch. 12 of St. John's Revelations, and comes from the Babylonian legends without the smallest doubt, though the Babylonian story had its origin in the allegories of the Aryans. The fragment read by the late George Smith, see the Chaldean account of Genesis, p. 304, is sufficient to disclose the source of the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse. Here it is as given by the eminent Assyriologist. Our fragment refers to the creation of mankind, called Adam, as, the man, in the Bible, he is made perfect. But afterwards joins the life and the light of the material physical world, the delight of the senses not of the soul. Apollo is preeminently the human god, the god of emotional, pomp-loving and theatrical church ritualism with lights and music. FC Chapter 12. In Revelation, where we find Apollo's mother persecuted by that Python, the red dragon, who is also Porphyrion, the scarlet or red titan. 384 The secret doctrine. With the dragon of the deep, the animal of Tiamat, the spirit of chaos, and offends against his God, who curses him, and calls down on his head all the evils and troubles of humanity. This is followed by a war between the dragon and the powers of evil, or chaos on one side, and the gods on the other. The gods have weapons forged for them, and Merodach, the archangel Michael in Revelation, undertakes to lead the heavenly host against the dragons. The war, which is described with spirit, ends, of course, in the triumph of the principles of good. This war of gods with the powers of the deep, refers also, in its last and terrestrial application, to the struggle between the Aryan adepts of the nascent fifth race and the sorcerers of Atlantis. The demons of the deep, the Icelanders surrounded with water who disappeared in the deluge. See the last pages of Volume I, Isis Unveiled, Atlantis. The symbols of the dragons and war in heaven have, as already stated, more than one significance, religious, astronomical, and geological events being included in the one common allegory. But it had also a cosmological meaning. In India, the dragon story is repeated in one of its forms in the battles of Indra with Vritra. In the Vedas, this Ahi Vritra is referred to as the demon of drought, the terrible hot wind. Indra is shown to be constantly at war with him, and with the help of his thunder and lightning the god compels Ahi Vritra to pour down in rain on earth, and then slays him. Hence, Indra is called the Vritrahan or the slayer of Vritra, as Michael is called the conqueror and slayer of the dragon. Both these enemies are then the old dragon precipitated into the depths of the earth, in this one sense. The Zendavistic Amshaspens are a host with a leader like Saint Michael over them, and seem identical with the legions of heaven, when one reads the Vendidad. Thus in Fargard 19, 2. 13, 42. Zarathustra is told by Ahura Mazda to invoke the Amesha who rule over the 7 Karshvaras of the earth, which Karshvaras in their 7 * no god who curses his, supposed, own work, because he has made it imperfect, can be the one infinite absolute. Wisdom, whether called Bel or Jehovah. F. In the Indian allegory of Tarakamaya, the war between the gods and the Asuras headed by Soma, the moon, the king of plants, it is Viswakarma, the artificer of the gods, who forges, like Vulcan, Tubal-Cain, their weapons for them. We have said elsewhere that the woman with child of Revelation, 12, was Ame, the Great Mother, or Bina, the 3rd Sephiroth, whose name is Jehovah, and the dragon, who seeks to devour her coming child, the universe, is the dragon of absolute wisdom, that wisdom which, recognizing the non-separateness of the universe and everything in it from the absolute all, sees in it no better than the great illusion, Mahamaya, hence the cause of misery and suffering. The 7 Karshvaras of the earth, the 7 spheres of our planetary chain, the 7 worlds also mentioned in the Rig Veda are fully referred to elsewhere. There are 6 Rajamsi, worlds, above Prithvi the earth, or this, item, as opposed to that which is yonder, the 6 globes on the 3 other planes. See Rig Veda, 34, 3, 56, 7, 10,411, and v. 60, 6. See on chronology. 385 The builders of the material world. Applications refer equally to the 7 spheres of our planetary chain, to the 7 planets, the 7 heavens, etc., according to whether the sense is applied to a physical, supramundane, or simply a sidereal world. In the same Fargard, 2 and 3, in his invocation against Ingra and his host, Zarathustra appeals to them in these words: I invoke the 7 bright Srava with their sons and their flocks. 42 Vended. Sod. The Srava, a word which the Orientalists have given up as one of unknown meaning, means the same Amshaspens, but in their highest occult meaning. The Srava are the noumenoi of the phenomenal Amshaspens, the souls or spirits of those manifested powers, and their sons and their flock refers to the planetary angels and their sidereal flock of stars and constellations. Amshaspend is the exoteric term used in terrestrial combinations and affairs only. Zarathustra addresses Ahura Mazda constantly as thou, the maker of the material world. Ormuzd is the father of our earth, Spenta Armati, and she is referred to, when personified, as the fair daughter of Ahura Mazda. Fargard, 19. 2. Who is also the creator of the tree, of occult and spiritual knowledge and wisdom, from which the mystic and mysterious charisma is taken. But the occult name of the bright god was never pronounced outside the temple. Samael, or Satan, the seducing serpent of Genesis, and one of the primeval angels who rebelled, is the name of the red dragon. He is the angel of death, the Talmud saying that the angel of death and Satan are the same, and, killed by Michael, he is once more killed by St. George, who also is a dragon slayer, but see the transformations of this. Samael is identical with the Samuam, the hot wind of the desert, or again with the Vedic demon of drought, as Vritra. Samuam is called Adahudos or Diabolos, the devil. Typhon, or the dragon Apophyes, the accuser in the Book of the Dead, is worsted by Horus, who pierces his opponent's head with a spear, and Typhon is the all-destroying wind of the desert, the rebellious element that throws everything into confusion. As Set, he is the darkness of night, the murderer of Osiris, who is the light of day and the sun. Archaeology demonstrates that Homs is identical with Anubis *, whose effigy was discovered upon an Egyptian monument, with a cuirass and a spear, like Michael and St. George. Anubis is also represented * verse 62, chap. 17, Book of the Dead. Anubis is Horus, who melts in him who is eyeless. 386 The secret doctrine, as slaying a dragon, that has the head and tail of a serpent. See Lenore's Du Dragon de Metz. Cosmologically, then, All the dragons and serpents conquered by their slayers are, in their origin, the turbulent confused principles in chaos, brought to order by the sun gods or creative powers. In the Book of the Dead those principles are called the sons of rebellion. See also Egyptian Pantheon, pages 20, 23. In that night, the oppressor, the murderer of Osiris, otherwise called the deceiving serpent, verse 54. Calls the sons of rebellion in air, and when they arrive to the east of heavens, then there is war in heaven and in the entire world, v. 49, Book of the Dead, 17. In the Scandinavian Eddas the war of the Asses with the Hrimthursdays, frost giants, and of Asithor with the Jotuns, the serpents and dragons and the wolf who comes out of darkness is the repetition of the same myth. The evil spirits, having begun by being simply the emblems of chaos, became euhemerized by the superstition of the rabble, until they have finally won the right of citizenship in the most civilized and learned races of this globe since its creation as alleged and became a dogma with Christians. As George Smith has it, the evil principles, spirits, emblems of chaos, in Chaldea and Assyria as in Egypt, we see. Resist this change and make war on the moon, the eldest son of Bel, drawing over to their side the sun, Venus, and the atmospheric god Vulgar. Assyrian Discoveries, p. 403, this is only another version of the Hindu war in heaven, between Soma, the moon, and the gods Indra being the atmospheric Vul, which shows it plainly to be both a cosmogonical and an astronomical allegory, woven into and drawn from the earliest theogony as taught in the mysteries. It is in the religious doctrines of the Gnostics that the real meaning of the dragon, the serpent, the goat, and all those symbols of powers now called evil, can be seen the best, as it is they who divulged the esoteric nature of the Jewish substitute for Ansoph in their teachings, of the true meaning of which, while the rabbins concealed it, the Christians, with a few exceptions, knew nothing. Surely Jesus of Nazareth would have hardly advised his apostles to show themselves as wise as the serpent, had the latter been a symbol of the evil one, nor would the Ophites, the learned Egyptian Gnostics of the Brotherhood of the Serpent, have reverenced it. Living snake in their ceremonies as the emblem of wisdom, the divine Sophia, and a type of the all-good, not the all-bad, were that reptile so closely connected with Satan. The fact is, that even as a common Ophidian it has ever been a dual symbol, and these evil spirits can by no means be identified with Satan or the great dragon. They are the elementals generated or begotten by ignorance, cosmic and human passions or chaos. 387 Who first created woman? As a dragon it had never been anything else than a symbol of the manifested deity in its great wisdom. The Draco volans, the flying dragon of the early painters, may be an exaggerated picture of the real extinct antediluvian animal, but those who have faith in the occult teachings believe that in the days of old there were such creatures as flying dragons, or a kind of pterodactyl, and that it is those gigantic winged lizards that served as the prototypes for the seraph of Moses and his great brazen serpent. The Jews had worshipped the latter idol themselves, but, after the religious reforms brought about by Hezekiah, turned round and called that symbol of the great or higher god of every other nation a devil, and their own usurper the one God. The appellation Satan, in Hebrew Satan, an adversary, from the verb sluatana, to be adverse, to persecute, belongs by right to the first and crudest adversary of all deity or gods. Jehovah, not to the serpent, which spoke only words of sympathy and wisdom, and is at the worst, even in the dogma, the adversary of men. This dogma, based as it is on chapter 3 of Genesis, is as illogical and unjust as it is paradoxical. For who was the first to create that original and henceforward universal tempter of man, the woman? Not the serpent surely, but the Lord God himself, who, saying, "It is not good that the man should be alone," made woman, and brought her unto the man, 18-22. If the unpleasant little incident that followed was and is still to be regarded as the original sin, then it exhibits the Creator's divine foresight in a poor light indeed. It would have been far better for the first Adam, of chapter 1, to have been left either male and female, or alone. It is the Lord God, evidently, who was the real cause of all the mischief, the agent provocateur, and the serpent only a prototype of Azazel, the scapegoat for the sin of, the God of, Israel, the poor Tragos having to pay the penalty for his master's and creator's blunder. This, of course, is addressed only to those who accept the opening events of the drama of humanity in Genesis in their dead-letter sense. Those who read them esoterically, are not reduced to fanciful *(see Numbers XXI. 8-9). God orders Moses to build a brazen serpent seraph, to look upon which heals those bitten by the fiery serpents. The latter were the seraphim, each one of which, as Isaiah shows, 6:2, had 6 wings. They are the symbols of Jehovah, and of all the other demiurgi who produce out of themselves 6 sons or likenesses 7 with their creator. Thus, the brazen serpent is Jehovah, the chief of the fiery serpents. And yet, in 2 Kings 18, it is shown that King Hezekiah, who, like as David his father, did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, brake in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made, and called it Nehushtan, or piece of brass. And Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Chronicles XXI. 1. The anger of the Lord Jehovah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David to say, Go, number Israel. 2 Samuel, XXIV. 1. The two are then identical. 388. The secret doctrine. Speculations and hypothesis, they know how to read the symbolism therein contained, and cannot err. There is at present no need to touch upon the mystic and manifold meaning of the name Jehovah in its abstract sense, one independent of the deity falsely called by that name. It was a blind created purposely by the rabbins, a secret preserved by them with tenfold care after the Christians had despoiled them of this God name which was their own property. But the following statement is made. The personage who is named in the first 4 chapters of Genesis variously as God, the Lord God, and Lord simply, is not one and the same person. Certainly it is not Jehovah. There are 3 distinct classes or groups of the Elohim called Sephiroth in the Kabbalah, Jehovah appearing only in chapter 4, in the first verse of which he is named Cain, and in the last transformed into mankind male and female, Yahweh. The serpent, moreover, is not Satan, but the bright angel, one of the Elohim clothed in radiance and glory, who, promising the woman that if they ate of the forbidden fruit ye shall not surely die, kept his promise, and made man immortal in his incorruptible nature. He is the Iao of the mysteries, the chief of the androgyne creators of men. Chapter 3 contains, esoterically, the withdrawal of the veil of ignorance that closed the perceptions of the angelic man, made in the image of the boneless gods, and the opening of his consciousness to his real nature, thus showing the bright angel, Lucifer, in the light of a giver of immortality, and as the enlightener, while the real fall into generation and matter is to be sought in chapter 4. There, Jehovah Cain, the male part of Adam the dual man, having separated himself from Eve, creates in her Abel, the first natural woman, and sheds the virgin blood. Now Cain, being shown identical with Jehovah, on the authority of the correct reading of verse I, chapter 4, Genesis, in the original Hebrew text, and the rabbins teaching that Cain, the evil, was the son of Eve by Samael, the devil who took Adam's place, and the Talmud adding that the evil spirit, Satan, and Samael, the angel of death, are the same, Baba Batra, 1:6a, it becomes easy to see that Jehovah mankind, or Yahovah, and Satan, therefore the tempting serpent, are one and * dozens of the most erudite writers have sifted thoroughly the various meanings of the name Jehovah, with, and without the Masoretic points, and shown their multifarious bearings. The best of such works is the Source of Measures, the Hebrew-Egyptian Mystery F in the above-mentioned work, p. 233 ap. Verse 26 of the 4th chap. Of Genesis is correctly translated. Then men began to call themselves Jehovah, but less correctly explained, perhaps, as the last word ought to be written Ya male, Hova, female, to show that from that time the race of distinctly separate man and woman began. See for explanation the excellent pages of Appendix 7. Of the same work. 389 Jehovah Ophiomorphos. The same in every particular. There is no devil, no evil, outside mankind to produce a devil. Evil is a necessity in, and one of the supporters of the manifested universe. It is a necessity for progress and evolution, as night is necessary for the production of day, and death for that of life that man may live forever. Satan represents metaphysically simply the reverse or the polar opposite of everything in nature. He is the adversary, allegorically, the murderer, and the great enemy of all, because there is nothing in the whole universe that has not two sides, the reverses of the same metal. But in that case, light, goodness, beauty, etc., may be called Satan with as much propriety as the devil, since they are the adversaries of darkness, badness, and ugliness. And now the philosophy and the rationale of certain early Christian sects called heretical and viewed as the abomination of the times will become more comprehensible. We may understand how it was that the sect of Sataneans came to be degraded, and were anathematized without any hope of vindication in a future day, since they kept their tenets secret. How, on the same principle, the Cainites came to be degraded, and even the Judas Iscariotes, the true character of the treacherous apostle having never been correctly presented before the tribunal of humanity. As a direct consequence, the tenets of the Gnostic sects also become clear. Each of these sects was founded by an initiate, while their tenets were based on the correct knowledge of the symbolism of every nation. Thus it becomes comprehensible why Ildebaoth was regarded by most of them as the god of Moses, and was held as a proud, ambitious, and impure spirit, who had abused his power by usurping the place of the highest God, though he was no better, and in some respects far worse than his brethren Elohim, the latter representing the all-embracing, manifested deity only in their collectivity, since they were the fashioners of the first differentiations of the primary cosmic substance for the creation of the phenomenal universe. Therefore Jehovah was called by the Gnostics the creator of, and one with Ophiomorphos, the serpent, Satan, or evil. See Isis Unveiled, 2, 184. They taught that Turbo and Adonai were names of Jehovah, who is an emanation of Ildebaoth, Codex Nazarcius. See Part 2, The Fallen Angels. This amounted in their language to saying what the rabbins expressed in a more veiled way, by stating that Cain had been generated by Samael or Satan. In demonology, Satan is the leader of the opposition in hell, the monarch of which was Beelzebub. He belongs to the fifth kind or class of demons, of which there are 9 according to medieval demonology, and he is at the head of witches and sorcerers. But see in the text the true meaning of Baphomet, the goat-headed Satan, one with Azachael, the scapegoat of Israel. Nature is the God Pan. 390 The secret doctrine. The fallen angels are made in every ancient system the prototypes of fallen men allegorically, and, those men themselves esoterically. Thus the Elohim of the hour of creation became the Beni Elohim, the sons of God, among whom is Satan in the Semitic traditions, war in heaven between 3 Ta'ana and Azidahaka, the destroying serpent, ends on earth, according to Bernouv, in the battle of pious men against the power of evil, of the Iranians with the Aryan Brahmins of India. And the conflict of the gods with the Asuras is repeated in the great war the Mahabharata. In the latest religion of all, Christianity, all the combatants, gods and demons, adversaries in both the camps, are now transformed into dragons and satans, simply in order to connect evil personified with the serpent of Genesis, and thus prove the new dogma *. Noah was a Kabir, hence he must have been a demon. It matters little whether it is Isis, or Ceres the Kabiria or again the Kabiri, who have taught men agriculture, but it is very important to prevent fanatics from monopolizing all the facts in history and legend, and from fathering their distortions of truth, history, and legend upon one man. Noah is either a myth along with the others, or one whose legend was built upon the Kabirian or Titanic tradition, as taught in Samothrace, he has, therefore, no claim to be monopolized by either Jew or Christian. If, as Faber tried to demonstrate at such cost of learning and research, Noah is an Atlantean and a Titan, and his family are the Kabiri or pious Titans, etc., then biblical chronology falls by its own weight, and along with it all the patriarchs, the antediluvian and pre-Atlantean Titans. As now discovered and proven, Cain is Mars, the god of power and generation, and of the first, sexual, bloodshed. Tubal Cain is a Kabir, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, or if this will please better, he is one with Hephaestos. Or Vulcan, Jabal is taken from the Kabiri instructors in agriculture, such as have cattle, and Jubal is the father of all those who handle the harp, he, or they who fabricated the harp for Cronus and the trident for Poseidon. $*Vide for further details upon the satanic myth. Part H on symbolism, in this volume. F as he is also Vulcan or Vulcane, the greatest god with the later Egyptians, and the greatest Kabir. The god of time was Khayyam in Egypt, or Saturn, or Seth, and Chiron is the same as Cain. $See Strabo, comparing them to the Cyclopes 14. P 653 ETSEQ, Kalim in Del, 31 Stat Silo. 4, 6, 47, etc., etc. 391 The Flood Legends. The history or fables about the mysterious Telchines fables echoing each and all the archaic events of our esoteric teachings furnish us with a key to the origin of Cain's genealogy. Genesis, ch. 3, they give the reason why the Roman Catholic Church identifies the accursed blood of Cain and Ham with sorcery, and makes it responsible for the deluge. Were not the Telchines, it is argued, the mysterious iron workers of Rhodes, they who were the first to raise statues to the gods, furnish them with weapons, and men with magic arts? And is it not they who were destroyed by a deluge at the command of Zeus, as the Cainites were by that of Jehovah? The Telchines are simply the Kabiri and the Titans, in another form. They are the Atlanteans also. Like Lemnos and Samothrace, says Descartes, Rhodes, the birthplace of the Telchines, is an island of volcanic formation. Genii of Fire, p. 271, the island of Rhodes emerged suddenly out of the seas, after having been previously engulfed by the ocean, say the traditions. Like Samothrace, of the Kabiri, it is connected in the memory of men with the flood legends. As enough has been said on this subject, however, it may be left for the present. But we may add a few more words about Noah, the Jewish representative of nearly every pagan god in one or another character. The Homeric songs contain, poetized, all the later fables about the patriarchs, who are all sidereal, cosmic, and numerical symbols and signs. The attempt to disconnect the two genealogies, those of Seth and Cain *, and the further attempt, as futile, to show them real, historical men, has only led to more serious inquiries into the history of the past, and to discoveries which have damaged forever the supposed revelation. For instance, the identity of Noah and Melchizedek being established, the further identity of Melchizedek, or Father Sadoc, with Cronus Saddam is proved also. That it is so may be easily demonstrated. It is not denied by any of the Christian writers. Bryant, see Analysis of Ancient Mythology, Volume 2, p. 760, concurs with all those who are of opinion, that Sadoc, or * nothing could be more awkward and childish, we say, than this fruitless attempt to disconnect the genealogies of Cain and of Seth, or to conceal the identity of names under a different spelling. Thus, Cain has a son Enoch, and Seth a son Enoch also, Enos, ch. Anak, Hanok. One may do what one likes with Hebrew unvoweled names. In the Cainite line, Enoch begets Irad, Irad Mehujael, the latter Methusael, and Methusael, Lamech. In the Sthite line, Enoch begets Cainan, and this one Mahalalel, a variation on Mehujael, who gives birth to Yered, or Irad, Jared to Enoch, number 3, who produces Methuselah, from Methusael, and finally Lamech closes the list. Now all these are symbols, Kabbalistically, of solar and lunar years, of astronomical periods, and of physiological, phallic, functions, just as in any other pagan symbolical creed. This has been proven by a number of writers. 392 The Secret Doctrine. Seti, was the patriarch Noah, as also Melchizedek, and that the name by which he is called, or Seti, corresponds to the character given of him in Genesis, chap. 6, 9. He was, Seti, a just man, and perfect in his generation. All science and every useful art were attributed to him, and through his sons transmitted to posterity. See New Encyclopedia B.V. Abraham Rees, F.R.S. Now it is Sanconiathon, who informs the world that the Kabiri were the sons of Siddiq or Zedek, Melchizedek. True enough, this information, having descended to us through Eusebius, Preparatio Evangelica, may be regarded with a certain amount of suspicion, as it is more than likely that he dealt with Sanconiathon's works as he has with Manetho's synchronistic tables. But let us suppose that the identification of Siddiq, Cronus, or Saturn with Noah and Melchizedek, is based on one of the Eusebian pious hypotheses. Let us accept it as such, along with Noah's characteristic as a just man, and his supposed duplicate, the mysterious Melchizedek, king of Salem, and priest of the high God, after his own order, see Hebrews, ch. b6, and 7. LSEQ, and finally, having seen what they all were spiritually, astronomically, psychically, and cosmically, let us now see what they became rabbinically and Kabbalistically. Speaking of Adam, Cain, Mars, etc., as personifications, we find the author of The Source of Measures enunciating our very esoteric teachings in his Kabbalistic researches. Thus he says, now Mars was the lord of birth and of death, of generation and of destruction, of plowing, of building, of sculpture or stone cutting, of architecture. In fine, of all arts. He was the primeval principle, disintegrating into the modification of two opposites for production. Astronomically, he held the birthplace of the day and year, the place of its increase of strength, Aries, and likewise the place of its death, Scorpio. He held the house of Venus, and that of the Scorpion. He, as birth, was good, as death, was evil. As good, he was light, as bad, he was night. As good, he was man, as bad, he was woman. He held the cardinal points, and as Cain, or Vulcan, or Pater Seti, or Melchizedek, he was lord of the ecliptic, or *, the Aeolian name of Mars was A\6U, and the Greek Ares, A\H, is a name over the etymological significance of which, philologists and Indianists, Greek and Sanskrit scholars have vainly worked to this day. Very strangely, Max Muller connects both the names Mars and Ares with the Sanskrit root mar, whence he traces their derivation, and from which, he says, the name of Maruts, the storm gods, comes. Welker, however, offers more correct etymologies. See Greech. Gerterler, 415. However it may be, etymologies of roots and words alone will never yield the esoteric meaning fully, though they may help to useful guesses. As the same author shows, the very name Vulcane appears in the reading, for in the first words, of chapter 4. Genesis, 5, is to be found Vulcane, or Vulcane, agreeably to the deepened U sound of the letter Van. Out of its immediate context, it may be read as and the god Cain, or Vulcane. If, however, anything is wanting to confirm the Cain-Vulcane idea, Furs says, W. Cain, the iron point of a lance, a smith, blacksmith, inventor of sharp iron tools and smith work, p. 278, 393 The Legends of Iran. Balance, or line of adjustment, and therefore was the just one. The ancients held to there being 7 planets, or great gods, growing out of 8, and Pater Sadik, the just or right one, was lord of the 8th, which was Mater Terra. Source of measures, p. 186-70. This makes their functions plain enough after they had been degraded, and establishes the identity. The Noachian deluge, as described in its dead letter and within the period of biblical chronology, having been shown to have never existed, the pious, but very arbitrary supposition of Bishop Cumberland has but to follow that deluge into the land of fiction. Indeed, it seems rather fanciful to any impartial observer to be told that there were 2 distinct races of Kabiri, the first consisting of Ham and Mizraim, whom he conceives to be Jupiter and Dionysus of Nazius; the second, of the children of Shem, are the Kabiri of Sakhanistikon, while their father Sydyk is consequently the scriptural Shem. Append, Decaberus, AP Origent p. 364, 376, and the latter statement on p. 357. The Kabirim, the mighty ones, are identical with our primeval Dhyan Kohans, with the corporeal and the incorporeal Pitris, and with all the rulers and instructors of the primeval races, which are referred to as the gods and kings of the divine dynasties. The oldest Persian traditions about the polar, and the submerged continents. Legendary lore could not distort facts so effectually as to reduce them to unrecognizable shape. Between the traditions of Egypt and Greece on the one hand, and Persia on the other, a country ever at war with the former, there is too great a similarity of figures and numbers to allow such coincidence to be due to simple chance. This was well proven by Bailey. Let us pause for a moment to examine these traditions from every available source, to compare the better those of the Magi with the so-called Grecian fables. Those legends have now passed into popular tales. The folklore of Persia, as many a real fiction, has found its way into our universal history. The stories of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table are also fairy tales to all appearance, yet they are based on facts, and pertain to the history of England. Why should not the folklore of Iran be part and parcel of the history and the prehistoric events of Atlantis? That folklore says as follows, 394. The Secret Doctrine. Before the creation of Adam, 2 races lived and succeeded each other on earth, the Devs who reigned 7,000 years, and the Paris, the Ists, who reigned but 2,000, during the existence of the former. The Devs were giants, strong and wicked, the Paris were smaller in stature, but wiser and kinder. Here we recognize the Atlantean giants and the Aryans, or the Rakshasas of the Ramayana and the children of Bharatavarsha, or India, the ante and the post-diluvians of the Bible. Jun, or rather Nun, true or occult wisdom and knowledge, also called Gian ben Gian, or wisdom, son of wisdom, was the king of the Paris. He had a shield as famous as that of Achilles, only instead of serving against an enemy in war, it served as a protection against black magic, the sorcery of the Devs. Gian ben Gian had reigned 2,000 years when Iblis, the devil, was permitted by God to defeat the Devs and scatter them to the other end of the world. Even the magic shield, which, produced on the principles of astrology, destroyed charms, enchantments, and bad spells, could not prevail against Iblis, who was an agent of fate, or karma. They count 10 kings in their last metropolis called Canuum, and make the 10th, Kimurath, identical with the Hebrew Adam. These kings answer to the 10 antediluvian generations of kings as given by Beresis. Distorted as those legends are now found, one can hardly fail to identify them with the Chaldean, Egyptian, Greek, and even Hebrew traditions. The latter, disdaining in its exclusiveness to speak of pre-Adamite nations, yet allows these to be clearly inferred, by sending out Cain, one of the 2 only living men on earth, into the land of Nod, where he gets married and builds a city, Gen. 4, etc. Now if we compare the 9,000 years mentioned by the Persian tales with the 9,000 years, which Plato declared had passed since the submersion of the last Atlantis, a very strange fact is made apparent. Bailey remarked, but distorted it by his interpretation. The secret doctrine may restore the figures to their true meaning. First of all, we read in Critias that one must remember that 9,000 years have elapsed since the War of the Nations, which lived above and outside the Pillars of Hercules, and those which peopled the lands on this side. Some derive the word from Paras, which produced Pars, Persia, Pars, but it may be equally derived from Pitar or Pitris, the Hindu progenitors of the fifth race, the fathers of wisdom or the sons of will and yoga, who were called Pitar, as were the divine Pitars of the first race. FC for these traditions the collection of Persian legends, in Russian, Georgian, Armenian, and Persian, Herbalist narrative legends Persanes, Bibliothèque Orientale, p. 298, 387, etc., and Danville's Memoirs. We give in a condensed narrative that which is scattered in hundreds of volumes in European and Asiatic languages, as well as in oral traditions. 395 Esoteric chronology. In Timsur's Plato says the same. The secret doctrine declaring that most of the later islander Atlanteans perished in the interval between 850,000 and 700,000 years ago, and that the Aryans were 200,000 years old when the first great island or continent was submerged, there hardly seems any reconciliation possible between the figures. But there is, in truth. Plato, being an initiate, had to use the veiled language of the sanctuary, and so had the Magi of Chaldea and Persia, through whose exoteric revelations the Persian legends were preserved and passed to posterity. Thus, one finds the Hebrews calling a week 7 days, and a week of years when each of its days represents 360 solar years, and the whole week is 2,520 years, in fact. They had a sabbatical week, a sabbatical year, etc., etc., and their Sabbath lasted indifferently 24 hours or 24,000 years in their secret calculations of the sods. We of the present times call an age a century. They of Plato's day, the initiated writers, at any rate, meant by a millennium, not 1,000 but 100,000 years. Hindus, more independent than any, never concealed their chronology. Thus, when saying 9,000 years, the initiates will read 900,000 years, during which space of time i.e., from the first appearance of the Aryan race, when the Pliocene portions of the once great Atlantis began gradually sinking and other continents to appear on the surface, down to the final disappearance of Plato's small island of Atlantis, the Aryan races had never ceased to fight with the descendants of the first giant races. This war lasted till nearly the close of the age which preceded the Kali Yuga, and was the Mahabharatian war so famous in Indian history. Such blending of the events and epochs, and the bringing down of hundreds of thousands into thousands of years, does not interfere with the numbers of years that had elapsed, according to the statement made by the Egyptian priests to Solon, since the destruction of the last portion of Atlantis. The 9,000 years were the correct figures given. The latter event has never been kept a secret, and had only faded out of the memory of the Greeks. The Egyptians had their records complete, because isolated, for, being surrounded by sea and desert, they had been left untrammeled by other nations, till about a few millenniums before our era. History, for the first time, catches a glimpse of Egypt and its great mysteries through Herodotus, if we do not take into account the Bible, and its queer chronology, and how little Herodotus could tell is the main continent perished in the Miocene times, as already stated. From Bede downwards all the chronologists of the Church have differed among themselves, and contradicted each other. The chronology of the Hebrew text has been grossly altered, especially in the interval next after the deluge. Says Whiston, Old Test, p. 20. 396 The secret doctrine. Confessed by himself when speaking of a mysterious tomb of an initiate at Sais, in the sacred precinct of Minerva. There, he says, behind the chapel, is the tomb of one, whose name I consider it impious to divulge. In the enclosure stand large obelisks and there is a lake near, surrounded with a stone wall formed in a circle. In this lake they perform by night, that person's adventures, which they call mysteries, on these matters, however, though I am accurately acquainted with the particulars of them, I must observe a discreet silence. 170. On the other hand, it is well to know that no secret was so well preserved and so sacred with the ancients, as that of their cycles and computations. From the Egyptians down to the Jews it was held as the highest sin to divulge anything pertaining to the correct measure of time. It was for divulging the secrets of the gods, that Tantalus was plunged into the infernal regions. The keepers of the sacred Sibylline books were threatened with the death penalty for revealing a word from them. Sigillions, images of Harpocrates, were in every temple, especially in those of Isis and Serapis, each pressing a finger to the lips, while the Hebrews taught that to divulge, after initiation into the rabbinical mysteries, the secrets of Kabbalah, was like eating of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, it was punishable by death. And yet, we Europeans accepted the exoteric chronology of the Jews. What wonder that it has influenced and colored ever since all our conceptions of science and the duration of things. The Persian traditions, then, are full of two nations or races, now entirely extinct, as some think, whereas, they are only transformed. They are ever speaking of, and describing the mountains of Kaf-Aristan, which contain a gallery built by the giant Argeek, wherein the statues of the ancient men under all their forms are preserved. They call them Suleymans, Solomons, or the wise kings of the East, and count 72 kings of that name. 3 among them reigned for 1,000 years each. Elit, p. 829. Siamek, the beloved son of Kimurath, Adam, their first king, died murdered by his giant brother. The father had a perpetual fire preserved on the tomb which contained his cremated ashes, hence the origin of fire worship, as some Orientalists think. Then came Hushenk, the prudent and the wise. It was his dynasty which rediscovered metals and precious stones, which had been concealed by the devs or giants in the bowels of the earth, how to make brasswork, to cut canals, and improve agriculture. As usual, it is Hushenk, again, who is credited with having written the work called thence King Solomon, whose traces are nowhere to be found outside of the Bible, and the description of whose magnificent palace and city dovetail with those of the Persian tales, though they were unknown to all pagan travelers, even to Herodotus. 397 The Persian Phoenix. Eternal wisdom, and even with having built the cities of Lus, Babylon, and Ispahan, though they were built ages later. But as modern Delhi is built on 6 other older cities, so these just named cities may be built on emplacements of other cities of an immense antiquity. As to his date, it can only be inferred from another legend. In the same tradition that wise prince is credited with having made war against the giants on a 12-legged horse, whose birth is attributed to the amours of a crocodile with a female hippopotamus. This Cloclacape was found on the dry island or new continent. Much force and cunning had to be used to secure the wonderful animal, but no sooner had Hushenk mounted him, than he defeated every enemy. No giants could withstand his tremendous power. Notwithstanding, this king of kings was killed by an enormous rock thrown at him by the giants from the great mountains of Damavand. Tamurath is the third king of Persia, this Saint George of Iran, the knight who always has the best of, and who kills, the dragon. He is the great enemy of the devs who, in his day, dwelled in the mountains of Kaf, and occasionally made raids on the Paris. The old French chronicles of the Persian folklore call him the Derbend, the conqueror of the giants. He, too, is credited with having founded Babylon, Nineveh, Diarbek, etc., etc. Like his grandsire Hushenk, Tamuraz, also had his steed, only far more rare and rapid, a bird called Simorgank. A marvelous bird, in truth, intelligent, a polyglot, and even very religious. See Orient. Collect, 2, 119. What says that Persian phoenix? It complains of its old age, for it is cycles and cycles before the days of Adam, also Kimurath. It has witnessed the revolutions of long centuries. It has seen the birth and the close of 12 cycles of 7,000 years each, which multiplied esoterically will give us again 840,000 years, f. Orient. Collect, 2, 119 ETSEQ. Simorg is bomb with the last deluge of the pre-Adamites, says the Romance of Simorg and the Good Caliph. Tales of Derbent. What says the Book of Numbers? Esoterically, Adam Rishon is the lunar spirit, Jehovah, in a sense, or the Pitris, and his 3 sons Cain, Habel, and Seth represent the 3 races, as already explained. Noah's Asuthris represents in his turn, in the cosmogeological key, the 3rd race separated, and his 3 sons, its last 3 races, Ham, moreover, symbolizing that race which uncovered the nakedness of the parent race, and of the mindless, i.e., committed sin. Orient. Trad, p. 454. See also Bailey's Lettres sur Atlantide f. Remember that the rabbins teach that there are to be 7 successive renewals of the globe, that each will last 7,000 years, the total duration being thus 49,000 years, see Rabbi Parch's will, also Keneally's Book of God. p. 176. This refers to 7 rounds, 7 root races and sub-races, the truly occult figures, though sorely confused. 398 The Secret Doctrine. Tom Urith visits on his winged steed, Ahriman, the mountains of Koh or Kaf. He finds there the Paris ill-treated by the giants, and slays Arjun, and the giant Damrushch. Then he liberates the good Peri, Mrjana *, whom Damrushch had kept as a prisoner, and takes her over to the dry island, i.e., the new continent of Europe. After him came Gyamshid, who builds Ezekikar, or Persepolis. This king reigns 700 years, and believes himself, in his great pride, immortal, and demands divine honors. Fate punishes him, he wanders for 100 years in the world under the name of Dhulkarnain the Two-Horned. But this epithet has no connection with the two-horned gentleman of the cloven foot. The two-homed is the epithet given in Asia, uncivilized enough to know nothing of the attributes of the devil, to those conquerors who have subdued the world from the east to the west. Then come the usurper Zohak, and Faridun, one of the Persian heroes, who vanquishes the former, and shuts him up in the mountains of Damavend. These are followed by many others down to Kaikobad, who founded a new dynasty. Such is the legendary history of Persia, and we have to analyze it. What are the mountains of Kaf to begin with? Whatever they may be in their geographical status, whether they are the Caucasian or Central Asian mountains, it is far beyond these mountains to the north, that legend places the Devs and Paris, the latter the remote ancestors of the Parses or Farses. Oriental tradition is ever referring to an unknown glacial, gloomy sea, and to a dark region, within which, nevertheless, are situated the fortunate islands, wherein bubbles, from the beginning of life on earth, the fountain of life, Herb Ellet, p. 593, Armenian Tales, p. 35. But the legend asserts, moreover, that a portion of the first dry island, continent, having detached itself from the main body, has remained, since then, beyond the mountains of Koh, the stony girdle that surrounds the world. A journey of 7 months' duration will bring him who is possessed of Solomon's ring to that fountain, if he keeps on journeying north straight before him as the bird flies. Journeying therefore from Persia straight north, will bring one along the 60th degree of longitude, holding to the west, to Nova Zembla, and from the Caucasus to the eternal ice beyond the Arctic Circle would land one between 60 and 45 degrees of longitude, or between Nova Zembla and Spitzbergen. This, of course, if one has the dodecaptian horse of Morgan, or Morgana, the fairy sister of King Arthur, is thus shown of Oriental descent. Where we find her, indeed, in Great Britain, in the romance of the Knights of the Round Table. Whence the identity of name and fairyhood, if both heroines did not symbolize the same historical event which had passed into a legend. 399 The Arctic continent. Hushenk, or the winged Simorg of Tamurath, or Tamuraz, upon which to cross over the Arctic Ocean. Nevertheless, the wandering songsters of Persia and the Caucasus will maintain, to this day, that far beyond the snow-capped summits of Cap, or Caucasus, there is a great continent now concealed from all. That it is reached by those who can secure the services of the 12-legged progeny of the crocodile and the female hippopotamus, whose legs become at will 12 wings or by those who have the patience to wait for the good pleasure of Simorgank, who promised that before she dies she will reveal the hidden continent to all, and make it once more visible and within easy reach, by means of a bridge, which the ocean devs will build between that portion of the dry island and its severed parts. This relates, of course, to the seventh race, Simorg being the Manvantaric cycle. It is very curious that Cosmas Indicopoulos, who lived in the 6th century AD, should have always maintained that man was Bam, and dwelt at first in a country beyond the ocean, a proof of which had been given him in India, by a learned Chaldean, Cosmas Indicopoulos in Collect. Nova Patrum, 1. 2, p. 188, also see Journ. Des Savants, Sup 1707, p. 20. He says, the lands we live in are surrounded by the ocean, but beyond that ocean there is another land which touches the walls of the sky, and it is in this land that man was created and lived in paradise. During the deluge, Noah was carried in his ark into the land his posterity now inhabits. Ibid, the 12-legged horse of Hushenk was found on that continent named the Dry Island. Supra, p. 154. The Christian topography of Cosmas Indicopoulos and its merits are well known, but here the good father repeats a universal tradition, now, moreover, corroborated by facts. Every Arctic traveler suspects a continent or a dry island beyond the line of eternal ice. Perhaps now the meaning of the following passage from one of the commentaries may become clearer. To this day the aborigines of Caucasus speak of their mountains as Kafkaz, using the consonant P instead of the usual V, Kavkaz or Caucasus. But their bards say that it requires 7 months for a swift horse to reach the dry land beyond Kaf, holding north without ever deviating from one's way. F. Bailey thought he saw in this horse a 12-oared ship. The secret doctrine teaches that the early third race built boats and flotillas before it built houses. But the horse, though a much later animal, has, nevertheless, a more occult primitive meaning. The crocodile and the hippopotamus were held sacred and represented divine symbols, both with the ancient Egyptians and with the Mexicans. Poseidon is, in Homer, the god of the horse, and assumes that form himself to please Ceres. Arion, their progeny, is one of the aspects of that horse, which is a cycle. The severed parts must be Norway and other lands in the neighborhood of the Arctic Circle. 400 The secret doctrine. In the first beginnings human life, the only dry land was on the right end asterisk of the sphere, where it, the globe, is motionless. The whole earth was one vast watery desert, and the waters were tepid. There man was born on the 7 zones of the immortal, the indestructible of the Manvantara. There was eternal spring in darkness. But, that which is darkness to the man of today, was light to the man of his dawn. There, the gods rested, and Fahad reigns ever since. Thus the wise fathers say that man is born in the head of his mother, earth, and that her feet at the left end generated, begot, the evil winds that blow from the mouth of the lower dragon. Between the first and second races, the eternal centered land was divided by the water of life. 7. It flows around and animates her, Mother Earth's, body. Its one end issues from her head, it becomes foul at her feet, the southern pole. It gets purified, on its return, to her heart which beats under the foot of the sacred Shambhala, which then, in the beginnings, was not yet born. For it is in the belt of man's dwelling, the earth, that lies consected the life and health of all that lives and breathes percent during the first and second races, the belt was covered with the great waters. But, the great mother travailed under the waves and a new land was joined to the first one which our wise men call the headgear, the cap. She travailed harder for the third race, and her waist and navel appeared above the asterisk. The two poles are called the right and left ends of our globe, the right being the North Pole or the head and feet of the earth. Every beneficent, astral and cosmic, action comes from the north, every lethal influence from the South Pole. They are much connected with and influence right and left hand magic. The more one approaches the poles the less rotation is felt, at the poles proper, the diurnal revolution is quite neutralized. Thence the expression that the sphere is motionless. It is averred in occultism that the land or island, which crowns the North Pole like a skull cap, is the only one which prevails during the whole manvantara of our round. All the central continents and lands will emerge from the sea bottom many times in turn, but this land will never change. Bear in mind that the Vedic and Avestian name of Fahad is Apamnapat. In the Avesta he stands between the fiery Azotas and the water Yazatas. The literal meaning is son of the waters, but these waters are not the liquid we know, but ether, the fiery waters of space. Fahad is the son of ether in its highest aspect, Akasa, the mother-father of the primitive seven, and of sound or logos. Fahad is the light of the latter. See Book I. This water is the blood or fluid of life which animates the earth, compared here to a living body. Occult teaching corroborates the popular tradition which asserts the existence of a fountain of life in the bowels of the earth and in the North Pole. It is the blood of the earth, the electromagnetic current, which circulates through all the arteries, and which is said to be found stored in the navel of the earth. 401. The unreachable land. Water. It was the belt, the sacred Himavat, which stretches around the world. She broke toward the setting sun from her neck downward, to the southwest, into many lands and islands, but the eternal land, the cap, broke not asunder. Dry lands covered the face of the silent waters to the four sides of the world. All these perished, in their turn. Then appeared the abode of the wicked, the Atlantis. The eternal land was now hid, for the waters became solid, frozen, under the breath of her nostrils and the evil wines from the dragon's mouth, etc., etc. This shows that Northern Asia is as old as the second race. One may even say that Asia is contemporary with man, since from the very beginnings of human life its root continent, so to speak, already existed, that part of the world now known as Asia being only cut off from it in a later age, and divided by the glacial waters. If, then, the teaching is understood correctly, the first continent which came into existence capped over the whole North Pole like one unbroken crust, and remains so to this day, beyond that inland sea which seemed like an unreachable mirage to the few Arctic travelers who perceived it. During the second race more land emerged from under the waters as a continuation of the head from the neck. Beginning on both hemispheres, on the line above the most northern part of Spitsbergen on * occultism points to the Himalayan chain as that belt, and maintains that whether under the water or above, it encircles the globe. The navel is described as situated to the setting sun or to the west of the Himavat in which lie the roots of Meru, which mountain is north of the Himalaya. Meru is not the fabulous mountain in the navel or center of the earth, but its roots and foundations are in that navel, though it is in the far north itself. This connects it with the central land that never perishes, the land in which the day of the mortal lasts 6 months and his night another 6 months. As the Vishnu Purana has it, for the north of Meru there is, therefore, always night during day in other regions, for Meru is north of all the Dwipas and Varshas, islands and countries. Book 2, Chap. 8. Meru is therefore neither on Atlas as Wilford suggests, nor, as Wilson tried to show, absolutely in the center of the globe, only because relatively with the inhabitants of the several portions, to all of whom the east is that quarter where the sun first appears. Even the commentaries do not refrain from oriental metaphor. The globe is likened to the body of a woman, Mother Earth. From her neck downward, means from the inland sea now beyond the impassable barrier of ice. The earth, as Parasaras says, is the mother and nurse, augmented with all creatures and their qualities, the comprehender of all the worlds. For the stanzas call this locality by a term translated in the commentary as a place of no latitude, Naraksha, the abode of the gods. As a scholiast says from the Surya Siddhanta, above this, the Siddha, goes the sun when situated at the equinoxes, they have neither equinoctial shadow nor elevation of the pole, Akshanati, v. 42, in both directions from these are two pole stars, Dhruvatara, fixed in the midst of the sky, to those who are situated in places of no latitude, Naraksha, both these have their place in the horizon. Hence there is, on that land, no elevation of the poles, the two pole stars being situated in their horizon, but their degrees of colatitude, Lambeka, are 90, at Meru the degrees of latitude, Aksha, are of the same number. 43 and 44. 402 The Secret Doctrine. Mercator's projection, on our side, it may have included, on the American side, the localities that are now occupied by Baffin's Bay and the neighboring islands and promontories. There it hardly reached, southward, the 70th degree of latitude. Here it formed the horseshoe continent of which the commentary speaks, of the two ends of which, one included Greenland with a prolongation which crossed the 50th degree a little southwest, and the other Kamchatka, the two ends being united by what is now the northern fringe of the coasts of eastern and western Siberia. This broke asunder and disappeared. In the early part of the third race Lemuria was formed, Vide Supra. When it was destroyed in its turn, Atlantis appeared. Western speculations, founded on the Greek and Puranic traditions. Thus it becomes natural to find that, on even such meager data as have reached the profane historian, Rudbeck, a Swedish scientist, tried to prove about 2 centuries ago that Sweden was the Atlantis of Plato. He thought, even, that he had found in the configuration of ancient UPS the situation and measurements given by the Greek sage of the capital of Atlantis. As Bailey proved, Rudbeck was mistaken, but so was Badley likewise, and still more. For Sweden and Norway had formed part and parcel of ancient Lemuria, and also of Atlantis on the European side, just as eastern and western Siberia and Kamchatka had belonged to it, on the Asiatic. Only, once more, when was it? We can find it out approximately only by studying the Puranas, if we will have naught to do with the secret teachings. 3/4 of a century have already elapsed since Captain, now Colonel, Wilford brought forward his fanciful theories about the British Islands being the White Island, the Atala of the Puranas. This was sheer nonsense, as the Atala is one of the 7 Dwipas, or islands, belonging to the Nether Lokas, one of the 7 regions of Patala, the Antipodes. Moreover, as Wilford * shows, the Puranas place it on * Wilford makes many mistakes. He identifies, for instance, Svetadwipa, the White Island, the island in the northern part of Toyamhudi, with England, and then tries to identify it with Atala, a nether region, and Atlantis. Now the former is the abode of Vishnu, exoterically, and Atala is a hell. He also places it in the Euxine or Ikshu, Black Sea, and then seems to connect it, in another place, with Africa and Atlas. 403 Orientalists in the wrong box. The 7th zone or 7th climate, rather, on the 7th measure of heat, which thus locates it between the latitudes of 24 and 28 degrees north. It is then to be sought on the same degree as the Tropic of Cancer, whereas England is between the 50th and 60th degrees of latitude. Wilford speaks of it as Atala, Atlantis, the White Island. And in Vol. 8 of Journal of Asiatic Researches, p. 280, its enemy is called the White Devil, the demon of terror. For he says, in there, the Hindu and Mahomedan romances, we see Kaikous going to the mountain of Asburjay, at the foot of which the sun sets, to fight the Dev Cephid, or White Devil, the Taradatya of the Puranas, whose abode was on the seventh stage of the world, answering to the seventh zone of the Buddhists, or the White Island. Now here the Orientalists have been, and are still, facing the Sphinx's riddle, the wrong solution of which will ever destroy their authority, if not their persons, in the eyes of every Hindu scholar, even those who are not initiates. For there is not a statement in the Puranas on the conflicting details of which Wilford based his speculations which has not several meanings, and does not apply to both the physical and the metaphysical worlds. If the old Hindus divided the face of the globe geographically into 7 zones, climates, dwipas, and into 7 hells and 7 heavens, allegorically, that measure of 7 did not apply in both cases to the same localities. It is the North Pole, the country of Meru, which is the 7th division, as it answers to the 7th principle, or 4th metaphysically, of the occult calculation, for it represents the region of Atma, of pure soul, and spirituality. Hence Pushkara is shown as the 7th zone, or Dwipa, which encompasses the Kshira ocean, or ocean of milk, the ever-frozen white region, in the Vishnu, and other, Puranas Book 2 ch. 4, and Pushkara, with its 2 varshas, lies directly at the foot of Meru. For it is said that the 2 countries north and south of Meru are shaped like a bow, and that one half of the surface of the earth is on the south of Meru and the other half on the north of Meru, beyond which is half of Pushkara, Vishnu Purdna, Asiatic Researches, etc. Geographically, then, Pushkara is America, northern and southern, and allegorically it is the prolongation of Jambudwipa * in the middle of * every name in the Puranas has to be examined at least under 2 aspects, geographically, and metaphysically, in its allegorical application, e.g., Nila, the blue mountain which is one of the boundaries to the north of Meru, is again to be sought geographically in a mountain range in Orissa, and again in a mountain quite different from the others, in western Africa. Jambudwipa is Vishnu's dominion, the world, limited in the Puranas to our globe, the region which contains Meru only, and again it is divided to contain Bharatavarsha, India, its best division, and the fairest, says Parasara. Likewise with Pushkara and all others. 404 The secret doctrine, which stands Meru, for it is the country inhabited by beings who live 10,000 years, who are free from sickness or failing, where there is neither virtue nor vice, caste or laws, for these men are of the same nature as the gods. Vishnu Purana, Book 2. Ch. 4. Wilford is inclined to see Meru in Mount Atlas, and locates there also the Lokalokas. Now Meru, we are told, which is the Swarloka, the abode of Brahma, of Vishnu, and the Olympus of Indian exoteric religions, is described geographically as passing through the middle of the earth globe, and protruding on either side. See Arya Siddhanta, v5, Whitney's trans. On its upper station are the gods, on the nether, or south pole, is the abode of demons, hells. How can then Meru be Mount Atlas? Besides which, Taradatya, a demon, cannot be placed on the 7th zone if the latter is identified with the White Island, which is Svetadwipa, for reasons given in the footnote. Vide infra. Wilford accuses the Modam Brahmins of having jumbled them, islands and countries, all together, AR 300, but he jumbled them still more. He believes that as the Brahmanda and Vayu Puranas divide the old continent into 7 dwipas, said to be surrounded by a vast ocean, beyond which lie the regions and mountains of Atala, Ibid, hence most probably the Greeks divided the nation of Atlantis, which, as it could not be found after having once been discovered, they conceived to have been destroyed by some shock of nature. Finding certain difficulties in believing that the Egyptian priests, Plato, and even Homer, had all built their notions of Atlantis on Atala, a nether region located at the southern pole, we prefer holding to the statements given in the secret books. We believe in the 7 continents, 4 of which have already lived their day, the 5th still exists, and 2 are to appear in the future. We believe that each of these is not strictly a continent in the modem sense of the word, but that each name, from Jambu down to Pushkara * refers to the geographical names given, I, to the dry lands covering the face of the whole earth during the period of a root race, in general, and, 2, to what remained of these after a geological race, pralaya as Jambu, for instance, and, 3, to those localities which will enter, after the future cataclysms, into the formation of new universal continents, peninsulas or dwipas, each continent being, in one sense, a greater or smaller region of dry land surrounded with water. Thus, that whatever Jambu, Plaksha, Salmali, Kusa, Krunka, Saka, and Pushkara, such as Saka and Pushkara, for instance, which do not yet exist, but into which will enter such lands as some portions of America, of Africa, and Central Asia, with the Gobi region. Let us bear in mind that Upadwipas means root islands, or the dry land in general. 405 future continents, symbolized. Jumble. The nomenclature of these may represent to the profane, there is none, in fact, to him who has the key. Thus, we believe we know that, though two of the Puranic islands, the sixth and seventh continents, are yet to come, nevertheless there were, or there are, lands which will enter into the composition of the future dry lands, of new earths whose geographical faces will be entirely changed, as were those of the past. Therefore we find in the Puranas that Sakadwipa is, or will be, a continent, and that Sankadwipa, as shown in the Vayu Purana, is only a minor island, one of the 9 divisions, to which Vayu adds 6 more, of Bharatavarsha. Because Sankadwipa was peopled by Mlechchhas, unclean foreigners, who worshipped Hindu divinities, therefore they were connected with India. This accounts for Sankajara, a king of a portion of Sankadwipa, who was killed by Krishna, that king who resided in the palace which was an ocean shell, and whose subjects lived in shells also, says Wilford. On the banks of the Nile there were frequent contests between the Devatas, divine beings, demigods, and the Daityas, giants, but the latter tribe having prevailed, their king, Sankajara, who resided in the ocean, made frequent incursions in the night, as Res, Volume 3. 225, it is not on the banks of the Nile, but on the coasts of western Africa, south of where now lies Morocco, that these battles took place. There was a time when the whole of the Sahara Desert was a sea, then a continent as fertile as the delta, and then, only after another temporary submersion, it became a desert similar to that other wilderness, the desert of Shamu or Gobi. This is shown in Puranic tradition, for on the same page as above cited, it is said, the people were between 2 fires, for, while Sankajara was ravaging one side of the continent, Krunka or Krakacha, king of Krunk, used to desolate the other, both armies. Thus changed the most fertile regions into a savage desert. That not only the last island of Atlantis, spoken of by Plato, but a large continent, first divided, and then broken later on into 7 peninsulas and islands, called Dwipas, preceded Europe, is sure. It covered the whole of the North and South Atlantic regions, as well as portions of the North and South Pacific, and had islands even in the Indian Ocean, relics of Lemuria. The claim is corroborated by Indian Puranas, Greek writers, and Asiatic, Persian, and Mohammedan traditions. Wilford, who confuses sorely the Hindu and the Musalman legends, shows this, however, clearly. See Volume 8, X and 11 of *. They were called demons, asuras, giants, and monsters, because of their wickedness, and thus their country was likened to Atala, a hell, because of that. Not on the river Nile, surely, but near the Nila mountains of the Atlas range. 406 The Secret Doctrine. Asiatic researches. And his facts and quotations from the Puranas give direct and conclusive evidence that the Aryan Hindus and other ancient nations were earlier navigators than the Phoenicians, who are now credited with having been the first seamen that appeared in the post-Diluvian times. This is what is given in the Journal of the Asiatic Society, 111, pages 325, LSEQ, in their distress the few nations who survived, in the war between Davitas and Daityas, raised their hands to Bhagavan, let him who can deliver us be our king, using the word it, a magic term not understood by Wilford, evidently, which re-echoed through the whole country. Then comes a violent storm, the waters of the Kali are strangely agitated, when there appeared from the waves a man, afterwards called it, at the head of a numerous army, saying Abhayan, no fear, and scattered the enemy. The king it, explains Wilford, is a subordinate incarnation of Mrira, Mrikla, a form of Rudra, probably, who re-established peace and prosperity throughout all Sankadwipa, through Barbaradesa, Hisistan and Awaz then or Arabia, etc., etc. Surely, if the Hindu Puranas give a description of wars on continents and islands situated beyond Western Africa in the Atlantic Ocean, if their writers speak of barbarous and other people such as Arabs they who were never known to navigate, or cross the Kalapani, the black waters of the ocean, in the days of Phoenician navigation, then their Puranas must be older than those Phoenicians, placed at from 2000 to 3000 years BC. At any rate those traditions must have been older, as in the above accounts, writes an adept, the Hindus speak of this island as existing and in great power, it must, therefore, have been more than 11,000 years ago. But another calculation and proof may be adduced of the great antiquity of these Hindu Aryans who knew of, because they had once dwelt in it, and described the last surviving island of Atlantis, or rather of that remnant of the eastern portion of that continent which had says Wilford of the division of Atlantis and Bharata or India, confusing the two accounts and Priyavrata with Medhatithi, the division was made by Priyavrata. He had 10 sons, and it was his intention to divide the whole world. In the same manner Neptune divided Atlantis between his 10 sons. One of them had the extremity of the Atlantis, which is probably the old continent. This Atlantis was overwhelmed by a flood. And it seems that by Atlantis we should understand the antediluvian earth over which 10 princes were born to rule according to the mythology of the West, and of the East, also, but 7 only of them sat upon the throne. Vol. 3 p. 286. Some also are of opinion that of the 7 Dwipa 6 were destroyed by a flood, Volume 8 p. 367. Wilford takes it to be Gades, which included Spain, but it was Plato's island rather. 407 The puzzles of antiquity perished soon after the upheaval of the 2 Americas *, the 2 Varshas of Pushkara. This may be demonstrated, moreover, on an astronomical calculation by an adept who criticizes Wilford for recalling what the Orientalist had brought forward concerning the Mount Ashburjay at the foot of which the sun sets, where was the war between the Davitas and the Daityas. He says, we will consider, then, the latitude and longitude of the lost island, and of the remaining Mount Ashburjay. It was on the 7th stage of the world, i.e., in the 7th climate, which is between the latitude of 24 degrees and latitude 28 degrees north. This island, the daughter of the ocean, is frequently described as lying in the west, and the sun is represented as setting at the foot of its mountain, Ashburjay, Atlas, Tenerife, or Nila, no matter the name, and fighting the white devil of the White Island. Now, considering this statement from its astronomical aspect, and knowing that Krishna is the incarnated sun, Vishnu, a solar god, and that he is said to have ki lled dev cephid, the white giant, a possible personification of the ancient inhabitants at the foot of the Atlas, perchance Krishna may be only a representation of the vertical beams of the sun? Those inhabitants, the Atlantides, are, we have seen, accused by Diodorus of daily cursing the sun, and ever fighting his influence. This is an astronomical interpretation, of course. But it will now be proved that Sankajara, and Sanchadwipa, and all their history, is also geographically and ethnologic ally Plato's Atlantis in Hindu dress. It was just remarked that since, in the Puranic accounts, the island is still existing, then those accounts must be older than the 11,000 years elapsed since Sanchidwipa, or the Poseidones of Atlantis, disappeared. Is it not barely possible that Hindus should have known the island still earlier? Let us turn again to astronomical demonstrations, which make this quite plain if one assumes, according to the said adept, that at the time when the summer tropical calour passed through the Pleiades, when Cor Leonis would be upon the equator, and when Leo was vertical to Ceylon at sunset, then would Taurus be vertical to the island of Atlantis at noon. This explains, perhaps, why the Sinhalese, the heirs of the asterisk America, the New World is thus, though not much, older, still it is older than Europe, the Old World FFDIV or Devcephids, the Pterodatyas, abode was on the seventh stage, it is because he came from Pushkara, the Patala, antipodes, of India, or from America. The latter touched the walls, so to say, of Atlantis, before the latter sank finally. The word Patala, meaning both the antipodal countries and infernal regions, thus became synonymous in ideas and attributes as well as in name. 408 The secret doctrine. Rakshasas and giants of Lanka, and the direct descendants of Singha, or Leo, became connected with Sanchidwipa or Poseidones, Plato's Atlantis. Only, as shown by Mackey's Sphinxiad, this must have occurred about 23,000 years ago, astronomically, at which time the obliquity of the ecliptic must have been rather more than 27 degrees, and consequently Taurus must have passed over Atlantis or Sanchidwipa. And that it was so is clearly demonstrated. The sacred bull Nandi was brought from Bharata to Sancha to meet Rishava, Taurus, every Kulpa. But when those of the White Island, who descended originally from Svetadwipa, who had mixed with the Daityas, giants, of the land of iniquity, had become black with sin, then Nandi remained forever in the White Island, or Svetadwipa. Those of the fourth world race, lost Ahum say the commentaries. Asperge, or Asperge, whether the peak of Tenerife or not, was a volcano, when the sinking of the western Atala, or hell, began, and those who were saved told the tale to their children. Plato's Atlantis perished between water below and fire above, the great mountain vomiting flames all the while. The fire-vomiting monster survived alone out of the ruins of the unfortunate island. Do the Greeks, accused of borrowing a Hindu fiction, Atala, and inventing from it another, Atlantis, stand also accused of getting their geographical notions and the number 7 from them? Vide in Part 2 the several sections on the Septenate in nature. The famous Atlantis exists no longer, but we can hardly doubt that it did once, says Proclus, for Marcellus, who wrote a history of Ethiopian affairs, says that such, and so great an island once existed, and this is evidenced by those who composed histories relative to the external sea. For they relate that in this time there were 7 islands in the Atlantic Sea sacred to Proserpine, and besides these, 3 of immense magnitude, sacred to Pluto, Jupiter and Neptune. And, besides this, the inhabitants of the last island, Poseidones, preserved the memory of the prodigious magnitude of the Atlantic island as related by their ancestors, and of its governing for many periods all the islands in the Atlantic Sea. From this isle one may pass to other large asterisk. Neither Atlantis, nor yet Sanchidwipa, was ever called White Island. When tradition says that the White Island became black on account of the sins of people, it only means the denizens of the White Island, or Siddhapura, or Svetadwipa, who descended to the Atlantis of the third and fourth races, to inform the latter, and who, having incarnated, became black with sin, a figure of speech. All the avatars of Vishnu are said to come originally from the White Island. According to Tibetan tradition, the White Island is the only locality which escapes the general fate of other Dwipas and can be destroyed by neither fire nor water, for it is the eternal land. 409 What Marcellus says, islands beyond, which are not far from the firm land, near which is the true sea. These 7 Dwipas, inaccurately rendered islands, constitute, according to Marcellus, the body of the famous Atlantis, writes Wilford himself. This evidently shows that Atlantis is the old continent. The Atlantis was destroyed after a violent storm. This is well known to the Puranics, some of whom assert that in consequence of this dreadful convulsion of nature, 6 of the Dwipas disappeared. 11:27. Enough proofs have now been given to satisfy the greatest skeptic. Nevertheless, direct proofs based on exact science are also added. Volumes might be written, however, to no purpose for those who will neither see nor hear, except through the eyes and ears of their respective authorities. Hence the teaching of the Roman Catholic scholiasts, namely, that Hermon, the mount in the land of Mizpath meaning anathema, destruction is the same as Mount Armon. As a proof of this, Josephus is often quoted, as affirming that still in his own day enormous bones of giants were daily discovered on it. But it was the land of Balaam the prophet, whom the Lord loved well, and so mixed up are facts and personages in the said scholiast's brains, that, when the Zohar explains the birds which inspired Balaam to mean serpents, to wit, the wise men and adepts at whose school he had learned the mysteries of prophecy, the opportunity is again taken of showing Mount Hermon inhabited by the winged dragons of evil, whose chief is Samael, the Jewish Satan. It is to those unclean spirits chained on Mount Hermon of the desert, that the scapegoat of Israel, who assumed the name of one of them, Azaz, was sent. Spencer. We say it is not so. The Zohar has the following explanation on the practice of magic, which is called in Hebrew Nehaskim, or the serpent's works. It says, Part 3. Kernel 302. It is called Nehaskim, because the magicians, practical Kabbalists, work surrounded by the light of the primordial serpent, which they perceive in heaven as a luminous zone composed of myriads of small stars. Which means simply the astral light, so called by the Martionists, by Eliphaz Levi, and now by all the modem occultists. Vide sections about the curse from a philosophical point of view. The foregoing teachings of the secret doctrine, supplemented by universal traditions, must now have demonstrated that the Brahmanas and Puranas, the Ithas and other Mazdeen scriptures, 410 the secret doctrine, down to the Egyptian, Greek, and Roman, and finally to the Jewish sacred records, all have the same origin. None are meaningless and baseless stories, invented to entrap the unwary profane, all are allegories intended to convey, under a more or less fantastic veil, the great truths gathered in the same field of prehistoric tradition. Space forbids us from entering, in these 2 volumes, into further and more minute details with respect to the 4 races which preceded our own. But before offering to the student the history of the psychic and spiritual evolution of the direct antediluvian fathers of our 5th, Aryan, humanity, and before demonstrating its bearing upon all the other side branches grown from the same trunk, we have to elucidate a few more facts. It has been shown, on the evidence of the whole ancient literary world, and the intuitional speculations of more than one philosopher and scientist of the later ages, that the tenets of our esoteric doctrine are corroborated by inferential as well as by direct proof in almost every case. That neither the legendary giants, nor the lost continents, nor yet the evolution of the preceding races, are quite baseless tales. In the addenda which close this volume, science will find itself more than once unable to reply. They will, it is hoped, finally dispose of every skeptical remark. With regard to the sacred number in nature, and our figures in general. Vide on the septenaries. Meanwhile, one task is left incomplete, that of disposing of that most pernicious of all the theological dogmas, the curse under which mankind is alleged to have suffered ever since the supposed disobedience of Adam and Eve in the Bower of Eden. Creative powers in man were the gift of divine wisdom, not the result of sin. This is clearly instanced in the paradoxical behavior of Jehovah, who first curses Adam and Eve, or humanity, for the supposed committed crime, and then blesses his chosen people by saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth." Gen. 9:1. The curse was not brought on mankind by the 4th race, for the comparatively sinless 3rd race, the still more gigantic antediluvians, had perished in the same way, hence the deluge was no punishment, but simply a result of a periodical and geological law. Nor was the curse of karma called down upon them for seeking natural union, as all the mindless animate world does in its proper seasons, but, for abusing the creative power, for desecrating the divine gift, and wasting the life essence for no purpose except bestial personal gratification. When understood, the third chapter of Genesis will be found to refer to the Adam and Eve of the closing third and the commencing fourth races. In the beginning, conception was as easy for woman as it was for all animal creation. Nature had never intended that woman should bring forth her young ones in sorrow. Since that period, however, during the 411 the ancient and the modern man evolution of the fourth race, there came enmity between its seed, and the serpent's seed, the seed, or product of karma and divine wisdom. For the seed of woman or lust, bruised the head of the seed of the fruit of wisdom and knowledge, by turning the holy mystery of procreation into animal gratification, hence the law of karma bruised the heel of the Atlantean race, by gradually changing physiologically, morally, physically, and mentally, the whole nature of the fourth race of mankind, until, from the healthy king of animal creation of the third race, man became in the fifth, our race, a helpless, scrofulous being, and has now become the wealthiest heir on the globe to constitutional and hereditary diseases, the most consciously and intelligently bestial of all animals. This is the real curse from the physiological standpoint, almost the only one touched upon in the Kabbalistic esotericism. Viewed from this aspect, the curse is undeniable, for it is evident. The intellectual evolution, in its progress hand in hand with the physical, has certainly been a curse instead of a blessing, a gift quickened by the fords of wisdom, who have poured on the human manas the fresh dew of their own spirit and essence. The divine Titan has then suffered in vain, and one feels inclined to regret his benefaction to mankind, and sigh for those days so graphically depicted by Aeschylus, in his Prometheus Bound, when, at the close of the first Titanic age, the age that followed that of ethereal man, of the pious Kandu and Pramlacha, nascent, physical mankind, still mindless and, physiologically, senseless, is described as seeing, they saw in vain, hearing, they heard not, but like shapes in dreams, through the long time all things at random mixed. Our saviors, the Aeneashwata and other divine sons of the flame of wisdom, personified by the Greeks in Prometheus dollar, may well, in asterisk how wise and grand, how far-seeing and morally beneficent are the laws of Manu on connubial life, when compared with the license tacitly allowed to man in civilized countries. That those laws have been neglected for the last 2 millenniums does not prevent us from admiring their forethought. The Brahmin was a grihasta, a family man, till a certain period of his life, when, after begetting a son, he broke with married life and became a chaste yogi. His very connubial life was regulated by his Brahmin astrologer in accordance with his nature. Therefore, in such countries as the Punjab, for instance, where the lethal influence of Musulman, and later on of European, licentiousness, has hardly touched the orthodox Aryan castes, one still finds the finest men so far as stature and physical strength go on the whole globe, whereas the mighty men of old have found themselves replaced in the Deccan, and especially in Bengal, by men whose generation becomes with every century, and almost with every year, dwarfed and weakened. Diseases and overpopulation are facts that can never be denied. In Mrs. Anna Swanwick's volumes, The Dramas of T. Aeschylus, it is said of Prometheus Bound, Vol. 2, pages 146, 147, that Prometheus truly appears in it as the champion and benefactor of mankind, whose condition is depicted as weak and miserable in the extreme. Zeus, it is said, proposed to annihilate these puny ephemerals, and to plant upon the earth a new race in their stead. We see the lords of being doing likewise, and exterminating the first product of nature and the sea, in the stanzas, v. etseq. Prometheus represents himself as having frustrated this design, and as being consequently subjected, for the sake of mortals, to the most agonizing pain, inflicted by the remorseless cruelty of Zeus. We have, thus, the Titan, the symbol of finite reason and free will, of intellectual humanity, or the higher aspect of Manas, depicted as the sublime philanthropist, while Zeus, the supreme deity of Hellas, is portrayed as the cruel and obdurate despot, a character peculiarly revolting to Athenian sentiment. The reason for it is explained further on. The supreme deity bears, in every ancient pantheon including that of the Jews, a dual character, composed of light and shadow. 412 The secret doctrine. The injustice of the human heart, be left unrecognized and unthanked. They may, in our ignorance of the truth, be indirectly cursed for Pandora's gift, but to find themselves proclaimed and declared by the mouth of the clergy, the evil ones, is too heavy a karma for him who dared alone when Zeus ardently desired to quench the entire human race to save that mortal race from perdition, or, as the suffering Titan is made to say, from sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom. For this by the dire tortures I am bent, grievous to suffer, piteous to behold, I who did mortals pity. The chorus remarking very pertinently, vast boon was this thou gavest unto mortals. Prometheus answers, yea, and besides 'twas I that gave them fire. Chorus, have now these short-lived creatures flame-eyed fire? Prom, I, and by it full many arts will learn. But, with the arts, the fire received has turned into the greatest curse, the animal element, and consciousness of its possession, has changed periodical instinct into chronic animalism and sensuality. It is this which hangs over humanity like a heavy funereal pall. Thus arises the responsibility of free will, the titanic passions which represent humanity in its darkest aspect, the restless insatiability of the lower passions and desires, when, with self-asserting insolence, they bid defiance to the restraints of law. Prometheus having endowed man, according to Plato's Protagoras, with that wisdom which ministers to physical well-being, but the lower aspect of manas of the animal, having remained unchanged, the animal world, having simple instinct to guide it, has its seasons of procreation, and the sexes become neutralized during the rest of the year. Therefore, the free animal knows sickness but once in its life before it dies. Introduction to Prometheus bound, p. 152. 413 The travesty of Prometheus. Instead of an untainted mind, heaven's first gift, Aeschylus, there was created the eternal vulture of the ever unsatisfied desire, of regret and despair coupled with the dreamlike feebleness that fetters the blind race of mortals, p. 556, unto the day when Prometheus is released by his heaven-appointed deliverer, Heracles. Now Christians, Roman Catholics especially, have tried to prophetically connect this drama with the coming of Christ. No greater mistake could be made. The true theosophist, the pursuer of divine wisdom and worshipper of absolute perfection, the unknown deity which is neither Zeus nor Jehovah, will demur to such an idea. Pointing to antiquity, he will prove that there never was an original sin, but only an abuse of physical intelligence, the psychic being guided by the animal, and both putting out the light of the spiritual. He will say, all ye who can read between the lines, study ancient wisdom in the old dramas, the Indian and the Greek, read carefully the one just mentioned, one enacted on the theaters of Athens 2,400 years ago, namely Prometheus bound. The myth belongs to neither Hesiod nor Aeschylus, but, as Bunsen says, it is older than the Hellenes themselves, for it belongs, in truth, to the dawn of human consciousness. The crucified Titan is the personified symbol of the collective Logos, the host, and of the Lords of Wisdom, or the heavenly man, who incarnated in humanity. Moreover, as his name prompts, Theos, meaning he who sees before him or futurity, shows in the arts he devised and taught to humanity, psychological insight was not the least. For as he complains to the daughters of Oceanos, of prophecies the various modes I fixed, and among dreams did first discriminate the truthful vision, and mortals guided to a mysterious art. All arts to mortals from Prometheus came. Asterisk from PF0JITLHTI 15 Forethought. Professor Kuhn, we are told in the above-named volumes of the dramas of /Aeschylus, considers the name of the Titan to be derived from the Sanskrit word pramantha, the instrument used for kindling fire. The root mand or month, implies rotatory motion, and the word manthami, used to denote the process of fire kindling, acquired the secondary sense of snatching away, hence we find another word of the same stock, pramatha, signifying theft. This is very ingenious, but perhaps not altogether correct. Besides, there is a very prosaic element in it. No doubt in physical nature, the higher forms may develop from the lower ones, but it is hardly so in the world of thought. And as we are told that the word manthami passed into the Greek language and became the word manthano, to learn, that is to say, to appropriate knowledge, whence Prometheia, foreknowledge, forethought, we may find, in searching, a more poetical origin for the fire-bringer than that displayed in its Sanskrit origin. The svastika, the sacred sign and the instrument for kindling sacred fire, may explain it better. Prometheus, the fire-bringer, is the pramantha personified, goes on the author, he finds his prototype in the Aryan Matarisvan, a divine personage, closely associated with the fire god of the Veda, Agni. Mati, in Sanskrit, is understanding, and a synonym of Maha and Manas, and must be of some account in the origin of the name. Pramati is the son of Fahad, and has his story also. 414 The Secret Doctrine. Leaving for a few pages the main subject, let us pause and see what may be the hidden meaning of this, the most ancient as it is the most suggestive of traditional allegories. As it relates directly to the early races, this will be no real digression. The subject of /Aeschylus drama, the trilogy is lost, is known to all cultured readers. The demigod robs the gods, the Elohim, of their secret, the mystery of the creative fire. For this sacrilegious attempt he is struck down by Cronus and delivered unto Zeus, the father and creator of a mankind which he would wish to have blind intellectually, an animal-like, a personal deity, which will not see man like one of us. Hence Prometheus, the fire and light giver, is chained on Mount Caucasus and condemned to suffer torture. But the triform fates, karma, whose decrees, as the Titan says, even Zeus, and he the foreordained cannot escape, ordain that those sufferings will last only to that day when a son of Zeus a son bearing stronger than his sire, 787, one of thine, Io's, own descendants it must be. 791, is bomb. This son will deliver Prometheus, the suffering humanity, from his own fatal gift. His name is, he who has to come. On the authority, then, of these few lines, which, like any other allegorical sentence, may be twisted into almost any meaning, namely, on the words pronounced by Prometheus and addressed to Io, the daughter of Inachos, persecuted by Zeus, a whole prophecy is constructed by some Catholic writers. Says the crucified Titan, and, portent past belief, the speaking oaks by which full clearly, in no riddling phrase wast hailed as the illustrious spouse of Zeus, v. 853. Stroking thee with touch alone of unal arming hand, then thou dark Epiphos shalt bear, whose name records his sacred gendering. 870, this was construed by several fanatics de Musso and Amir * Cronus is time, and thus the allegory becomes very suggestive. See closing pages of this subsection. 415 Christ connected with Epiphos. Vil amongst others into a clear prophecy. Io is the mother of God, we are told, and dark Epiphos Christ. But, the latter has not dethroned his father, except metaphorically, if one has to regard Jehovah as that father, nor has the Christian Savior hurled his father down into Hades. Prometheus says, in verse 930, that Zeus will be humbled yet, as for himself. Such marriage he prepares which from his throne of power to nothingness shall hurl him down, So shall be all fulfilled his father Cronus' curse. Then let him sit confiding in his lofty thunder peals, and wielding with both hands the fiery bolt, for these shall not avail, but fail he shall, a fall disgraceful, not to be endured. B 980. Dark Epiphos was the Dionysus Sabazius, the son of Zeus and of Demeter in the Sabazian mysteries, during which the father of the gods, assuming the shape of a serpent, begot on Demeter, Dionysus, or the solar Bacchus. Io is the moon, and at the same time the eve of a new race, and so is Demeter in the present case. The Promethean myth is a prophecy indeed, but it does not relate to any of the cyclic saviors who have appeared periodically in various countries and among various nations, in their transitionary conditions of evolution. It points to the last of the mysteries of cyclic transformations, in the series of which mankind, having passed from the ethereal to the solid physical state, from spiritual to physiological procreation, is now carried onward on the opposite arc of the cycle, toward that second phase of its primitive state, when woman knew no man, and human progeny was created, not begotten. That state will return to it and to the world at large, when the latter shall discover and really appreciate the truths which underlie this vast problem of sex. It will be like the light that never shone on sea or land, and has to come to men through the Theosophical Society. That light will lead on and up to the true spiritual intuition. Then, as expressed once in a letter to a Theosophist, the world will have a race of Buddhas and Christs, for the world will have discovered that individuals have it in their own powers to procreate Buddha-like children or demons. When that knowledge comes, all dogmatic religions, and with these the demons, will die out. If we reflect upon the serial development of the allegory, and the character of the heroes, the mystery may be unriddled. Cronus is of course time in its cyclic course. He swallows his children. The asterisk C, for explanation of this curse, the last page of the present subsection. 416 The secret doctrine. Personal gods of exoteric dogmas included. He has swallowed instead of Zeus, his stone idol, but the symbol has grown, and has only developed in human fancy as mankind was cycling down toward only its physical and intellectual not spiritual perfection. When it is as far advanced in its spiritual evolution, Cronus will be no longer deceived. Instead of the stone image he will have swallowed the anthropomorphic fiction itself. Because, the serpent of wisdom, represented in the Sabazian mysteries by the anthropomorphist Logos, the unity of spiritual and physical powers, will have begotten in time, Cronus, a progeny Dionysus Bacchus or the dark Epiphos, the mighty one, the race that will overthrow him. Where will he be born? Prometheus traces him to his origin and birthplace in his prophecy to Io. Io is the moon goddess of generation, for she is Isis and she is Eve, the great mother. He traces the path of the racial wanderings as plainly as words can express it. She has to quit Europe and go to Asia's continent, reaching there the highest of the mountains of Caucasus, 737, the Titan telling her, when thou hast crossed the flood, limit betwixt two continents, fronting the burning east. 810, that she must travel eastward, after passing the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and cross what is evidently the Volga and now Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. After this she will encounter fierce northern blasts and cross thither to the land of the Arimaspian host, east of Herodotus Scythia, to Pluto's gold-abounding flood. 825, which is rightly conjectured by Professor Newman to have meant the asterisk. It is complained by the author of the version on, and translator of, Prometheus bound that in this tracing of Io's wanderings, no consistency with our known geography is attainable, p. 191, Volume 2. There may be good reason for it. First of all, it is the journey and wandering from place to place of the race from which the 10th, or Kaki avatar, so called, is to issue. This he calls the kingly race bomb in Argos, 888. But Argos has no reference here to Argos in Greece. It comes from Arg or area, the female generative power symbolized in the moon, the naviformed Arga of the mysteries, meaning the Queen of Heaven. Eustathius shows that, in the dialect of the Argeans. Io signified the moon, while esotericism explains it as the divine androgyne, or the mystic 10, in Hebrew 10 is the perfect number, or Jehovah. Argya in Sanskrit is the libation cup, the naviform or boat-shaped vessel in which flowers and fruit are offered to the deities. Argyanath is a title of the Mahakohan, meaning the Lord of Libations, and Argyavarsha, the land of libations, is the mystery name of that region which extends from Kailas mountain nearly to the Shamo desert, from within which the Kaki avatar is expected. The area Navarsadaya of the Zoroastrians, as a locality, is identical with it. It is now said to have been situated between the Sea of Aral, Baltistan, and Little Tibet, but in olden times its area was far larger, as it was the birthplace of physical humanity, of which Io is the mother and symbol. 417 The mistake of Orion explained. Ural, the Arimaspai of Herodotus, being the recognized inhabitants of this golden region. And here comes, between verses 825 and 835, a puzzle to all the European interpreters. Says the Titan, to these, Arimaspai and Grappes, approach not, a far border land thou next wilt reach, where dwells a swarthy race near the sun's founts, where is the /Ethiop river, along its banks proceed till thou attain the mighty rapids, where from Biblin heights pure draughts of sacred water Neolos sends. There Io was ordained to found a colony for herself and sons. Now we must see how the passage is interpreted. As Io is told that she has to travel eastward till she comes to the river Ethiops, which she is to follow till it falls into the Nile, hence the perplexity. According to the geographical theories of the earliest Greeks, we are informed by the author of the version on Prometheus bound this condition was fulfilled by the river Indus. Orion, 6i, mentions that Alexander the Great, when preparing to sail down the Indus, having seen crocodiles in the river Indus, and in no other river except the Nile, seemed to himself to have discovered the sources of the Nile, as though the Nile, rising from some place in India, and flowing through much desert land, and thereby losing its name Indus, next flowed through inhabited land, being now called the Nile by the Ethiopians of those parts and afterwards by the Egyptians. Virgil in the 4th Georgic echoes the absolute error, p. 197, Volume 2. Both Alexander and Virgil may have erred considerably in their geographical notions, but the prophecy of Prometheus has not so sinned, in the least not, at any rate, in its esoteric spirit. When a certain race is symbolized, and events pertaining to its history are rendered allegorically, no topographical accuracy ought to be expected in the itinerary traced for its personification. Yet it so happens, that the river Ethiops is certainly the Indus, and it is also the Nil or Nila. It is the river Bam on the Kailas, heaven, mountain, the mansion of the gods 22,000 feet above the level of the sea. It was the Ethiops River and was so called by the Greeks, long before the days of Alexander, because its banks, from Adak down to Sind, were peopled by tribes generally referred to as the Eastern Ethiopians. India and Egypt were two kindred nations, and the Eastern Ethiopians, the mighty builders, have come from India, as is pretty well proved, it is hoped, in Isis Unveiled. Volume IP 569-70. Then why could not Alexander, and even the learned Virgil, have used the word Nile or Neolos when speaking of the Indus, since it is one of its names? To this day that river is called, in the regions around Calabash, Nil, Blue, and Nila, the Blue River. The water here is of such dark blue color that the name given to it from time immemorial led to 418 the secret doctrine. A small town on its banks being called by the same name. It exists to this day. Evidently Orion, who wrote far later than the day of Alexander, and who was ignorant of the old name of the Indus, has unconsciously slandered the Greek conqueror. Nor are our modern historians much wiser, in judging as they do. For they often make the most sweeping declarations on mere appearances, as much as their ancient colleagues ever did in days of old, when no encyclopedias were yet ready for them. The race of Io, the cow-homed maid is then simply the first pioneer race of the Ethiopians brought by her from the Indus to the Nile, which received its name in memory of the mother river of the colonists from India *. For does not Prometheus say to Iof that the sacred Neolos, the god, not the river? He to the land, three-cornered, thee shall guide, namely, to the delta, where her sons are foreordained to found that far-off colony. B 830 ETSEQ. It is there that a new race, the Egyptians, will begin, and a female race, 873, which, fifth in descent from dark Epiphos 50 in number shall return to Argos. Then one of the 50 virgins will fail through love and shall. A kingly race in Argos bear, but from the seed shall dauntless heroes spring, vow famous, who shall free me from these ills. When this hero shall arise, the Titan does not reveal, for as he remarks, this, to set forth at large needs lengthy speech. Alexander, who was better acquainted with Iraq than with India, where he never went, could not have failed to hear the Indus near its very sources called Nil and Nila. Even if a mistake, it is thus easily accounted for. That Io is identical allegorically with Isis and the moon is shown by her being cow-horned. The allegory undeniably reached Greece from India, where Vach the melodious cow, Rigveda, from whom mankind was produced, Bhagavata Purana, is shown in the Aitareya Brahmana as pursued by her father Brahma, who was moved by an illicit passion, and changed her into a deer. Hence Io, refusing to yield to Jupiter's passion, becomes horned. The cow was in every country the symbol of the passive generative power of nature, Isis, Vach, Venus the mother of the prolific god of love, Cupid, but, at the same time, that of the Logos whose symbol became with the Egyptians and the Indians the bull as testified to by Apis and the Hindu bulls in the most ancient temples. In esoteric philosophy the cow is the symbol of creative nature, and the bull, her calf, the spirit which vivifies her, or the Holy Spirit, as Mr. Keneally shows. Hence the symbol of the horns. These were sacred also with the Jews, who placed near the altar horns of shittim wood, by seizing which a criminal ensured his safety. 419 was 7 Aeschylus initiated. But Argos is Argivarsha, the land of libation of the old Hierophants, whence the deliverer of humanity will appear, a name which became ages later that of its neighbor, India, the Aryavarta of old. That the subject formed part of the Sabacian mysteries is made known by several ancient writers, by Cicero, in Tuscul. Cuxt. /2. Number 20, and by Clemens Alexandrinus, Strom. I. 2, Oper. Tom. 1, p. 467 ed. Potters. The latter writers are the only ones who attribute the fact that Aeschylus was charged by the Athenians with sacrilege and condemned to be stoned to death, to its true cause. They say that having been himself uninitiated, Aeschylus had profaned the mysteries by exposing them in his trilogies on a public stage *, but he would have incurred the same condemnation had he been initiated, which must have been the case, as otherwise he must, like Socrates, have had a daimon to reveal to him the secret and sacred allegorical drama of initiation. At all events, it is not the father of the Greek tragedy who invented the prophecy of Prometheus, for he only repeated in dramatic form that which was revealed by the priests during the mysteria of the Sabbatia. The latter, however, is one of the oldest sacred festivals, whose origin is to this day unknown to history. Mythologists connect it through Mithras, the sun, called Sabasus on some old monuments, with Jupiter and Bacchus. But it was never the property of the Greeks, but dates from days immemorial. The translators of the drama wonder how Aeschylus could become guilty of such discrepancy between the character of Zeus as portrayed in the Prometheus bound and that depicted in the remaining dramas. Mrs. A. Swanwick. This is just because Aeschylus, like Shakespeare, was and will ever remain the intellectual sphinx of the ages. Between Zeus, the abstract deity of Grecian thought, and the Olympic Zeus, there was an abyss. The latter represented during the mysteries no higher a principle than the lower aspect of human physical intelligence, manas wedded to Kama, Prometheus its divine aspect merging into and aspiring to Buddhi the divine soul. Zeus was the human soul and nothing more, whenever shown yielding to his low wer passions, the jealous god, revengeful and cruel in its egotism orlmness. Hence, Zeus is represented as a serpent, the intellectual tempter of man, which, nevertheless, begets in the course of Herodotus and Pausanias supposed that the cause of the condemnation was that Aeschylus, adopting the theogony of the Egyptians, made Diana, the daughter of Ceres, and not of Latona. C.J. Elian var Hist. I, VC 18, Tom. 1p 433 edition Granove. But J. Aeschylus was initiated. F. Sabasia was a periodical festival with mysteries enacted in honor of some gods, a variant on the Mithraic mysteries. The whole evolution of the races was performed in them. 420 The secret doctrine, cyclic evolution. The man-savior, the solar Bacchus or Dionysus, more than a man. Dionysus is one with Osiris, with Krishna, and with Buddha, the heavenly wise, and with the coming, 10th, avatar, the glorified spiritual Christos, who will deliver the suffering Christos, mankind, or Prometheus, on its trial. This, say Brahmanical and Buddhistic legends, echoed by the Zoroastrian and now by the Christian teachings, the latter only occasionally, will happen at the end of Kali Yuga. It is only after the appearance of Kaki Avatar, or Sojiash, that man will be born from woman without sin. Then will Brahma, the Hindu deity, Ahura Mazda, Ormuzd, the Zoroastrian, Zeus, the Greco-Olympian Don Juan, Jehovah, the jealous, repenting, cruel, tribal god of the Israelites, and all their likes in the universal pantheon of human fancy vanish and disappear in thin air. And along with these will vanish their shadows, the dark aspects of all those deities, ever represented as their twin brothers and creatures, in exoteric legend, their own reflection on earth in esoteric philosophy. The Ahrimans and Typhons, the Samaels and Satans, must be all dethroned on that day, when every dark evil passion will be subdued. There is one eternal law in nature, one that always tends to adjust contraries and to produce final harmony. It is owing to this law of spiritual development superseding the physical and purely intellectual, that mankind will become freed from its false gods, and find itself finally self-redeemed. In its final revelation, the old myth of Prometheus, his proto and antitypes being found in every ancient theogony, stands in each of them at the very origin of physical evil, because at the threshold of human physical life. Cronus is time, whose first law is that the order of the successive and harmonious phases in the process of evolution during cyclic development should be strictly preserved under the severe penalty of abnormal growth with all its ensuing results. It was not in the program of natural development that man, higher animal though he may be, should become at once intellectually, spiritually, and psychically the demigod he is on earth, while his physical frame remains weaker and more helpless and ephemeral than that of almost any huge mammal. The contrast is too grotesque and violent, the tabernacle much too unworthy of its indwelling God. The gift of Prometheus thus became a curse, though foreknown and foreseen by the host personified in that personage, as his name well shows. It is in this that rests, at one and the same time. Vide Supra, a footnote concerning the etymology of P10FTLHTI6 or forethought. Prometheus confesses it in the drama when saying, "O holy ether, swiftly winged gales. Behold what I, a god, from gods endure, and yet what say I? Clearly I foreknew all that must happen. The destined it behoves, as best I may, to bear, for well I wot how incontestable the strength of fate." 105, fate stands here for karma, or nemesis. 421 One of the functions of Zeus. Its sin and its redemption. For the host that incarnated in a portion of humanity, though led to it by karma ox nemesis, preferred free will to passive slavery, intellectual self-conscious pain and even torture, while myriad time shall flow to inane, imbecile, instinctual beatitude. Knowing such an incarnation was premature and not in the program of nature, the heavenly host, Prometheus, still sacrificed itself to benefit thereby, at least, one portion of mankind. But while saving man from mental darkness, they inflicted upon him the tortures of the self-consciousness of his responsibility, the result of his free will, besides every ill to which mortal man and flesh are heir to. This torture Prometheus accepted for himself, since the host became henceforward blended with the tabernacle prepared for them, which was still unachieved at that period of formation. Spiritual evolution being incapable of keeping pace with the physical, once its homogeneity was broken by the admixture, the gift thus became the chief cause, if not the sole origin of evil. The allegory which shows Cronus cursing Zeus for dethroning him, in the primitive golden age of Saturn, when all men were demigods, and for creating a physical race of men weak and helpless in comparison, and then as delivering to his, Zeus, revenge the culprit, who despoiled the gods of their prerogative of creation and who thereby raised man to their level, intellectually and spiritually, is highly philosophical. In the case of Prometheus, Zeus represents the host of the primeval progenitors, of the pit are the fathers who created man. Senseless * mankind is obviously divided into God-informed men and lower human creatures. The intellectual difference between the Aryan and other civilized nations and such savages as the South Sea Icelanders, is inexplicable on any other grounds. No amount of culture, nor generations of training amid civilization, could raise such human specimens as the Bushmen, the Vedas of Ceylon, and some African tribes, to the same intellectual level as the Aryans, the Semites, and the Turanians so-called. The sacred spark is missing in them, and it is they who are the only inferior races on the globe, now happily owing to the wise adjustment of nature whichever works in that direction fast dying out. Verily mankind is of one blood, but not of the same essence. We are the hothouse, artificially quickened plants in nature, having in us a spark, which in them is latent. The philosophical view of Indian metaphysics places the root of evil in the differentiation of the homogeneous into the heterogeneous, of the unit into plurality. 422 The secret doctrine. And without any mind, while the divine Titan stands for the spiritual creators, the Devas who fell into generation. The former are spiritually lower, but physically stronger, than the Prometheans, therefore, the latter are shown conquered. The lower host, whose work the Titan spoiled and thus defeated the plans of Zeus, was on this earth in its own sphere and plane of action, whereas, the superior host was an exile from heaven, who had got entangled in the meshes of matter. They, the inferior host, were masters of all the cosmic and lower titanic forces. The higher Titan possessed only the intellectual and spiritual fire. This drama of the struggle of Prometheus with the Olympic tyrant and despot, sensual Zeus, one sees enacted daily within our actual mankind. The lower passions chain the higher aspirations to the rock of matter, to generate in many a case the vulture of sorrow, pain, and repentance. In every such case one sees once more a god, in fetters, anguish fraught, the foe of Zeus, in hatred held by all. A god, bereft even of that supreme consolation of Prometheus, who suffered in self-sacrifice for that to men he bare too fond a mind. As the divine Titan is moved by altruism, but the mortal man by selfishness and egoism in every instance. The modem Prometheus has now become Epimetheus, he who sees only after the event, because the universal philanthropy of the former has long ago degenerated into selfishness and self-adoration. Man will become the free Titan of old, but not before cyclic evolution has re-established the broken harmony between the two natures, the terrestrial and the divine, after which he becomes impermeable to the lower titanic forces, invulnerable in his personality, and immortal in his individuality, which cannot happen before every animal element is eliminated from his nature. When man understands that Deus non facit mortem, sap. 13, but that man has created it himself, he will re-become the Prometheus before his fall. For the full symbolism of Prometheus and the origin of this mythos in Greece, the reader is referred to Part 2 of this volume, Chapter A Second Key to Prometheus, etc. In the said part, a kind of supplement to the present portion, every additional information is given upon those tenets that will be the most controverted and questioned. This work is so heterodox, when confronted with the acknowledged standards of theology and modern science, that no proof which tends to show that these standards often usurp an illegal authority should be neglected. 423 The Buddhas of Confession. Addition F. Fragments from a commentary on the verses of stanza 12. The ms from which these additional explanations are taken belongs to the group called Tungshakshi Sangye Sangha, or the records of the 35 Buddhas of Confession, as they are exoterically called. These personages, however, though called in the northern Buddhist religion Buddhas, may just as well be called rishis, or avatars, etc., as they are Buddhas who have preceded Sakyamuni only for the northern followers of the ethics preached by Gautama. These great Mahatmas, or Buddhas, are a universal and common property. They are historical sages at any rate, for all the occultists who believe in such a hierarchy of sages, the existence of which has been proved to them by the learned ones of the fraternity. They are chosen from among some 97 Buddhas in one group, and 53 in another *, mostly imaginary personages, who are really the personifications of the powers of the first named. These baskets of the oldest writings on palm leaves are kept very secret. Each ms has appended to it a short synopsis of the history of that sub-race to which the particular Buddha belonged. The one special ms from which the fragments which follow are extracted, and then rendered into a more comprehensible language, is said to have been copied from stone tablets which belonged to a Buddha of the earliest day of the fifth race, who had witnessed the deluge and the submersion of the chief continents of the Atlantean race. The day when much, if not all, of that which is given here from the archaic records, will be found correct, is not far distant. Then the modem symbologists will acquire the certitude that even Odin, or the god Woden, the highest god in the German and Scandinavian mythology, is one of these 35 Buddhas, one of the earliest, indeed, for the continent to which he and his race belonged, is also one of the earliest. So early, in truth, that in the days when tropical nature was to be found, where now lie eternal unthawing snows, one could cross almost by dry land from Norway via Iceland and Greenland to the lands that at present surround Hudson's * Gautama Buddha, named Shakyathub-pa, is the 27th of the last group, as most of these Buddhas belong to the divine dynasties which instructed mankind. Of these Buddhas, or the enlightened, the far distant predecessors of Gautama the Buddha, and who represent, we are taught, once living men, great adepts and saints, in whom the sons of wisdom had incarnated, and who were, therefore, so to speak, minor avatars of the celestial beings. 11 only belong to the Atlantean race, and 24 to the fifth race, from its beginnings. They are identical with the Tirthankaras of the Jainas. 424 The Secret Doctrine. Bay * just, as in the palmy days of the Atlantean giants, the sons of the giants from the east, a pilgrim could perform a journey from what in our days is termed the Sahara Desert, to the lands which now rest in dreamless sleep at the bottom of the waters of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean Sea. Events which were never written outside the human memory, but which were religiously transmitted from one generation to another, and from race to race, may have been preserved by constant transmission within the book volume of the brain, and through countless eons, with more truth and accuracy than inside any written document or record. That which is part of our souls is eternal, says Thackeray, and what can be nearer to our souls than that which happens at the dawns of our lives? Those lives are countless, but the soul or spirit that animates us throughout these myriads of existences is the same, and though the book and volume of the physical brain may forget events within the scope of one terrestrial life, the bulk of collective recollections can never desert the divine soul within us. Its whispers may be too soft, the sound of its words too far off the plane perceived by our physical senses, yet the shadow of events that were, just as much as the shadow of the events that are to come, is within its perceptive powers, and is ever present before its mind's eye. It is this soul voice, perhaps, which tells those who believe in tradition more than in written history, that what is said below is all true, and relates to prehistoric facts. This is what is written in one passage: the kings of light have departed in wrath. The sins of men have become so black that earth quivers in her great agony. The azure seats remain empty. Who of the brown, who of the red, or yet among the black, races, can sit in the seats of the blessed, the seats of knowledge and mercy? Who can assume the flower of power, the plant of the golden stem and the azure blossom? This may account for the similarity of the artificial mounds in the U.S. of America, and the tumuli in Norway. It is this identity that led some American archaeologists to suggest that Norwegian mariners had discovered America some 1,000 years ago. Vide Holmboe's Traces de Bodisme en Norvège, p. 23. There is no doubt that America is that far distant land into which pious men and heavy storms had transferred the sacred doctrine, as a Chinese writer suggested by his description to Newman. But neither Professor Holmboe of Stockholm nor the American archaeologists have guessed the right age of the mounds, or the tumuli. The fact that Norwegians may have rediscovered the land that their long-forgotten forefathers believed to have perished in the general submersion, does not conflict with that other fact that the secret doctrine of the land which was the cradle of physical man, and of the fifth race, had found its way into the so-called New World ages and ages before the sacred doctrine of Buddhism. 425 The oldest records about Atlantis. The Kings of Light is the name given in all old records to the sovereigns of the divine dynasties. The azure seats are translated celestial thrones in certain documents. The flower of power is now the lotus, what it may have been at that period, who can tell? The writer proceeds, like the later Jeremiah, to bewail the fate of his people. They had become bereft of their azure, celestial, kings, and they of the deva hue, the moon-like complexion, and they of the refulgent, golden, face have gone to the land of bliss, the land of metal and fire, or agreeably with the rules of symbolism to the lands lying north and east, from whence the great waters have been swept away, sucked in by the earth and dissipated in the air. The wise races had perceived the black storm dragons, called down by the dragons of wisdom, and had fled, led on by the shining protectors of the most excellent land, the great ancient adepts, presumably, those the Hindus refer to as then Manas and Rishis. One of them was Vivasvadamanu. They of the yellow hue are the forefathers of those whom ethnology now classes as the Turanians, the Mongols, Chinese and other ancient nations, and the land they fled to was no other than Central Asia. Their entire new races were born, there they lived and died until the separation of the nations. But this separation did not take place either in the localities assigned for it by modern science, nor in the way the Aryans are shown to have divided and separated by Mr. Max Muller and other Aryanists. Nearly 2/3 of 1 million years have elapsed since that period. The yellow-faced giants of the post-Atlantean day had ample time, throughout this forced confinement to one part of the world, and with the same racial blood and without any fresh infusion or admixture in it, to branch off during a period of nearly 700,000 years into the most heterogeneous and diversified types. The same is shown in Africa. Nowhere does a more extraordinary variability of types exist, from black to almost white, from gigantic men to dwarfish races, and this only because of their forced isolation. The Africans have never left their continent for several hundred thousands of years. If tomorrow the continent of Europe were to disappear and other lands to re-emerge instead, and if the African tribes were to separate and scatter on the face of the earth, it is they who, in about 100,000 years hence, would form the bulk of the civilized nations. And it is the descendants of those of our highly cultured nations, who might have survived on some one island, without any means of crossing the new seas, that would fall back into a state of relative savagery. Thus the reason given for dividing humanity into superior and inferior races falls to the ground and becomes a fallacy. 426 The secret doctrine. Such are the statements made and facts given in the archaic records. Collating and comparing them with some modem theories of evolution, minus natural selection, vide physiological selection by G.J. Romanes, FRS, these statements appear quite reasonable and logical. Thus, while the Aryans are the descendants of the yellow atoms, the gigantic and highly civilized Atlanta-Aryan race, the Semites and the Jews along with them are those of the red atom, and both de Quatrefages and the writers of the Mosaic Genesis are right. 4. Could chapter V of the first book of Moses be compared with the genealogies found in our archaic Bible? The period from Adam unto Noah would be found noticed therein, of course under different names, the respective years of the patriarchs being turned into periods, the whole being shown symbolical and allegorical. In the Ms. under consideration many and frequent are the references to the great knowledge and civilization of the Atlantean nations, showing the polity of several of them and the nature of their arts and sciences. If the third root race, the Femuro-Atlanteans, are already spoken of as having been drowned with their high civilizations and gods, esoteric Buddhism, p. 65, how much more may the same be said of the Atlanteans? It is from the fourth race that the early Aryans got their knowledge of the bundle of wonderful things, the Sava and Mayasava, mentioned in the Mahabharata, the gift of Mayasur to the Pandavas. It is from them that they learned aeronautics, Viwanvidya, the knowledge of flying in air vehicles, and, therefore, their great arts of meteorography and meteorology. It is from them, again, that the Aryans inherited their most valuable science of the hidden virtues of precious and other stones, of chemistry, or rather alchemy, of mineralogy, geology, physics and astronomy. Several times the writer has put to herself the question, is the story of Exodus in its details at least as narrated in the Old Testament, original? Or is it, like the story of Moses himself and many others, simply another version of the legends told of the Atlanteans? For who, upon hearing the story told of the latter, will fail to perceive the great similarity of the fundamental features? The anger of God at the obduracy of Pharaoh, his command to the chosen ones, to spoil the Egyptians, before departing, of their jewels of silver and jewels of gold, Exodus 11, and finally the Egyptians and their Pharaoh drowned in the Red Sea, 14. For here is a fragment of the earlier story from the commentary, vide the first pages of Part 3, Science and the Secret Doctrine Contrasted. 427 The Doom of Atlantis. And the great king of the dazzling face, the chief of all the yellow-faced, was sad, seeing the sins of the black-faced. Phi sent his air vehicles, Viwan, to CDL his brother chiefs, chiefs of other nations and tribes, with pious men within, saying, Prepare. Arise ye men of the good law, and cross the land while, yet, dry. The lords of the storm are approaching. Their chariots are nearing the land. 1 night and 2 days only shall the lords of the dark face, the sorcerers, live on this patient land. She is doomed, and they have to descend with her. The nether lords of the fires, the gnomes and fire elementals, are preparing their magic Agnistra, fire weapons worked by magic. But the lords of the dark eye, evil eye, are stronger than they, the elementals, and they are the slaves of the mighty ones. They are versed in Ashta, Vidya, the highest magical knowledge. Come and use yours, i.e., your magic powers, in order to counteract those of the sorcerers. Let every lord of the dazzling face, an adept of the white magic, cause the Viwan of every lord of the dark face to come into his hands, or possession, lest any, of the sorcerers, should by its means escape from the waters, avoid the rod of the four, karmic deities, and save his wicked followers, or people. May every yellow face send sleep from himself, mesmerize, to every black face. May even they, the sorcerers, avoid pain and suffering. May every man true to the solar gods bind, paralyze, every man under the lunar gods, lest he should suffer or escape his destiny. And may every yellow face offer of his life water, blood, to the speaking animal of a black face, lest he awaken his master. The hour has struck, the black night is ready, etc., etc. Let their destiny be accomplished. We are the sen ants of the Great Four. May the kings of light return. Wrote the late Brahmachari Bhawa, a yogi of great renown and holiness. Extensive works on Ashtavidya and such other sciences were at different times compiled in the languages of the times. But the Sanskrit originals were lost at the time of the partial deluge of our country. See Tliya Sophist of June, 1880, Some Things the Aryans Knew. For Agnistra, see Wilson's Specimens of the Hindu Theatre, I.P. 297 f. Some wonderful, artificially made beast, similar in some way to Frankenstein's creation, which spoke and warned his master of every approaching danger. The master was a black magician, the mechanical animal was informed by a jinn, an elemental, according to the accounts. The blood of a pure man alone could destroy him. Vide Part 2, XXVII, 7 in Astronomy, Science, and Magic. The four karmic gods, called the four Maharajas in the stanzas. 428 The Secret Doctrine. The great king fell upon his dazzling face and wept. When the kings assembled, the waters had already moved. But, the nations had now crossed the dry lands. They were beyond the water mark. Their kings reached them in their vewans, and led them on to the lands of fire and metal, east and north. Still, in another passage, it is said, stars, meteors, showered on the lands of the black faces, but they slept. The speaking beasts, the magic watchers, kept quiet. The nether lords waited for orders, but they came not, for their masters slept. The waters arose, and covered the valleys from one end of the earth to the other. High lands remained, the bottom of the earth, the lands of the antipodes, remained dry. There dwelt those who escaped, the men of the yellow faces and of the straight eye, the frank and sincere people. When the lords of the dark faces awoke and bethought themselves of their vewans in order to escape from the rising waters, they found them gone. Then a passage shows some of the more powerful magicians of the dark face who awoke earlier than the others, pursuing those who had spoilt them and who were in the rear guard, for the nations that were led away, were as thick as the stars of the Milky Way, says a more modem commentary, written in Sanskrit only. Like as a dragon snake uncoils slowly its body, so the sons of men, led on by the sons of wisdom, opened their folds, and spreading out, expanded like a running stream of sweet waters. Many of the faint-hearted among them perished on their way. But most were saved. Yet the pursuers, whose heads and chests soared high above the water, chased them for 3 lunar terms until finally reached by the rising waves, they perished to the last man, the soil sinking under their feet and the earth engulfing those who had desecrated her. This sounds a good deal like the original material upon which the similar story in Exodus was built many hundred thousands of years later. The biography of Moses, the story of his birth, childhood, and rescue from the Nile by Pharaoh's daughter, is now shown to have been adapted from the Chaldean narrative about Sargon. And if so, the Assyrian tile in the British Museum being a good proof of it, why not that of the Jews robbing the Egyptians of their jewels, the death of Pharaoh and his army, and so on? The gigantic magicians of Ruta and Daitya, the lords of the dark face, may have become in the later narrative the Egyptian Magi, and the yellow-faced nations of shadowy mementos of the past. The fifth race, the virtuous sons of Jacob, the chosen people. One more statement has to be made. There have been several divine dynasties, a series for every root race beginning with the third, each series according and adapted to its humanity. The last 7 dynasties referred to in the Egyptian and Chaldean records belong to the fifth race, which, though generally called Aryan, was not entirely so, as it was ever largely mixed up with races to which ethnology gives other names. It would be impossible, in view of the limited space at our disposal, to go any further into the description of the Atlanteans, in whom the whole East believes as much as we believe in the ancient Egyptians, but whose existence the majority of the Western scientists deny, as they have denied, before this, many a truth, from the existence of Homer down to that of The carrier pigeon. The civilization of the Atlanteans was greater even than that of the Egyptians. It is their degenerate descendants, the nation of Plato's Atlantis, which built the first pyramids in the country, and that certainly before the advent of the Eastern Ethiopians, as Herodotus calls the Egyptians. This may be well inferred from the statement made by Ammianus Marcellinus, who says of the pyramids that there are also subterranean passages and winding retreats, which, it is said, men skillful in the ancient mysteries, by means of which they divined the coming of a flood, constructed in different places lest the memory of all their sacred ceremonies should be lost. These men who divined the coming of floods were not Egyptians, who never had any, except the periodical rising of the Nile. Who were they? The last remnants of the Atlanteans, we maintain. Those races which are dimly suspected by science, and thinking of which Mr. C. H. Gould, the well-known geologist, says, can we suppose that we have at all exhausted the great museum of nature? Have we, in fact, penetrated yet beyond its antechambers? Does the written history of man, comprising a few thousand years, embrace the whole course of his intelligent existence? Or have we in the long mythical eras, extending over hundreds of thousands of years, and recorded in the chronologies of Chaldea and of China, shadowy mementos of prehistoric man, handed down by tradition, and perhaps transported by a few survivors to existing lands from others, which, like the fabled Atlantis of Plato, may have been submerged, or the scene of some great catastrophe which destroyed them with all their civilization, mythical monsters, p. 19. After this one can turn with more confidence to the words of a master who wrote, several years before these words were penned by M.R. Gould, the fourth race had its periods of the highest civilization. Greek and Roman and even Egyptian civilizations are nothing. 430 The secret doctrine. Paired to the civilizations that began with the third race after its separation. But if this civilization and the mastery of arts and sciences are denied to the third and fourth races, no one will deny that between the great civilizations of antiquity, such as those of Egypt and India, there stretched the dark ages of crass ignorance and barbarism ever since the beginning of the Christian era up to our modern civilization, during which period all recollection of these traditions was lost. As said in Isis Unveiled, why should we forget that, ages before the prow of the adventurous Genoese clove the western waters, the Phoenician vessels had circumnavigated the globe, and spread civilization in regions now silent and deserted? What archaeologist will dare assert that the same hand which planned the pyramids of Egypt, Karnak, and the thousand ruins now crumbling to oblivion on the sandy banks of the Nile, did not erect the monumental Naganwat of Cambodia? Or trace the hieroglyphics on the obelisks and doors of the deserted Indian village, newly discovered in British Columbia by Lord Dufferin? Or those on the ruins of Palenque and Uxmal, of Central America? Do not the relics we treasure in our museums, last mementos of the long-lost arts, speak loudly in favor of ancient civilization? And do they not prove, over and over again, that nations and continents that have passed away have buried along with them arts and sciences, which neither the first crucible ever heated in a medieval cloister, nor the last cracked by a modern chemist, have revived, nor will at least, in the present century? And the same question may be put now that was put then. It may be once more asked, how does it happen that the most advanced standpoint that has been reached in our times, only enables us to see in the dim distance up the alpine path of knowledge the monumental proofs that earlier explorers have left to mark the plateaus they had reached and occupied? If modern masters are so much in advance of the old ones, why do they not restore to us the lost arts of our post-Diluvian forefathers? Why do they not give us the unfading colors of Luxor, the Tyrian purple, the bright vermilion and dazzling blue which decorate the walls of this place, and are as bright as on the first day of their application? The indestructible cement of the pyramids and of ancient aqueducts, the Damascus blade, which can be turned like a corkscrew in its scabbard without breaking, the gorgeous, unparalleled tints of the stained glass that is found amid the dust of old mints and beams in the windows of ancient cathedrals, and the secret of the true malleable glass. And if chemistry is so little able to rival even the early medieval ages in some arts, why boast of achievements which, accord 43-1 mistakes of the Egyptologists, ing to strong probability, were perfectly known thousands of years ago? The more archaeology and philology advance, the more humiliating to our pride are the discoveries which are daily made, the more glorious testimony do they bear in behalf of those who, perhaps on account of the distance of their remote antiquity, have been until now considered ignorant flounderers in the deepest mire of superstition. Among other arts and sciences, the ancients as a heirloom from the Atlanteans had those of astronomy and symbolism, which included the knowledge of the zodiac. As already explained, the whole of antiquity believed, with good reason, that humanity and its races are all intimately connected with the planets, and these with zodiacal signs. The whole world's history is recorded in the latter. In the ancient temples of Egypt this was proved by the Dendera zodiac, but except in an Arabic work, the property of a Sufi, the writer has never met with a correct copy of these marvelous records of the past, as also of the future history of our globe. Yet the original records exist, most undeniably. As Europeans are unacquainted with the real zodiacs of India, nor do they understand those they happen to know, witness Bentley, the reader is advised, in order to verify the statement, to turn to the work of Denon, Travels in Egypt, Vol. 2, in which, if understood, the two famous Egyptian zodiacs, can be found and examined. Having seen them personally, the writer has no longer need to trust to what other students who have examined and studied both very carefully have to say of them. As asserted by the Egyptian priests to Herodotus, who was informed that the terrestrial pole and the pole of the ecliptic had formerly coincided, thus was it found and corroborated by Mackey *, for he states that the poles are represented on the zodiacs in both positions, and in that which shows the poles, polar axes, at right angles, there are marks which prove that it was not the last time they were in that position, but the first after the zodiacs had been traced. Capricorn, he adds, is represented at the North Pole, and Cancer is divided, near its middle, at the South Pole, which is a confirmation that originally they had their winter. When the Sun was in Cancer, but the chief characteristics of its being a monument commemorating the first time that the pole had been in that position, are the Lion and the Virgin. See in Part 2, A Mystery of the Zodiac. Broadly calculated, it is believed by the Egyptologists that the Great Pyramid was built 3350 BC, see Proctor, Knowledge, Volume I pages 242-400, and that Menes and his dynasty existed 750 years before the fourth asterisk. The mythological astronomy of the ancients demonstrated by a strangely intuitional symbologist and astronomer, a kind of a self-made adept of Norwich, who lived in the first quarter of this century. 432 The secret doctrine. Dynasty, supposed to have built the pyramids, had appeared, the Great Pyramid, Stan Island Wake. Thus 4100 years BC is the age assigned to Menes. Now Sir J. Gardner Wilkinson's declaration that all the facts lead to the conclusion that the Egyptians had already made very great progress in the arts of civilization before the age of Menes, and perhaps before they immigrated into the valley of the Nile, Rawlinson's Herodotus, Vol. 2 p. 345, is very suggestive, as destroying this hypothesis. It points to great civilization in prehistoric times, and a still greater antiquity. The Shesuhor, the servants of horns, were the people who had settled in Egypt, and, as M. G. Maspero affirms, it is to this prehistoric race that belongs the honor of having founded the principal cities of Egypt, and established the most important sanctuaries. This was before the Great Pyramid epoch, and when Egypt had hardly arisen from the waters. Yet they possessed the hieroglyphic form of writing special to the Egyptians, and must have been already considerably advanced in civilization. It was, says Lenormant, the country of the great prehistoric sanctuaries, seats of the sacerdotal dominion, which played the most important part in the origin of civilization. What is the date assigned to this people? We hear of 4,000, at the utmost of 5,000 years BC, Maspero. Now it is claimed that it is by means of the cycle of 25,868 years, the sidereal year, that the approximate year of the erection of the Great Pyramid can be ascertained. Assuming that the long narrow downward passage was directed towards the pole star of the pyramid builders, astronomers have shown that Alpha Draconis, the then pole star, was in the required position about 3,350 BC, as well as in 2170 BC. Proctor, quoted by Stan Island Wake. But we are also told that this relative position of Alpha Draconis and Alcyone being an extraordinary one, it could not occur again for a whole sidereal year, Ibid. This demonstrates that, since the Dendera zodiac shows the passage of 3 sidereal years, the Great Pyramid must have been built 78,000 years ago, or in any case that this possibility deserves to be accepted at least as readily as the later date of 3,350 BC. Now on the zodiac of a certain temple in far northern India, as on the Dendera zodiac, the same characteristics of the signs are found. Those who know well the Hindu symbols and constellations, will be able to find out by the description of the Egyptian, whether the indications of the chronological time are correct or not. On the Dendera zodiac as preserved by the modem Egyptian Coptic and Greek adepts, and explained a little differently by Mackey, the lion stands upon the hydra and his tail is almost straight, pointing downwards at an angle of 40 or 50 degrees, this position agreeing with the original conformation of these constellations. But in many places we see the lion, Simha, 433 theories of a self-made adept. Mackey adds, with his tail turned up over his back, and ending with a serpent's head, thereby showing that the lion had been inverted, which, indeed, must have been the case with the whole zodiac and every other constellation, when the pole had been inverted. Speaking of the circular zodiac, given also by Denon, he says, there, the lion is standing on the serpent, and his tail forming a curve downward, from which it is found that though 600,000 or 700,000 years must have passed between the two positions, yet they had made but little difference between in the constellations of Leo and the Hydra, while Virgo is represented very differently in the two. In the circular zodiac, the Virgin is nursing her child, but it seems that they had not had that idea when the pole was first within the plane of the ecliptic, for in this zodiac, as given by Denon, we see 3 virgins between the lion and the scales, the last of which holds in her hand an ear of wheat. It is much to be lamented that there is in this zodiac a breach of the figure in the latter part of Leo and the beginning of Virgo, which has taken away 1 decan out of each sign. Nevertheless, the meaning is plain, as the 3 zodiacs belong to 3 different epochs, namely, to the last 3 family races of the 4th subrace of the Lifthrut race, each of which must have lived approximately from 25 to 30,000 years. The first of these, the Aryan Asiatics, witnessed the doom of the last of the populations of the giant Atlanteans who perished some 850,000 years ago, the Ruta and Daitya island continents. Toward the close of the Miocene Age. F. The 4th subrace witnessed the destruction of the last remnant of the Atlanteans, the Aryo-Atlanteans in the last island of Atlantis, namely, some 11,000 years ago. In order to understand this, the reader the term Atlantean must not mislead the reader to regard these as one race only, or even a nation. It is as though one said Asiatics. Many, multi-typed, and various were the Atlanteans, who represented several humanities, and almost a countless number of races and nations, more varied indeed than would be the Europeans were this name to be given indiscriminately to the 5 existing parts of the world, which, at the rate colonization is proceeding, will be the case, perhaps, in less than 200 or 300 years. There were brown, red, yellow, white, and black Atlanteans, giants and dwarfs, as some African tribes comparatively are, even now. F says a teacher in Esoteric Buddhism, on p. 64, in the Eocene Age, even in its very first part, the great cycle of the fourth race Menthu, Lemuro, Atlanteans had already reached its highest point, of civilization, and the great continent, the father of nearly all the present continents, showed the first symptoms of sinking. And on page 70, it is shown that Atlantis as a whole perished during the Miocene period. To show how the continents, races, nations, and cycles overlap each other, one has but to think of Lemuria, the last of whose lands perished about 700,000 years before the beginning of the Tertiary period, CP 65 of the same work, and the last of Atlantis only 11,000 years ago, thus both overlapping, one the Atlantean period, and the other the Aryan. 434 The secret doctrine is asked to glance at the diagram of the genealogical tree of the fifth root race, generally, though hardly correctly, called the Aryan race, and the explanations appended to it. Let the reader remember well that which is said of the divisions of root races and the evolution of humanity in this work, and stated clearly and concisely in M.R. Sinnott's Esoteric Buddhism. 1. There are 7 rounds in every Manvantara, this one is the 4th, and we are in the 5th root race, at present. 2. Each root race has 7 sub-races. 3. Each sub-race has, in its turn, 7 ramifications, which may be called branch or family races. 4. The little tribes, shoots, and offshoots of the last named are countless and depend on karmic action. Examine the genealogical tree hereto appended, and you will understand. The illustration is purely diagrammatic, and is only intended to assist the reader in obtaining a slight grasp of the subject, amidst the confusion which exists between the terms which have been used at different times for the divisions of humanity. It is also here attempted to express in figures, but only within approximate limits, for the sake of comparison, the duration of time through which it is possible to definitely distinguish one division from another. It would only lead to hopeless confusion if any attempt were made to give accurate dates to a few, for the races, sub-races, etc., etc., down to their smallest ramifications, overlap and are entangled with each other until it is nearly impossible to separate them. The human race has been compared to a tree, and this serves admirably as an illustration. The main stem of a tree may be compared to the root race, a. Illustration of the races. Its larger limbs to the various sub-races, 7 in number, B1, B2. On each of these limbs are 7 branches, or family races. C. After this, the cactus plant is a better illustration, for its fleshy leaves are covered with sharp spines, each of which may be compared to a nation or tribe of human beings. Now our fifth root race has already been in existence as a race sui generis and quite free from its parent stem about 1 million years, therefore it must be inferred that each of the 4 preceding sub-races has lived approximately 210,000 years, thus each family race has an average existence of about 30,000 years. Thus the European family race has still a good many thousand years to run, although the nations or the innumerable spines upon it, vary with each succeeding season of 3 or 4,000 years. It is somewhat curious to mark the comparative approximation of duration between the lives of a family race and a sidereal year. The knowledge of the foregoing, and the accurately correct division, formed part and parcel of the mysteries, where these sciences were taught to the disciples, and where they were transmitted by one hierophant to another. Everyone is aware that the European astronomers assign, arbitrarily enough, the date of the invention of the Egyptian zodiac to the years 2000 or 2400 BC. Proctor, and insist that this invention coincides in its date with that of the erection of the Great Pyramid. This, to an occultist and Eastern astronomer, must appear quite absurd. The year of the Kali Yuga is said to have begun between the 17th and 18th of February in the year 3102 BC. Now the Hindus claim that in the year 20,400 before Kali Yugam, the origin of their zodiac coincided with the spring equinox, there being at the time a conjunction of the sun and moon, and Bailey proved by a lengthy and careful computation of that date, that, even if fictitious, the epoch from which they had started to establish the beginning of their Kali Yuga was very real. That epoch is the year 3102 before our era, he writes. See Part 3, Book 1. Hindu astronomy defended by an academician. The lunar eclipse arriving just a fortnight after the beginning of the Black Age, it took place in a point situated between the wheat year of Virgo and the star T, Q, of the same constellation. One of their most esoteric cycles is based upon certain conjunctions and respective positions of Virgo and the Pleiades Critica. Hence, as the Egyptians brought their zodiac from southern India and Lanka *, the esoteric meaning was evidently identical. The three virgins, or Virgo in three different positions, meant, with both, the record of the first three divine or astronomical dynasties, who taught the third * Salon. 436 The secret doctrine. Root race, and after having abandoned the Atlanteans to their doom, returned, or redescend, rather, during the third subrace of the fifth, in order to reveal to saved humanity the mysteries of their birthplace, the sidereal heavens. The same symbolical record of the human races and the three dynasties, gods, manes semi-divine astrals of the third and fourth, and the heroes of the fifth race, which preceded the purely human kings, was found in the distribution of the tiers and passages of the Egyptian labyrinth. As the three inversions of the poles of course changed the face of the zodiac, a new one had to be constructed each time. In Mackey's Sphinxiad, the speculations of the bold author must have horrified the orthodox portion of the population of Norwich, as he says, fantastically enough, but, after all, the greatest length of time recorded by those monuments, the labyrinth, the pyramids and the zodiacs, does not exceed 5 millions of years, which is not so, which falls short of the records given us both by the esoteric Chinese and Hindus, which latter nation has registered a knowledge of time for 7 or 8 millions of years, which I have seen upon a talisman of porcelain. The Egyptian priests had the zodiacs of the Atlantean Ahura Maya, as the modern Hindus still have. As stated in esoteric Buddhism, the Egyptians, as well as the Greeks and Romans some 1,000 years ago, were remnants of the Atlanto-Aryans, i.e., the former, of the older, or the Ruda Atlanteans, the last named, the descendants of the last race of that island, whose sudden disappearance was narrated to Solon by the Egyptian initiates. The human dynasty of the older Egyptians, beginning with Menes, had all the knowledge of the Atlanteans, though there was no more Atlantean blood in their veins. Nevertheless, they had preserved all their archaic records. All this has been shown long ago. And it is just because the Egyptian zodiac is between 75 and 80,000 years old that the zodiac of the Greeks is far later. Volney has correctly pointed out in his Ruins of Empires, p. 360, that it is only 16,984 years old, or up to the present date 17,082. The forefathers of the Aryan Brahmins had their zodiacal calculations and zodiac from those born by Cryosacti power, the sons of Yoga, the Egyptians from the Atlanteans of Ruda. The former, therefore, may have registered time for 7 or 8 millions of years, but the Egyptians could not. This question was amply challenged, and as amply discussed and answered. See 5 Years of Theosophy. Art. Mr. Sinnott's Esoteric Buddhism, pages 325-46. Volney says that, as Aries was in its 15th degree 1447 BC, it follows that the first degree of Libra could not have coincided with the vernal equinox more lately than 15,194 years BC, to which if you add 1,790 since Christ. When Volney wrote this, it appears that 16,984 years have elapsed since the Greek, or rather Hellenic, origin of the zodiac. 437 more in the forthcoming volumes. Conclusion. Space forbids us to say anything more, and this part of the secret doctrine has to be closed. The 49 stanzas and the few fragments from the commentaries just given are all that can be published in these volumes. These, with some still older records to which none but the highest initiates have access, and a whole library of comments, glossaries, and explanations, form the synopsis of man's genesis. It is from the commentaries that we have hitherto quoted and tried to explain the hidden meaning of some of the allegories, thus showing the true views of esoteric antiquity upon geology, anthropology, and even ethnology. We will endeavor in the part which follows, to establish a still closer metaphysical connection between the earliest races and their creators, the divine men from other worlds, accompanying the statements proffered with the most important demonstrations of the same in esoteric astronomy and symbolism. In Volume 3 of this work, the said volume and the IVTH being almost ready, a brief history of all the great adepts known to the ancients and the moderns in their chronological order will be given, as also a bird's eye view of the mysteries, their birth, growth, decay, and final death in Europe. This could not find room in the present work. Volume 4 will be almost entirely devoted to occult teachings. The duration of the periods that separate, in space and time, the fourth from the fifth race in the historical asterisk or even the legendary beginnings of the latter is too tremendous for us to offer, even to a theosophist, any more detailed accounts of them. During the course of the post-Diluvian ages marked at certain periodical epochs by the most terrible cataclysms, too many races and nations were born, and have disappeared almost without leaving a trace, for anyone to offer any description of the slightest value concerning them. Whether the masters of wisdom have a consecutive and full history of our race from its incipient stage down to the present times, whether they possess the uninterrupted record of man since he became the complete physical being, and became thereby the king of the animals and master on this earth, is not for the writer to say. Most probably they have, the word historical is used, because, although historians have dwarfed almost absurdly the dates that separate certain events from our modern day, nevertheless, once that they are known and accepted, they belong to history. Thus the Trojan War is an historical event, and though even less than 1000 years BC is the date assigned to it, yet in truth it is nearer 6000 than 5000 years BC. 438 The secret doctrine. And such is our own personal conviction. But if so, this knowledge is only for the highest initiates, who do not take their students into their confidence. The writer can, therefore, give but what she has herself been taught, and no more. But even this will appear to the profane reader rather as a weird, fantastic dream, than as a possible reality. This is only natural and as it should be, since for years such was the impression made upon the humble writer of these pages herself. Born and bred in European, matter-of-fact, and presumably civilized countries, she assimilated the foregoing with the utmost difficulty. But there are proofs of a certain character which become irrefutable and are undeniable in the long run, to every earnest and unprejudiced mind. For a series of years such were offered to her, and now she has the full certitude that our present globe and its human races must have been grown and developed in this, and in no other way. But this is the personal view of the writer, and her orthodoxy cannot be expected to have any more weight than any other doxy, in the eyes of those to whom every fresh theory is heterodox until otherwise proved. Therefore are we occultists fully prepared for such questions as these. How does one know that the writer has not invented the whole scheme? And supposing she has not, how can one tell that the whole of the foregoing, as given in the stanzas, is not the product of the imagination of the ancients? How could they have preserved the records of such an immense, such an incredible antiquity? The answer that the history of this world since its formation and to its end is written in the stars, i.e., is recorded in the zodiac and the universal symbolism whose keys are in the keeping of the initiates, will hardly satisfy the doubters. The antiquity of the zodiac in Egypt is much doubted, and it is denied point blank with regard to India. Your conclusions are often excellent, but your premises are always doubtful, the writer was once told by a profane friend. To this, the answer came that it was one point, at least, gained on the scientific syllogisms. For, with the exception of a few problems from the domain of purely physical science, both the premises and conclusions of the men of science are as hypothetical as they are almost invariably erroneous. And if they do not so appear to the profane, the reason is simply this: the said profane is very little aware, taking as he does his scientific data on faith, that both premises and conclusions are generally the product of the same brains, which, however learned, are not infallible, a truism demonstrated daily by the shifting and reshifting of scientific theories and speculations. However it may be, the records of the temples, zodiacal and traditional, as well as the ideographic records of the East, as read by the 439 modern science mistrusted adepts of the sacred science and vidya, are not a whit more doubtful than the so-called ancient history of the European nations, now edited, corrected, and amplified by half a century of archaeological discoveries, and the very problematical readings of the Assyrian tiles, cuneiform fragments, and Egyptian hieroglyphics. So are our data based upon the same readings, in addition to an almost inexhaustible number of secret works of which Europe knows nothing, plus the perfect knowledge by the initiates of the symbolism of every word so recorded. Some of these records belong to an immense antiquity. Every archaeologist and paleontologist is acquainted with the ideographic productions of certain semi-savage tribes, who from time immemorial have aimed at rendering their thoughts symbolically. This is the earliest mode of recording events and ideas. And how old this knowledge is in the human race may be inferred from some signs, evidently ideographic, found on hatchets of the Paleolithic period. The Red Indian tribes of America, only a few years ago comparatively speaking, petitioned the President of the United States to grant them possession of 4 small lakes, the petition being written on the tiny surface of a piece of a fabric, which is covered with barely a dozen representations of animals and birds. See Lubbock. The American savages have a number of such different kinds of writing, but not one of our scientists is yet familiar, or even knows of the early hieroglyphic cipher, still preserved in some fraternities, and named in occultism the centaur. Moreover, all those who have decided to regard such modes of writing, e.g., the ideographs of the Red Indians, and even the Chinese characters, as attempts of the early races of mankind to express their untutored thoughts, will decidedly object to our statement, that writing was invented by the Atlanteans, and not at all by the Phoenicians. Indeed, such a claim as that writing was known to mankind many hundreds of millenniums ago, in the face of the philologists who have decreed that writing was unknown in the days of, and to Panini, in India, as also to the Greeks in the time of Homer, will be met by general disapprobation, if not with silent scorn. All denial and ridicule notwithstanding, the occultists will maintain the claim, and simply for this reason, from Bacon down to our modern Royal Society, we have a too long period, full of the most ludicrous mistakes made by science, to warrant our believing in modern scientific assumptions rather than in the denials of our teachers. Writing, our scientists say, was unknown to Panini, and this sage nevertheless composed a grammar which contains 3,996 rules, and is the most perfect of all the grammars that were ever made. Panini is made out to have lived barely a few centuries BC, by the most liberal, and the rocks in Iran and Central Asia, whence the philologists and historians 440 the secret doctrine show us the ancestors of the same Panini, the Brahmins, coming into India, are covered with writing, 2,000 and 3,000 years old, 12,000, according to some fearless paleontologists. Writing was insurs incognita in the days of Hesiod and Homer, agreeably to Grote, and unknown to the Greeks so late as 770 BC, and the Phoenicians who had invented it, and knew writing as far back as 1500 BC, at the earliest asterisk were living among the Greeks, and elbowing them, all the time. All these scientific and contradictory conclusions disappeared, however, into thin air, when Schliemann discovered, a. the site of ancient Troy, whose actual existence had been so long regarded as a fable, and, b. excavated on that site earthenware vessels with inscriptions in characters unknown to the paleontologists and the all-denying Sanskritists. Who will now deny Troy, or these archaic inscriptions. As Professor Fierko witnesses, I was myself an eyewitness of 2 such discoveries, and helped to gather the articles together. The slanderers have long since been silenced, who were not ashamed to charge the discoverer with an imposture, nor were truthful women spared any more than truthful men. Duke Alou, Gordon Cumming, Madame Marion, Dollar Bruce, and a host of others were charged with lying. Madame Marion says the author of Mythical Monsters, who gives this information in the introduction, was accused of deliberate falsehood in reference to her description of a bird-eating spider nearly 200 years ago. But nowadays reliable observers have confirmed it in regard to South America, India, and elsewhere. Audubon was accused by botanists of having invented the yellow water lily, which he figured in his Birds of the South under the name of Nymphea lutea, and after having lain under the imputation for years, was confirmed at last by the discovery of the long-lost flower in Florida in 1876, Pop. Sci Monthly, No. 60, April 1877. And, as Audubon was called a liar for this, and for his Holy Etus Washingtonii, so Victor Hugo was ridiculed for his marvelous word-painting of the devilfish, and his description of a man becoming its helpless victim. The thing was derided as an impossibility, yet within a few years were discovered, on the shores of Newfoundland, cuttlefish with arms extending to 30 feet in length, and capable of dragging a good-sized. It is an historical fact that Sanchoniathon compiled and wrote in Phoenician characters from annals and state documents in the archives of the older Phoenician cities the full record of their religion in 1250 BC. F. Professor Fierko, in Appendix I to Schleman's Murray, 1880. Goss writes of the latter, she is set down a thorough heretic, not at all to be believed, a manufacturer of unsound natural history, an inventor of false facts in science. Romance of Natural History, p. 227, Dr. Cover writes, that famous bird of Washington was a myth, either Audubon was mistaken, or else, as some do not hesitate to affirm, he lied about it. 441 A wholesale denial. Boat beneath the surface, and their action has been reproduced for centuries past by Japanese artists. Mythical Monsters, p. 11 in Trod. And if Troy was denied, and regarded as a myth, the existence of Herculaneum and Pompeii declared a fiction, the travels of Marco Polo laughed at and called as absurd a fable as one of Baron Munchausen's tales, why should the writer of Isis Unveiled and of the Secret Doctrine be any better treated? Mr. Charles Gould, the author of the above-cited volume, quotes in his excellent work a few lines from Macmillan, 1860, which are as true as life, and too much to the point not to be reproduced, when a naturalist, either by visiting such spots of earth as are still out of the way, or by his good fortune, finds a very queer plant or animal, he is forthwith accused of inventing his game. As soon as the creature is found to sin against preconception, the great, guiding spirit, a priori by name, who furnishes philosophers with their omniscience pro re nat, whispers that no such thing can be, and forthwith there is a charge of hoax. The heavens themselves have been charged with hoaxes. When Leverrier and Adams predicted a planet by calculation, it was gravely asserted in some quarters that the planet which had been calculated was not the planet but another which had clandestinely and improperly got into the neighborhood of the true body. The disposition to suspect hoax is stronger than the disposition to hoax. Who was it that first announced that the classical writings of Greece and Rome were one huge hoax perpetrated by the monks in what the announcer would be as little or less inclined than drive Maitland to call the Dark Ages? p. 13. Thus let it be. No disbeliever who takes the secret doctrine for a hoax is forced or even asked to credit our statements. These have already been proclaimed to be such by certain very clever American journalists before even the work went to press. Nor, is it after all, necessary that anyone should believe in the occult sciences and the old teachings, before one knows anything or even so far back as July, 1888, at a time when the MSS. Of this work had not yet left my writing table, and the secret doctrine was utterly unknown to the world. It was already being denounced as a product of my brain and no more. These are the flattering terms in which the Evening Telegraph, of America, referred to this still unpublished work in its issue of June 30, 1888. Among the fascinating books for July reading is Madame Blavatsky's new book on Theosophy, The Secret Doctrine. But because she can soar back into the Brahmin ignorance, is no proof that everything she says is true. And once the prejudiced verdict given on the mistaken notion that my book was out, and that the reviewer had read it, neither of which was or could be the case, now that it is really out the critic will have to support his first statement, whether correct or otherwise, and thus get out of it, probably by a more slashing criticism than ever. 442 The Secret Doctrine. Believes in his own soul. No great truth was ever accepted a priori, and generally a century or two passed before it began to glimmer in the human consciousness as a possible verity, except in such cases as the positive discovery of the thing claimed as a fact. The truths of today are the falsehoods and errors of yesterday, and vice versa. It is only in the XXth century that portions, if not the whole, of the present work will be vindicated. It is no fact going against our statements, therefore, even if Sir John Evans does affirm that writing was unknown in the Stone Age. For it may have been unknown during that period in the fifth Aryan race, and have been perfectly known to the Atlanteans of the fourth, in the palmy days of their highest civilization. The cycles of the rise and fall of the nations and races are there to account for it. If told that there have been cases before now of forged pseudographs being palmed off on the credulous, and that our work may be classed with Jack Elliott's Bible in India, in which, by the way, there are more truths among its errors than are found in the works of orthodox and recognized Orientalists, the charge and comparison will dismay us very little. We bide our time. Even the famous Yajurveda of the last century, considered by Voltaire the most precious gift from the east to the west, and by Max Muller about the silliest book that can be read, is not altogether without facts and truths in it. The cases when the a priori negations of specialists became justified by subsequent corroborations form but an insignificant percentage of those that were fully vindicated by subsequent discoveries, and confirmed to the great dismay of the learned objectors. Yajurveda was a very small bone of contention compared with the triumph of Sir William Jones, Ainquetil de Perron, and others in the matter of Sanskrit and its literature. Such facts are recorded by Professor Max Muller himself, who, speaking of the discomfiture of Dugald Stewart and co. in connection with this, states that if the facts about Sanskrit were true, Dugald Stewart was too wise not to see that the conclusions drawn from them were inevitable. He therefore denied the reality of such a language as Sanskrit altogether, and wrote his famous essay to prove that Sanskrit had been put together after the model of Greek and Phaeton, by those arch-forgers and liars, the Brahmins, and that the whole of Sanskrit literature was an imposition, Science of Language, p. 168, the writer is quite willing and feels proud to keep company with these Brahmins, and other historical liars, in the opinion of our modem Dugald Stewarts. She has lived too long, and her experience has been too varied and personal, for her not to know at least something of human nature. When you doubt, abstain, says the wise Zoroaster, 443 Paradoxes of Science, whose prudent aphorism is found corroborated in every case by daily life and experience. Yet, like St. John the Baptist, this sage of the past ages is found preaching in the desert, in company with a more modem philosopher, namely Bacon, who offers the same priceless bit of practical wisdom. In contemplation, he says, in any question of knowledge, we add, if a man begin with certainties, he shall end in doubts, but if he will be content to begin with doubts, he shall end in certainties. With this piece of advice from the father of English philosophy to the representatives of British skepticism we ought to close the debate, but our theosophical readers are entitled to a final piece of occult information. Enough was said to show that evolution in general, events, mankind, and everything else in nature proceed in cycles. We have spoken of 7 races, 5 of which have nearly completed their earthly career, and have claimed that every root race, with its sub-races and innumerable family divisions and tribes, was entirely distinct from its preceding and succeeding race. This will be objected to, on the authority of uniform experience in the question of anthropology and ethnology. Man was save in color and type, and perhaps a difference in facial peculiarities and cranial capacity ever the same under every climate and in every part of the world, say the naturalists, even in stature. This, while maintaining that man descends from the same unknown ancestor as the ape, a claim that is logically impossible without an infinite variation of stature and form, from his first evolution into a biped. The very logical persons who maintain both propositions are welcome to their paradoxical views. Once more we address only those who, doubting the general derivation of myths from the contemplation of the visible workings of external nature, think it less hard to believe that these wonderful stories of gods and demigods, of giants and dwarfs, of dragons and monsters of all descriptions, are transformations, than to believe them to be inventions. It is only such transformations in physical nature, as much as in the memory and conceptions of our present mankind, that the secret doctrine teaches. It confronts the purely speculative hypotheses of modern science, based upon the experience and exact observations of barely a few centuries, with the unbroken tradition and records of its sanctuaries, and brushing away that tissue of cobweb-like theories, spun in the darkness that covers a period of hardly a few millenniums back, and which Europeans call their history. The old science says to us, listen, now, to my version of the memoirs of humanity. The human races are born one from the other, grow, develop, become 444 the secret doctrine. Old, and die. Their sub-races and nations follow the same rule. If your all-denying modem science and so-called philosophy do not contest that the human family is composed of a variety of well-defined types and races, it is only because the fact is undeniable. No one would say that there was no external difference between an Englishman, an African Negro, and a Japanese or Chinaman. On the other hand, it is formally denied by most naturalists that mixed human races, i.e., the seeds for entirely new races, are any longer formed in our days. But this last is maintained on good grounds by de Quatrefages and some others. Nevertheless, our general proposition will not be accepted. It will be said that whatever forms man has passed through in the long prehistoric past, there are no more changes for him, save certain variations, as at present, in the future. Hence that our 6th and 7th root races are fictions. To this it is again answered, how do you know? Your experience is limited to a few thousand years, to less than a day in the whole age of humanity, and to the present types of the actual continents and isles of our 5th race. How can you tell what will or will not be? Meanwhile, such is the prophecy of the secret books and their no uncertain statements. Since the beginning of the Atlantean race many million years have passed, yet we find the last of the Atlanteans, still mixed up with the Aryan element, 11,000 years ago. This shows the enormous overlapping of one race over the race which succeeds it, though in character and external type the elder loses its characteristics, and assumes the new features of the younger race. This is proved in all the formations of mixed human races. Now, occult philosophy teaches that even now, under our very eyes, the new race and races are preparing to be formed, and that it is in America that the transformation will take place, and has already silently commenced. Pure Anglo-Saxons hardly 300 years ago, the Americans of the United States have already become a nation apart, and, owing to a strong admixture of various nationalities and intermarriage, almost a race sui generis, not only mentally, but also physically. Every mixed race, when uniform and settled, has been able to play the part of a primary race in fresh crossings, says de Quatrefages. Mankind, in its present state, has thus been formed, certainly, for the greatest part, by the successive crossing of a number of races at present undetermined, the human species, p. 274, thus the Americans have become in only 3 centuries a primary race, pro-turn, before becoming a race apart, and strongly separated from all other now existing races. They are, in short, the germs of the 6th sub-race, and in some few hundred years more, will become 445 the coming new race. Most decidedly the pioneers of that race which must succeed to the present European or 5th sub-race, in all its new characteristics. After this, in about 25,000 years, they will launch into preparations for the 7th sub-race, until, in consequence of cataclysms, the first series of those which must one day destroy Europe, and still later the whole Aryan race, and thus affect both Americas, as also most of the lands directly connected with the confines of our continent and isles, the 6th root race will have appeared on the stage of our round. When shall this be? Who knows save the great masters of wisdom, perchance, and they are as silent upon the subject as the snow-capped peaks that tower above them. All we know is, that it will silently come into existence, so silently, indeed, that for long millenniums shall its pioneers, the peculiar children who will grow into peculiar men and women, be regarded as anomalous lusus naturae, abnormal oddities physically and mentally. Then, as they increase, and their numbers become with every age greater, one day they will awake to find themselves in a majority. It is the present men who will then begin to be regarded as exceptional mongrels, until these die out in their turn in civilized lands, surviving only in small groups on islands, the mountain peaks of today, where they will vegetate, degenerate, and finally die out, perhaps millions of years hence, as the Aztecs have, as the Niam and the dwarfish Mula Corumba of the Nilgiri hills are dying. All these are the remnants of once mighty races, the recollection of whose existence has entirely died out of the remembrance of the modem generations, just as we shall vanish from the memory of the 6th race humanity. The 5th will overlap the 6th race for many hundreds of millenniums, changing with it slower than its new successor, still changing in stature, general physique, and mentality, just as the 4th overlapped our Aryan race, and the 3rd had overlapped the Atlanteans. This process of preparation for the 6th great race must last throughout the whole 6th and 7th sub-races, vide supra, the diagram of the genealogical tree of the 5th race. But the last remnants of the 5th continent will not disappear until some time after the birth of the new race, when another and new dwelling, the 6th continent, will have appeared above the new waters on the face of the globe, so as to receive the new stranger. To it also will emigrate and settle all those who shall be fortunate enough to escape the general disaster. When this shall be, as just said, it is not for the writer to know. Only, as nature no more proceeds by sudden jumps and starts, than man changes suddenly from a child into a mature man, the final cataclysm will be preceded by many smaller submersions and destructions, both by wave and volcanic fires. The exultant pulse will beat 446, the secret doctrine. High in the heart of the race now in the American zone, but there will be no more Americans when the 6th race commences, no more, in fact, than Europeans, for they will have now become a new race, and many new nations. Yet the 5th will not die, but survive for a while, overlapping the new race for many hundred thousands of years to come. It will become transformed with it slower than its new successor, still getting entirely altered in mentality, general physique, and stature. Mankind will not grow again into giant bodies as in the case of the Lemurians and the Atlanteans, because while the evolution of the 4th race led the latter down to the very bottom of materiality in its physical development, the present race is on its ascending arc, and the 6th will be rapidly growing out of its bonds of matter, and even of flesh. Thus it is the mankind of the New World one, by far the senior of our old one, a fact men had also forgotten of Ptla, the antipodes, or the nether world, as America is called in India, whose mission and karma it is, to sow the seeds for a forthcoming, grander, and far more glorious race than any of those we know of at present. The cycles of matter will be succeeded by cycles of spirituality and a fully developed mind. On the law of parallel history and races, the majority of the future mankind will be composed of glorious adepts. Humanity is the child of cyclic destiny, and not one of its units can escape its unconscious mission, or get rid of the burden of its cooperative work with nature. Thus will mankind, race after race, perform its appointed cycle pilgrimage. Climates will, and have already begun, to change, each tropical year after the other dropping one sub-race, but only to beget another higher race on the ascending cycle, while a series of other less favored groups, the failures of nature, will, like some individual men, vanish from the human family without even leaving a trace behind. Such is the course of nature under the sway of karmic law, of the ever-present and the ever-becoming nature. For, in the words of a sage, known only to a few occultists, the present is the child of the past, the future, the begotten of the present. And yet, O present moment, knowest thou not that thou hast no parent, nor canst thou have a child, that thou art ever begetting but thyself? Before thou hast even begun to say I am the progeny of the departed moment, the child of the past, thou hast become that past itself. Before thou utterest the last syllable, behold, thou art no more the present but verily that future. Thus, are the past, the present, and the future, the ever-living Trinity in one. The Mahamaya of the Absolute is. Book 2, Part 2. The archaic symbolism of the world religions. The narratives of the doctrine are its cloak. The simple look only at the garment that is, upon the narrative of the doctrine, more they know not. The instructed, however, see not merely the cloak, but what the cloak covers. The Zohar, 3:152, Frank, 1:19. The mysteries of the faith, are, not to be divulged to all. It is requisite to hide in a mystery the wisdom spoken. Clem. Alex, Strom. 12, Book 2. Part 2. Esoteric tenets corroborated in every scripture. In view of the strangeness of the teachings, and of many a doctrine which from the modern scientific standpoint must seem absurd, some necessary and additional explanations have to be made. The theories contained in the second part of the stanzas are even more difficult to assimilate than those which are embodied in Volume 1, on cosmogony. Theology, therefore, has to be questioned here, as science will be in the addenda, Part 3. Since our doctrines differ so widely from the current ideas of both materialism and theology, the occultists must be ever prepared to repel the attacks of either or of both. The reader can never be too often reminded that, as the abundant quotations from various old scriptures prove, these teachings are as old as the world, and that the present work is a simple attempt to render, in modem language and in a phraseology with which the scientific and educated student is familiar, archaic Genesis and history as taught in certain Asiatic centers of esoteric learning. They must be accepted or rejected on their own merits, fully or partially, but not before they have been carefully compared with the corresponding theological dogmas and the modem scientific theories and speculations. One feels a serious doubt whether, with all its intellectual acuteness, our age is destined to discover in each Western nation even one solitary uninitiated scholar or philosopher capable of fully comprehending the spirit of archaic philosophy. Nor can one be expected to do so, before the real meaning of these terms, the alpha and the omega of Eastern esotericism, the words sat and asat, so freely used in the Rig Veda, and elsewhere, is thoroughly assimilated. Without this key to the Aryan wisdom, the cosmogony of the rishis and the arhats is in danger of remaining a dead letter to the average Orientalist. Asat is not merely the negation of Sat, nor is it the not yet existing, for Sat is in itself neither the existent, nor being. Sat is the immutable, the ever-present, changeless, and eternal root, from and through which all proceeds. But it is far more than the potential force in the seed, which propels onward the process of development, or what is now called evolution. It is the ever-becoming, though the never-manifesting *sat*, the Hegelian doctrine, which identifies absolute being or beingness with non-being, and represents the universe as an eternal becoming, is identical with the Vedanta philosophy. 450 The secret doctrine is from Asat, and Asat is begotten by Sat, the perpetual motion in a circle, truly, yet a circle that can be squared only at the supreme initiation, at the threshold of parinirvana. Barth started a reflection on the Rig Veda which was meant for a STEM criticism, an unusual, therefore, as was thought, an original view of this archaic volume. It so happened, however, that, while criticizing, that scholar revealed a truth, without being himself aware of its full importance. He premises by saying that neither in the language nor in the thought of the Rig Veda has he been able to discover that quality of primitive natural simplicity, which so many are fain to see in it. Barth had Max Muller in his mind's eye when writing this. For the famous Oxford professor has throughout characterized the hymns of the Rig Veda, as the unsophisticated expression of the religious feeling of a pastoral innocent people. In the Vedic hymns the ideas and myths appear in their simplest and freshest form, the Sanskrit scholar thinks. Barth is of a different opinion, however. So divided and personal are the opinions of Sanskritists as to the importance and intrinsic value of the Rig Veda, that those opinions become entirely biased whichever way they incline. Thus Mr. Max Muller declares that, nowhere is the wide distance which separates the ancient poems of India from the most ancient literature of Greece more clearly felt, than when we compare the growing myths of the Veda with the full-grown and decayed myths on which the poetry of Homer is founded. The Veda is the real theogony of the Aryan races, while that of Hesiod is a distorted caricature of the original image. This is a sweeping assertion, and perhaps rather unjust in its general application. But why not try to account for it? Orientalists cannot do so, for they reject the chronology of the secret doctrine, and could hardly admit the fact that between the Rig Vedic hymns and Hesiod's theogony tens of thousands of years have elapsed. So they fail to see that the Greek myths are no longer the primitive symbolical language of the initiates, the disciples of the gods' hierophants, the divine ancient sacrifices, and that disfigured by the distance, and encumbered by the exuberant growth of human profane fancy, they now stand like distorted images of stars in running waves? But if Hesiod's cosmogony and theogony are to be viewed as caricatures of the original images, how much more so the myths in the Hebrew Genesis in the sight of those, for whom they are no more divine revelation or the Word of God, than Hesiod's theogony is for Mr. Gladstone. The poetry the Rig Veda, contains appears to me, on the contrary, says Barth, to be of a singularly refined character, and 451 the Vedas written by initiates. Artificially elaborated, full of allusions and reticences, of pretensions, to mysticism and theosophic insight, and the manner of its expression is such as reminds one more frequently of the phraseology in use among certain small groups of initiated, than the poetic language of a large community. The Religions of India, p. 13. We will not stop to inquire of the critic what he can know of the phraseology in use among the initiated, or whether he belongs himself to such a group, for, in the latter case, he would hardly have used such language. But the above shows the remarkable disagreement between scholars even with regard to the external character of the Rig Veda. What, then, can any of the modem Sanskritists know about its internal or esoteric meaning, beyond the correct inference of Barth, that this scripture has been compiled by initiates? The whole of the present work is an endeavor to prove this truth. The ancient adepts have solved the great problems of science, however unwilling modem materialism may be to admit the fact. The mysteries of life and death were fathomed by the great masterminds of antiquity, and if they have preserved them in secrecy and silence, it is because these problems formed part of the sacred mysteries, and, secondly, because they must have remained incomprehensible to the vast majority of men then, as they do now. If such teachings are still regarded as chimeras by our opponents in philosophy, it may be a consolation to the theosophists to learn, on good proofs, that the speculations of modem psychologists, whether serious idealists, like Mr. Herbert Spencer, or wool-gathering pseudo-idealists, are far more chimerical. Indeed, instead of resting on the firm foundation of facts in nature, they are the unhealthy will-o'-the-wisps of materialistic imagination, of the brains that evolved them and no more. While they deny, we affirm, and our affirmation is corroborated by almost all the sages of antiquity. Believing in occultism and a host of invisible potencies for good reasons, we say, certus sum, cio quod credidi, to which our critics reply, credat Judaeus apella. Neither is converted by the other, nor does such result affect even our little planet. E per se muav. Nor is there any need of proselytizing. As remarked by the wise Cicero, time destroys the speculations of man, but it confirms the judgment of nature. Let us bide our time. Meanwhile, it is not in the human constitution to witness in silence the destruction of one's gods, whether they be true or false. And as theology and materialism have combined together to destroy the old gods of antiquity and seek to disfigure every old philosophical conception, it is but just that the lovers of old wisdom should defend their position, by proving that the whole arsenal of the two is, at best, formed of new weapons made out of very old material. 452 The Secret Doctrine. 16. Adam Adami. Names such as Adam Adami, used by Mr. Quolson in his Nabatean Agriculture * and derided by M. Renat, may prove little to the profane. To the occultist, however, once that the term is found in a work of such immense antiquity as the above cited, it proves a good deal, for instance that Adami was a manifold symbol, originating with the Aryan people, as the root word shows, and having been taken from them by the Semites and the Turanians as many other things were. Adam Adami is a generic compound name as old as languages are. The Secret Doctrine teaches that Adi was the name given to the first speaking race of mankind in this round by the Aryans. Hence the Adonam and Adonai, the ancient plural form of the word Adon, which the Jews applied to their Jehovah and angels, who were simply the first spiritual and ethereal sons of the earth, and the god Adonis, who in his many variations stood for the first Lord. Adam is the Sanskrit Adanath, also meaning first Lord, as Adiswara or any ad, the first, followed by any adjective or substantive. The reason for this is that such truths were a common inheritance. It was a revelation received by the first mankind before that time which, in biblical phraseology, is called the period of one lip and word, or speech, knowledge expanded by man's own intuition later on, but still later hidden from profanation under an adequate symbology. The author of the Kabbalah, according to the philosophical writings of Ibn Gabirol, shows the Israelite using Adonai, Lord, instead of Ayeh, Lamb, and Yhvh, and adds that, while Adonai is rendered Lord in the Bible, the lowest designation, or the deity in nature, the more general term Elohim, is translated God. p. 175, a curious work was translated in 1860 or thereabout, by the Orientalist Quolson, and presented to ever incredulous and flippant Europe under the innocent title of Nabatean Agriculture. In the opinion of the translator, that archaic volume is a complete initiation into the mysteries of the pre-Adamite nations, on the authority of undeniably authentic documents. It is an invaluable compendium, the full epitome of the doctrines held, of the arts and sciences, not only of the Chaldeans, but also of the Assyrians and Canaanites of the prehistoric ages. These * vidi infra. 453 Nabatean Agriculture. Nabateans, as some critics thought, were simply the Sabaeans, or Chaldean star worshippers. The work is a retranslation from the Arabic, into which language it was at first translated from the Chaldean. Masudi, the Arabic historian, speaks of those Nabateans, and explains their origin in this wise: after the deluge, the nations established themselves in various countries. Among these were the Nabateans, who founded the city of Babylon, and were those descendants of Ham who settled in the same province under the leadership of Nimrod, the son of Cush, who was the son of Ham, and great-grandson of Noah. This took place at the time when Nimrod received the governorship of Babylonia as the delegate of Jahak named Birisp. The translator, Quolson, finds that the assertions of this historian are in perfect accord with those of Moses in Genesis, while more irreverent critics might express the opinion that for this very reason their truth should be suspected. It is useless to argue this point, which is of no value in the present question. The weather-beaten, long since buried problem, and the difficulty of accounting, on any logical ground, for the phenomenal derivation of millions of people of various races, of many civilized nations and tribes, from 3 couples, Noah's sons, in 346 years. After the deluge, may be left to the karma of the author of Genesis, whether he is called Moses or Ezra. That which is interesting in the work noticed is its contents, the doctrines enunciated in it, which are again, if read esoterically, almost all of them identical with the secret teachings. Qadr suggested that this book might have been simply a copy made under Nebuchadnezzar II, from some Hamitic treatise, infinitely more ancient, while the author maintains, on internal and external evidence, that its Chaldean original was written out from the oral discourses and teachings of a wealthy Babylonian landowner, named Chu-Tami, who had used for those lectures still more ancient materials. The first Arabic translation is placed by Khorasan so far back as the 13th century BC. On the first page of this revelation, the author, or amanuensis, Chu-Tami, declares that the doctrines propounded therein, were originally told by Saturn to the moon, who communicated them to her idol, which idol revealed them to her devotee, the writer the adept scribe of that work Chu-Tami. The details given by the god for the benefit and instruction of mortals, show periods of incalculable duration and a series of numberless kingdoms and dynasties that preceded the appearance on earth of *C Genesis and the authorized chronology. In Chapt. 9 Noah leaveth the ark BC 2348. Chapter X Nimrod the first monarch, stands over BC 1998. 454 The secret doctrine. Adami, the red earth. These periods have aroused, as might have been expected, the defenders of the chronology of the biblical dead letter meaning almost to fury. Durujamant was the first to make a levy in arms against the translator. He reproaches him with sacrificing Moses to an anonymous author. Beresus, he urges, however great were his chronological errors, was at least in perfect accord with the prophet with regard to the first men, since he speaks of Alaris Adam, of Xisuthris Noah, and of Belus Nimrod, etc. Therefore, he adds, the work must be an apocrypha to be ranged with its contemporaries, the fourth book of Esdras, that of Enoch, the Sibylline oracles, and the book of Hermes, every one of these dating no further back than 2 or 3 centuries BC. Ewald came down still harder on Khorasan, and finally M. Renat. In the Revue Germanique, the ex-pupil pulls down the authority of his master, by asking him to show a reason why his Nabatean agriculture should not be the fraudulent work of some Jew of the 3rd or 4th century of our era. It can hardly be otherwise, argues the romancer of the Life of Jesus. Since, in this infolio on astrology and sorcery, we recognize in the personages introduced by Chu-Tami, all the patriarchs of the biblical legends, such as Aklam, Noah, and his Abraham, etc., etc. This is no reason, since Adam and others are generic names. Meanwhile, it is humbly submitted that, all things considered, an apocrypha, if even of the 3rd century AD, instead of the 13th century BC, as suggested by Qadr is old enough to appear genuine as a document, and so satisfy the demands of the most exacting archaeologist and critic. For, even admitting, for argument's sake, that this literary relic has been compiled by some Jew of the 3rd century of our era, what of that? Leaving the credibility of its doctrines for a moment aside, why should it be less entitled to a hearing, or less instructive as reflecting older opinions than any other religious work, also a compilation from old texts or oral tradition of the same or even a later age? In such case we should have to reject and call apocryphal the Quran 2 centuries older, though we know it to have sprung, Minerva-like, direct from the brain of the Arabian prophet, and we should have to pooh-pooh all the information we can get from the Talmud, which, in its present form, was also compiled from older materials, and is not earlier than the 9th century of our era. The curious Bible of the Chaldean adept, and the various criticisms upon it, as in the Quolson's translation, are noticed, because it has an important bearing upon a great portion of the present work. Anates de Philosophiae, June 1860, p. 415. F. April 30, 1860. 455. Many views of many minds. With the exception of M. Renan, an iconoclast by principle so pointedly called by Jules Lemaitre Le Paganini du Néant, the worst fault found with the work is, it would seem, that the Apocrypha pretends to have been communicated as a revelation to an adept by, and from, the idol of the moon, who received it from Saturn. Hence, very naturally, it is a fairy tale all round. To this there is but one answer: it is no more a fairy tale than the Bible, and if one falls, the other must follow it. Even the mode of divination through the idol of the moon is the same as practiced by David, Saul, and the high priests of the Jewish tabernacle by means of the teraphim. In Volume 3, Part 2 of this present work, the practical methods of such ancient divination will be found. The Nabatean agriculture is a compilation indeed, it is no apocrypha, but the repetition of the tenets of the secret doctrine under the exoteric Chaldean form of national symbols, for the purpose of cloaking the tenets, just as the books of Hermes and the Puranas are Egyptian and Hindu attempts at the same. The work was as well known in antiquity as it was during the Middle Ages. Maimonides speaks of it, and refers more than once to this Chaldeo-Arabic mise, calling the Nabateans by their Seo-religionary name, star worshippers, or Sabaeans, but yet failing to see in this disfigured word Nabateans the mystic name of the caste devoted to Nebo, god of secret wisdom, which shows on its face that the Nabateans were an occult brotherhood. The Nabateans who, according to the Persian Yazidi, originally came to Syria from Busra, were the degenerate members of that fraternity. Still their religion, even at that late day, was purely Kabbalistic. Nebo is the deity of the planet Mercury, and Mercury is the god of wisdom or Hermes, and Buddha, which the Jews called the Lord on high, the aspiring. And the Greeks Nebo, Nabwv, hence Nabateans. Notwithstanding that Maimonides calls their doctrines heathenish foolishness and their archaic literature sapsirumpstum, he places their agriculture, the Bible of Chutami, in the first rank of archaic literature, and a Barbinel *. I will mention to thee the writings. Respecting the belief of the Sabaeans he says, the most famous is the book The Agriculture of the Nabateans, which has been translated by Ibn Wahahija. This book is full of heathenish foolishness. It speaks of preparations of talismans, the drawing down of the powers of the spirits, magic, demons, and ghouls, which make their abode in the desert. Maimonides, quoted by Drive. D. Quolson, Die Sabier und der Sabismus, 2, p. 458. The Nabateans of Mount Lebanon believed in the 7 archangels, as their forefathers had believed in the 7 great stars. The abodes and bodies of these archangels, believed in to this day by the Roman Catholics, as is shown elsewhere. F.C. Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, p. 197. 456. The Secret Doctrine praises it in unmeasured terms. Spencer, quoting the latter, speaks of it as that most excellent Oriental work, adding, Vol. 1, p. 354, that by Nabateans, the Sabaeans, the Chaldeans, and the Egyptians, in short all those nations against whom the laws of Moses were most severely enacted, have to be understood. Nebo, the oldest god of wisdom of Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was identical with the Hindu Buddha and Hermes Mercury of the Greeks. A slight change in the sexes of the parents is the only alteration. As Buddha was the son of Soma, the moon, in India, and of the wife of Brihaspati, Jupiter, so Nebo was the son of Zarpanituh, the moon deity, and of Merodach, who had become Jupiter, after having been a sun god. As Mercury the planet, Nebo was the overseer among the 7 gods of the planets, and as the personification of the secret wisdom he was Nabin, a seer and a prophet. The fact that Moses is made to die and disappear on the mount sacred to Nebo, shows him an initiate and a priest of that God under another name, for this God of wisdom was the great creative deity, and was worshipped as such, not alone at Borsippa in his gorgeous temple, or planet tower. He was likewise adored by the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Assyrians, and throughout the whole of Palestine, then why not by the Israelites? The planetary temple of Babylon had its Holy of Holies within the shrine of Nebo, the prophet god of wisdom. We are told in the Hibbert Lectures, the ancient Babylonians had an intercessor between men and the gods, and Nebo was the proclaimed or prophet, as he made known the desire of his father Merodach. Nebo is a creator, like Buddha, of the fourth and also of the fifth race. For the former starts a new race of adepts, and the latter, the solar-lunar dynasty, or the men of these races and round. Both are the atoms of their respective creatures. Adam Adami is a personation of the Ual atom, of the paradigmic atom Cadmon, the creator, and of the lower atom, the terrestrial, who, as the Syrian Kabbalists have it, had only nefesh, the breath of life, but no living soul, until after his fall. If, therefore, Rana persists in regarding the Chaldean scriptures or what remains of the as apocryphal, it is quite immaterial to truth and fact. There are other Orientalists who may be of a different opinion, and even were they not, it would still really matter very little. These doctrines contain the teachings of esoteric philosophy, and this must suffice. To those who understand nothing of symbology it may appear astrology, pure and simple, or to him who would conceal the esoteric truth, even heathenish foolishness. Maimonides, however, while expressing scorn for the esotericism in the religion of other nations, confessed esotericism and symbology in his own, preached 457 the Kabbalistic four atoms. Silence and secrecy upon the true meaning of Mosaic sayings, and thus came to grief. The doctrines of Chutami, the Chaldean, are, in short, the allegorical rendering of the religion of the earliest nations of the fifth race. Why then should Emra not treat the name Adam Adami with such academical contempt? The author of the Origins of Christianity evidently knows nothing of the origins of pagan symbolism or of esotericism either, otherwise he would have known that the name was a form of universal symbol, referring, even with the Jews, not to one man, but to four distinct humanities, or mankinds. This is very easily proven. The Kabbalists teach the existence of four distinct atoms, or the transformation of four consecutive atoms, the emanations from the dioichna, divine phantom, of the heavenly man, an ethereal combination of neskama, the highest soul or spirit, this atom having, of course, neither a gross human body, nor a body of desire. This atom is the prototype, ksur, of the second atom. That they represent our five races is certain, as everyone can see by their description in the Kabbalah, the first being the perfect, holy atom. A shadow that disappeared, the kings of Edom, produced from the divine Tselem, image. The second is called the protoplastic androgyne atom of the future terrestrial and separated atom. The third atom is the man made of dust, the first, innocent atom, and the fourth, is the supposed forefather of our own race, the fallen atom. See, however, the admirably clear description of these in Mr. Isaac Meyer's Kabbalah, p. 418, et sec. He gives only four atoms, because of the kings of Edom, no doubt. The fourth atom, he writes, was clothed with skin, flesh, nerves, etc. This answers to the lower nefesh and guf, i.e., body, united. He has the animal power of reproduction and continuance of species, and this is the human root race. It is just at this point that the modem Kabbalists led into error by the long generations of Christian mystics who have tampered with the Kabbalistic records wherever they could diverge from the occultists in their interpretations, and take the later thought for the earlier idea. The original Kabbalah was entirely metaphysical, and had no concern with animal, or terrestrial sexes. The later Kabbalah has suffocated the divine ideal under the heavy phallic element. The Kabbalists say, God made man male and female. Among the Kabbalists, the necessity to continued creation and existence is called the balance, says the author of Kabbalah, and being without this balance, connected with Makam, mysterious place, even the first race is not, simply, the womb, the Holy of Holies with the Semites. 458 The Secret Doctrine. As we have seen, recognized by the sons of the fifth Adam. From the highest heavenly man, the upper Adam who is male, female or androgyne, down to the atom of dust, these personified symbols are all connected with sex and procreation. With the Eastern occultists it is entirely the reverse. The sexual relation they consider as a karma pertaining only to the mundane relation of man, who is dominated by illusion, a thing to be put aside, the moment that the person becomes wise. They considered it a most fortunate circumstance if the guru, teacher, found in his pupil an aptitude for the pure life of brahmacharya. Their dual symbols were to them but the poetical imagery of the sublime correlation of creative cosmic forces. And this ideal conception is found beaming like a golden ray upon each idol, however coarse and grotesque, in the crowded galleries of the somber fanes of India and other motherlands of cults. This will be demonstrated in the following section. Meanwhile, it may be added that, with the Gnostics, the second Adam also emanates from the primeval man, the Ophite Adamus, in whose image he is made, the third, from this second and androgyne. The latter is symbolized in the sixth and seventh pairs of the male-female Teeans, Amphianesumene and Vanananlamer, father and mother, Vide Valentinian table, in Epiphanius, while the fourth Adam, or race, is represented by a Priapian monster. The latter a post-Christian fancy is the degraded copy of the anti-Christian Gnostic symbol of the Good One, or he, who created before anything existed, the celestial Priapus truly born from Venus and Bacchus when that god returned from his expedition into India, for Venus and Bacchus are the post-types of Aditi and the spirit. The later Priapus, one, however, with Agathodaimon, the Gnostic savior, and even with Abraxas, is no longer the glyph for abstract creative power, but symbolizes the four atoms, or races, the fifth being represented by the 5 branches cut off from the tree of life on which the old man stands in the Gnostic gems. The number of the root races was recorded in the ancient Greek temples by the 7 vowels, of which 5 were framed in a panel in the initiation halls of the Attica. The Egyptian glyph for it was a hand with 5 fingers spread, the 5th or little finger being only half grown, and also 5 ns hieroglyphs standing for that letter. The Romans used the 5 vowels a, e, I, o, v in their fanes, and this archaic symbol was adopted during the Middle Ages as a motto by the House of the Habsburgs. Sic transit gloria. The god sub rosa. The Holy of Holies. Its degradation. The sanctum sanctorum of the ancients, i.e., that recess on the western side of the temple which was enclosed on 3 sides by blank walls and had its only aperture or door hung over with a curtain also called the adytum was common to all ancient nations. Nevertheless, a great difference is found between the secret meanings of this symbolical place, in the esotericism of the pagans and that of later Jews, though the symbology of it was originally identical throughout the ancient races and nations. The Gentiles, by placing in the adytum a sarcophagus, or a tomb, tapos, and the solar god to whom the temple was consecrated, held it, as pantheists, in the greatest veneration. They regarded it in its esoteric meaning as the symbol of resurrection, cosmic, solar, or diurnal, and human. It embraced the wide range of periodical and, in time, punctual manvantaras or the reawakenings of cosmos, earth, and man to new existences, the sun being the most poetical and also the most grandiose symbol of the same in heaven, and man in his reincarnations on earth. The Jews whose realism, if judged by the dead letter, was as practical and gross in the days of Moses as it is now in the course of their estrangement from the gods of their pagan neighbors, consummated a national and Levitical polity, by the device of setting forth their Holy of Holies as the most solemn sign of their monotheism exoterically, while seeing in it but a universal phallic symbol esoterically. While the Kabbalists knew But and Soph and the gods of the mysteries, the Levites had no tomb, no god in their addendum but the sacred Ark of the Covenant, their Holy of Holies. When the esoteric meaning of this recess is made clear, however, the profane will be better able to understand why David danced uncovered before the Ark of the Covenant, and was so anxious to appear vile for the sake of his Lord, and base in his own sight. See 2 Samuel 6 1622. The Ark is the naviform Arga of the mysteries. Parkhurst, who has asterisk but it was not so, in reality, witnessed their prophets. It is the later rabbis and the Talmudic scheme that killed out all spirituality from the body of their symbols, leaving only their scriptures a dead shell, from which the soul has departed. 460 The Secret Doctrine. A long dissertation upon it in his Greek dictionary, and who never breathes a word about it in the Hebrew lexicon, explains it thus: arch, in this application answers to the Hebrew razit or wisdom. A word which had the meaning of the emblem of the female generative power, the arg, or area, in which the germ of all nature was supposed to float or brood on the great abyss during the interval which took place after every mundane cycle. Quite so, and the Jewish Ark of the Covenant had precisely the same significance, with the supplementary addition that, instead of a beautiful and chaste sarcophagus, the symbol of the matrix of nature and resurrection, as in the Sanctum Sanctorum of the pagans, they had the ark made still more realistic in its construction by the two cherubs set up on the coffer or Ark of the Covenant, facing each other, with their wings spread in such a manner as to form a perfect yoni, as now seen in India. Besides which, this generative symbol had its significance enforced by the four mystic letters of Jehovah's name, namely, 1H, or one meaning Joel, membrum virile, see Kabbalah, the womb, / I, vav, a crook or a hook, a nail, and again, meaning also an opening, the whole forming the perfect bisexual emblem or symbol or Y, E, H, O, V, A, H, the male and female symbol. Perhaps also, when people realize the true meaning of the office and title of the Kaklesh Shim, the Holy Ones, or the consecrated to the temple of the Lord, the Holy of Holies of the latter may assume an aspect far from edifying. Iacchus again is Iao or Jehovah, and Baal or Adon, like Bacchus, was a phallic god. Who shall ascend into the hill, the high place, of the Lord, asks the holy King David, who shall stand in the place of his Kadeshu. Psalms XXIV. 3. Kadesh may mean in one sense to devote, hallow, sanctify, and even to initiate or to set apart, but it also means the ministry of lascivious rites, the Venus worship, and the true interpretation of the word Kadesh is bluntly rendered in Deuteronomy XXIII. 17, Hosea 4. 14, and Genesis XXXVII. From verses 15 to 22. The holy Kadeshut of the Bible were identical, as to the duties of their office, with the Nach girls of the later Hindu pagodas. The Hebrew Kadeshim, or Gali, lived by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove, or the bust of Venus Astarte, says verse the 7th in the 23rd chapter of 2 Kings. The dance performed by David round the ark was the circle dance said to have been prescribed by the Amazons for the mysteries. Such was the dance of the daughters of Shiloh, Judges XXL 21, 23 et passim, and the leaping of the prophets of Baal, I Kings 18. 26, it was simply a characteristic of the Sabaean worship, for it denoted the motion of the planets round the sun. That the dance was a Bacchic frenzy is 461. What was the circle dance? Apparent. Sistra were used on the occasion, and the taunt of Michael and the king's reply are very expressive. Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, p. 49. The ark, in which are preserved the germs of all living things necessary to repeople the earth, represents the survival of life, and the supremacy of spirit over matter, through the conflict of the opposing powers of nature. In the astrotheosophic chart of the Western Rite, the ark corresponds with the navel, and is placed at the sinister side, the side of the woman, the moon, one of whose symbols is the left pillar of Solomon's temple Boaz. The umbilicus is connected through the placenta with the receptacle in which are fructified the embryos of the race. The ark is the sacred arga of the Hindus, and thus the relation in which it stands to Noah's ark may be easily inferred when we learn that the arga was an oblong vessel, used by the high priests as a sacrificial chalice in the worship of Isis, Astarte, and Venus Aphrodite, all of whom were goddesses of the generative powers of nature, or of matter, hence representing symbolically the ark containing the germs of all living things. Isis Unveiled, Vol. 2, p. 444. Mistaken is he who accepts the Kabbalistic works of today, and the interpretations of the Zohar by the rabbis, for the genuine Kabbalistic lore of old. For no more today than in the day of Frederick von Schelling does the Kabbalah accessible to Europe and America, contain much more than ruins and fragments, much distorted remnants still of that primitive system which is the key to all religious systems. See Kabbalah, by Prof. Frank, Preface. The oldest system and the author of the Kabbalah makes several attempts to prove conclusively the antiquity of the Zohar. Thus he shows that Moses de Leon could not be the author or the forger of the Zoharic works in the 8th century, as he is accused of being, since Ibn Gabirol gave out the same philosophical teaching 225 years before the day of Moses de Leon. No true Kabbalist or scholar will ever deny the fact. It is certain that Ibn Gabirol based his doctrines upon the oldest Kabbalistic sources, namely, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, as well as some no longer extant midrashim, the same, no doubt, as those used by Moses de Leon. But it is just the difference between the two ways of treating the same esoteric subjects, which, while proving the enormous antiquity of the esoteric system, points to a decided ring of Talmudistic and even Christian sectarianism in the compilation and glossaries of the Zoharic system by Rabbi Moses. Ibn Gabirol never quoted from the scriptures to enforce the teachings, vide Myers Kabbalah p. 7. Moses de Leon has made of the Zohar that which it has remained to this day, a running commentary on the books of the Pentateuch, Ibid, with a few later additions made by Christian hands. One follows the archaic esoteric philosophy, the other, only that portion which was adapted to the lost books of Moses restored by Ezra. Thus, while the system, or the trunk on which the primitive original Zohar was engrafted, is of an immense antiquity, many of the later Zoharic offshoots are strongly colored by the peculiar views held by Christian Gnostics, Syrian and Chaldean, the friends and co-workers of Moses de Leon who, as shown by Monk, accepted their interpretations. 462 The Secret Doctrine. Chaldean Kabbalah were identical. The latest renderings of the Zohar are those of the synagogue in the early centuries, i.e., the Torah, dogmatic and uncompromising. The king's chamber in Cheops pyramid is thus an Egyptian holy of holies. On the days of the mysteries of initiation, the candidate, representing the solar god, had to descend into the sarcophagus, and represent the energizing ray, entering into the fecund womb of nature. Emerging from it on the following morning, he typified the resurrection of life after the change called death. In the great mysteries his figurative death lasted 2 days, when with the sun he arose on third morning, after a last night of the most cruel trials. While the postulant represented the sun, the all-vivifying orb that resurrects every morning but to impart life to all, the sarcophagus was symbolic of the female principle. This, in Egypt, its form and shape changed with every country, provided it remained a vessel, a symbolic novice or boat-shaped vehicle, and a container, symbolically, of germs or the germ of life. In India, it is the golden cow through which the candidate for Brahmanism has to pass if he desires to be a Brahmin, and to become Dwaja, reborn a second time. The crescent form Arga of the Greeks was the type of the Queen of Heaven Diana, or the moon. She was the great mother of all existences, as the sun was the father. The Jews, previous to, as well as after their metamorphosis of Jehovah into a male god, worshipped Astaroth, which made Isaiah declare, "Your new moons and feasts my soul hateth, I." 14, saying which, he was evidently unjust. Astoreth and the new moon, the crescent Argot, festivals, had no worse significance as a form of public worship than had the hidden meaning of the moon in general, which was Kabbalistically connected directly with, and sacred to, Jehovah, as is well known, with the sole difference that one was the female and the other the male aspect of the moon, and of the star Venus. The sun, the father, the moon, the mother, and Mercury Thoth, the son, were the earliest trinity of the Egyptians, who personified them in Osiris, Isis, and Thoth, Hermes. In P is T is Sophia, the seven great gods, divided into two triads, and the highest god, the sun, R, the lower Triduna high I is, whose powers reside respectively in Mars, Mercury, and Venus, and the higher triad, the three unseen gods, who dwell in the moon, Jupiter, and Saturn, Vidi 359. And 361 et sec. This requires no proof. Astoreth was in one sense an impersonal symbol of nature, the ship of life carrying throughout the boundless sidereal ocean the germs of all being. And when she was not identified with Venus, like every other queen of heaven to whom cakes and buns were offered in sacrifice, Astoreth became the reflection of the 463 Christian symbolism Chaldean Nuah, the universal mother, female Noah, considered as one with the ark, and of the female triad, Anna, Belita, and Devakina, called, when blended into one, sovereign goddess. Lady of the nether abyss, mother of gods, queen of the earth, and queen of fecundity. Later, Belita or Damti, the sea, the mother of the city of Erech, the great Chaldean necropolis, became Eve, and now she is Mary the Virgin, in the Latin Church, represented as standing on the crescent moon, and, at times on the globe, to vary the program. The navi, or ship-like form of the crescent, which blends in itself all those common symbols of the ship of life, such as Noah's Ark, the yoni of the Hindus, and the Ark of the Covenant, is the female symbol of the universal mothers of the gods, and is now found under its Christian symbol in every church, as the nave. From novice, the ship. The novice, the sidereal vessel, is fructified by the spirit of life, the male god, or, as the learned Keneally, in his Apocalypse, calls it very appropriately the Holy Spirit. In Western religious symbology the crescent was the male, the full moon, the female aspect of that universal spirit. The mystic word aim, which the Prophet Muhammad prefixed to many chapters of the Quran, alludes to her as the aim, the Immaculate Virgin of the heavens. And the sublime ever falling into the ridiculous, it is from this root aim that we have to derive the word Alma, the Egyptian dancing girls. The latter are virgins of the same type as the Nauchness in India, and the female, Kate Shim, the holy ones of the Jewish temples, those consecrated to Jehovah, who represented both sexes, whose holy functions in the Israelite fanes were identical with those of the Nauchness. Now Eustathius declares that, IW, 10 means the moon, in the dialect of the Argians, and it was one of the names of the same in Egypt. Says Jablonski, IW, Ioa Egyptius lunam significat nec habent illi in communi sermones usu, aliad nomen quo lunam, designant persider 10. The pillar and circle, 10, now constituting the first decimal number, and which with Pythagoras was the perfect number contained in the Tetractys, F became later a preeminently phallic number amongst the Jews, foremost of all, with whom it is the male and female Jehovah. This is how a scholar explains it. Timaeus, the Locrian, speaking of Arca, calls her the principle of best things. The word arcane, hidden, or secret, is derived from arca. To no one is the arcane shown except to the Most High, Codex Nazareus, alluding to nature the female, and spirit, the male power. All the sun gods were called Archleogitos, born from the Arca, the divine Virgin Mother of the heavens. F because composed of 10 dots arranged triangularly in 4 rows, foot is the tetragrammaton of the Western Kabbalists. 464 The Secret Doctrine. I find, on the Rosetta Stone of Yuhul Man, the word mouth, also in Sif Arth, viz., the name of the moon used as a cycle of time, hence the lunar month from the hieroglyph /on and as determinatives given, as the Coptic IOH, or IOH. The Hebrew may also be used as IOH, for the letter Yao, or 1, was used for O and for U, and for V or W. This, before the Masora, of which the was used as equals O, equals U, and equals V or W. Now I had worked it out by original search that the great distinctive function of the God named Jehovah was designative of the influence of the moon as the causative of generation, and as of its exact value as a lunar year in the natural measure of days, as you will fully see. And here comes this linguistic same word from a source far more ancient, viz., the Coptic, or rather from the old Egyptian in time of the Coptic. From a Ms. This is the more remarkable when Egyptology compares this with the little which it knows about the Theban triad composed of Ammon, mouth, or Maut, and their son Khonsu. This triad was, when united, contained in the moon as their common symbol, and when separated, it was Khonsu who was the god, Lunas, being thus confounded with Thot and Ta. His mother Maut/Z, the name signifying mother, by the by, not the moon, which was only her symbol, is called the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin, etc., etc., as she is an aspect of Isis, Hathor, and other mother goddesses. She was less the wife than the mother of Ammon, whose distinct title is the husband of his mother. In a statuette at Bolak, Cairo, this triad is represented, number 1981 Serapum, Greek period, as a mummy god holding in his hand 3 different scepters, and bearing the lunar disk on his head, the characteristic tress of hair showing the design of representing it as that of an infant god, or the sun, in the triad. He was the god of destinies in Thebes, and appears under 2 aspects, 1, as Khonsu, the lunar god, and lord of Thebes, Nefer-Hotpul, he who is in absolute repose, and, 2, as Khonsu Irisakru, or Khonsu, who executes destiny, the former preparing the events and conceiving them for those bomb under his generative influence, the latter putting them into action. See Maspero's definitions. Under theogonic permutations Ammon becomes Horus, Hor-Ammon, and Maut, Isis is seen suckling him in a statuette of the Semitic period. Abydos. In his turn, in this transformed triad, Khonsu becomes Thot Lunas, he who operates salvation. His brow is crowned with the head of an ibis decorated with the lunar disk and the diadem called Tentef. Now all these symbols are certainly found reflected in, some believe them identical with, the Yahweh, or Jehovah of the Bible. This will be the four-faced Brahma. Made plain to anyone who reads the source of measures, or Hebrew-Egyptian mystery, and understands the undeniable, clear, and mathematical proofs that the esoteric foundations, or the system used in the building of the Great Pyramid, and the architectural measurements in the Temple of Solomon, whether the latter be mythical or real, Noah's Ark, and the Ark of the Covenant, are the same. If anything in the world can settle the dispute that the old, as much as the later, Jews, post-Babylonian, and especially the former, built their theogony and religion on the very same foundation as all pagans did, it is the work in question. And now it may be as well to remind the reader of that which was said of Iao, in our work, Isis Unveiled. No other deity affords such a variety of etymologies as Jah, nor is there any name which can be so variously pronounced. It is only by associating it with the Masoretic points that the later rabbins succeeded in making Jehovah read Adonai or Lord, as Philobiblos spells it in Greek letters Ieuwievo. Theodoret says that the Samaritans pronounced it Jehi, Yara, and the Jews Yaho, which would make it, as we have shown, Iao. Diodorus states that among the Jews they relate that Moses called the god Iao. It is on the authority of the Bible itself, therefore, that we maintain that before his initiation by Jethro, his father-in-law, Moses had never known the word Jah. The above receives corroboration in a private letter from a very learned Kabbalist. In stanza 4. And elsewhere it is stated that exoterically Brahma, neuter, so flippantly and so often confused by the Orientalists with Brahma the male, is sometimes called Kalahansa, swan in the eternity, and the esoteric meaning of Aham sa, is given. I am he, so ham being equal to Sahi, and Aham I a mystic anagram and permutation. It is also the four-faced Brahma, the Shaturmukha, the perfect cube, forming itself within, and from the infinite circle, and again the use of the 1, 3, 5, and equals 14, as the esoteric hierarchy of the Dhyan Kohans is explained. On this, the said correspondent comments in this way, of the 1, 3, 5 and twice 7, intending and very especially 13,514, which on a circle may be read American Samoa 31415, or p-value, I think there cannot be a possibility of doubting, and especially when considered with symbol marks on Sikra, F Chakra, or circle of Vishnu. But let me carry your description a step further. You say the one from asterisk the student must be aware that Jethro is called the father-in-law of Moses, not because Moses was really married to one of his 7 daughters. Moses was an initiate, if he ever existed, and as such an ascetic, a Nazar, and could never be married. It is an allegory like everything else. Zipporah, the Shining, is one of the personified occult sciences given by Revel Jethro, the Midian priest initiator, to Moses, his Egyptian pupil. The well by which Moses sat down in his flight from the Pharaoh symbolizes the well of knowledge. F in Hebrew the phallic symbol lingam and yoni. The egg, the 6, and the 5, see stanza 4, book I, give the numbers 1065, the value of the first bomb. If it be so, then in 1065 we have the famous Jehovah's name, the Jave, or Jave, or Jupiter, and by change of to 3 or H to N, then or the Latin June or Juno, the base of the Chinese riddle, the key measuring numbers of Sni, Sinai, and Jehovah coming down on that mount, which numbers, 1065, are but the use of our ratio of 113 to 355 because 1065 equals 355 x 3, which is circumference to a diameter of 113 x 3 equals 339. Thus the first bomb of Brahma Prajapati, or any demiurgos, indicates a measuring use of a circular relation taken from the chakra, or Vishnu, and, as stated above, the divine manifestation takes the form of life and the firstborn. It is a most singular thing, at the entrance passage to the king's chamber the measurement from the surface of the great step asterisk and the grand gallery to the top of the said gallery, is by the very careful measures of Piotr Smith 339 inches. Take A as a center and with this radius describe a circle. The diameter of that circle will be 339 x 2 equals 678, and these numbers are those of the expression and the raven. In the dove and raven scenes or pictures of the flood of Noah, the radius is taken to show division into 2 parts, which are 1065 each, for 113, man, x 6 equals 678, and the diameter to a circumference of 1065 x 2. So we have here an indication of cosmic man on this high grade or step, at the entrance of the king's chamber, the Holy of Holies, which is the womb. Now this passage is of such a height that a man to enter it must stoop. But a 565 * 10, man upright is 113, and broken, or stooping, he becomes 133/2 equals 5. 65 * 1 or Jehovah. That is, he personifies him as entering the Holy of Holies. But by Hebrew esotericism the chief function of Jehovah was child-giving, etc., and that because, by the numbers of his name, he was the measure of the lunar year, which cycle of time, because by its factor of 7, 7, it ran socio ordinately with the periods of the quickening, viability, and gestation, was taken as the causative of the generative action and therefore was worshipped and besought. This discovery connects Jehovah still more with all the other creative and generative gods, solar and lunar, and especially with King Soma, the Hindu deus lunis, the moon, because of the esoteric influence attributed to this planet in occultism. There are other corroborations of it, however, in Hebrew tradition itself. Adam is spoken of in asterisk. It is on that step that one arrives on the plane of the level or floor and open entrance to the king's chamber, the Egyptian Holy of Holies. The candidate for initiation always personified the god of the temple he belonged to, as the high priest personified the god at all times, just as the Pope now personates Peter and even Jesus Christ upon entering the inner altar, the Christian Holy of Holies. 467. The etymology of sacrament. Maimonides, Mor Nevakim, the guide of the perplexed, truly, in two aspects, as a man, like all others born of a man and a woman, and as the prophet of the moon, the reason of which is now made apparent, and has to be explained. Adam, as the supposed great progenitor of the human race, is, as Adam Kadmon, made in the image of God, a priapic image. Therefore, the Hebrew words sikra and ankabva are, literally translated, lingam, phallus, and yoni, notwithstanding their translation in the Bible, Genesis I. 27. Male and female. As said there, God creates man in his own image. In the image of God created he him, male and female created he them, the androgyne Adam Kadmon. Now this Kabbalistic name is not that of a living man, nor even of a human or divine being, but of the two sexes or organs of procreation, called in Hebrew with that usual sincerity of language preeminently biblical, sikra and ankabva asterisk, these two being, therefore, the image under which the Lord God appeared usually to his chosen people. That this is so, is now undeniably proven by almost all the symbologists and Hebrew scholars as well as by the Kabbalah. Therefore Adam is in one sense Jehovah. This makes plain another general tradition in the East mentioned in Gregon's Notes and Observations upon several passages in Scripture, 1684. Volume 1 pages 120-21, and quoted by Hargrave Jennings in his Phallicism, that Adam was commanded by God that his dead body should be kept above ground till committed to the middle of the earth by a priest of the Most High God. Therefore, Noah daily prayed in the ark before the body of Adam, or before the phallus in the ark, or Holy of Holies, again. He who is a Kabbalist and accustomed to the incessant permutation of biblical names, once they are interpreted numerically and symbolically, will understand what is meant. Jehovah, from the two words of which his name is composed, makes up the original idea of male-female as birth originator, for the one was the membrum virile and Hawak was Eve. So, the perfect one, as originator of measures, takes also the form of birth origin, as hermaphrodite one, hence the phallic use of form. Source of measures, 159. Besides, the same author shows and demonstrates numerically and geometrically that, a. Aretz, earth, Adam, man, and Hadam are cognate with each other, and are personified in the Bible under one form, as the Egyptian and Hebrew Mars, God of the generation, and, b. that Jehovah, or Yah, is asterisk. Jehovah says to Moses, the summation of my name is Sikra, the carrier of the germ phallus. It is the vehicle of the Annunciation, and the Sikra has passed down through ages to the Sacrafactum of the Roman priest, and the sacrifice, and sacrament of the English-speaking race. Source of measures, p. 236, thence marriage is a sacrament in the Greek and Roman churches. 468. The secret doctrine. Noah, or Jehovah is Noah in Hebrew would be Fo1, or literally in English, inch. The above affords, then, a key to the said traditions. Noah, a divine permutation, the supposed savior of humanity, who carries in his ark or arga, the moon, the germs of all living things, worships before the body of Adam, which body is the image of, and a creator itself. Hence Adam is called the prophet of the moon, the arga or holy of holies of the one, Yod. This also shows the origin of the Jewish popular belief that the face of Moses is in the moon, i.e., the spots in the moon. For Moses and Jehovah are once more permutations, as has been shown Kabbalistically. Says the author of The Source of Measures, p. 271. There is one fact in regard to Moses and his works too important to be omitted. When he is instructed by the Lord as to his mission, the power name assumed by the deity is, I am that I am, the Hebrew words being, En Ruvwitten. A variety reading of 3:1*7v. Now, Moses is NTTFQ, and equals 345. Add the values of the new form of the name Jehovah, 21 plus 501 plus 21 equals 543, or, by a reverse reading, 345, thus showing Moses to be a form of Jehovah in this combination. 21:2 equals 10.5, or, reversed, 501, so that the Ezher or the that I am is simply a guide to a use of 21 or 7x3, 501 2 equals 251 plus, a very valuable pyramid number, etc., etc. For a clearer explanation for the benefit of non-Kabbalists we put it thus, I am that I am is in Hebrew, Amis Ashtra Hi. RRNN ton RMHN 5,10,5, I 200,300, I 5, 10,5, 1. Add the numbers of these separate words and you have, RRN van asterisk Irsha 21 500 and 121, which relates to the process of descending in fire on the mount to make man, etc., etc., and which is explained to be but a check and use of the numbers of the mountains, for, on one side, we have 10 plus 5 plus 6 equals 21, down the middle 501, and on the other side 6 plus 5 plus 10 equals 21. From the same author. Vidi XXII, the symbolism of the mystery name Iao. The Holy of Holies, both Kabbalistic and rabbinical, are thus shown as an international symbol, and common property. Neither has originated with the Hebrews, but owing to the too realistic handling of the half-initiated Levites, the symbol has with them acquired a significance which it hardly has with any other people to this day, 469 the Old and the New Jehovah. And which it was originally never meant to have by the true Kabbalist. The lingam and yoni of the modem average Hindu is, on the face of it, of course, no better than the rabbinical Holy of Holies, but it is no worse, and this is a point gained on the Christian traducers of the Asiatic religious philosophies. For, in such religious myths, in the hidden symbolism of a creed and philosophy, the spirit of the tenets propounded ought to decide their relative value. And who will say, that, examined either way, this so-called wisdom, applied solely to the uses and benefit of one little nation, has ever developed in it anything like national ethics? The prophets are there, to show the walk in life, before, during, and after the days of Moses, of the chosen but stiff-necked people. That they have had at one time the wisdom, religion and use of the universal language and its symbols at their disposal and in their possession, is proved by the same esotericism existing to this day in India with regard to the Holy of Holies. This, as said, was and still is the passage through the golden cow in the same stooping position as the one shown in the gallery of the pyramid, which identified man with Jehovah in Hebrew esotericism. The whole difference lies in the spirit of interpretation. With the Hindus as with the ancient Egyptians that spirit was and is entirely metaphysical and psychological, with the Hebrews it was realistic and physiological. It pointed to the first sexual separation of the human race, Eve giving birth to Cain Jehovah, as shown in the Source of Measures, to the consummation of terrestrial physiological union and conception, as in the allegory of Cain shedding Abel's blood Habel, the feminine principle, and childbearing, a process shown to have begun in the third race. Or with Adam's third son, Seth, with whose son Hanok, men began to call themselves Jehovah or Yahovah, the male Jod and Hava or Eve to wit, male and female beings *. Thus the difference lies in the religious and ethical feeling, but the two symbols are identical. There is no doubt that, with the fully initiated Judean Tannim, the inner sense of the symbolism was as holy in its abstraction as with the ancient Aryan Dwajas. The worship of the god in the ark dates only from David, and for 1,000 years Israel knew of no phallic Jehovah. And now the old Kabbalah, edited and re-edited, has become tainted with it. With the ancient Aryans the hidden meaning was grandiose, sublime, and poetical, however much the external appearance of their symbol may now militate against the claim. The ceremony of passing through asterisk in the 4th chapter of Genesis, v. 26, it is mistranslated. And he called his name Enos, man, then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. Which has no sense in it, since Adam and the others must have done the same. 470 The Secret Doctrine. The Holy of Holies, now symbolized by the cow, in the beginning through the temple Hiranyagarbha, the radiant egg, in itself a symbol of universal, abstract nature meant spiritual conception and birth, or rather the rebirth of the individual and his regeneration, the stooping. Man at the entrance of the sanctum sanctorum, ready to pass through the matrix of Mother Nature, or the physical creature ready to re-become the original spiritual being, prenatal man. With the Semite, that stooping man meant the fall of spirit into matter, and that fall and degradation were apotheosized by him with the result of dragging deity down to the level of man. For the Aryan, the symbol represented the divorce of spirit from matter, its merging into and return to its primal source. For the Semite, the wedlock of spiritual man with material female nature, the physiological being taking preeminence over the psychological and the purely immaterial. The Aryan views of the symbolism were those of the whole pagan world, the Semite interpretations emanated from, and were preeminently those of a small tribe, thus marking its national features and the idiosyncratic defects that characterize many of the Jews to this day: gross realism, selfishness, and sensuality. They had made a bargain, through their father Jacob, with their tribal deity, self-exalted above all others, and a covenant that his seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and that deity could have no better image henceforth than that of the symbol of generation, and, as representation, a number and numbers. Carlyle has wise words for both these nations. With the Hindu Aryan the most metaphysical and spiritual people on earth religion has ever been, in his words, an everlasting lodestar, that beams the brighter in the heavens the darker here on earth grows the night around him. The religion of the Hindu detaches him from this earth, therefore, even now. The cow symbol is one of the grandest and most philosophical among all others in its inner meaning. To the masters and lords of European potencies the Israelites certain words of Carlyle apply still more admirably. For them religion is a wise prudential feeling grounded on mere calculation, and it was so from its beginnings. Having burdened themselves with it, Christian nations feel bound to defend and poetize it, at the expense of all other religions. But it was not so with the ancient nations. For them the passage entrance and the sarcophagus in the king's chamber meant regeneration, not generation. It was the most solemn symbol, a holy of holies, indeed, wherein were created immortal hierophants and sons of God, never mortal men and sons of lust and flesh, as now in the hidden sense of the Semite Kabbalist. The reason for the difference in the views of the two races is easy to account for. The Aryan Hindu belongs to the oldest races now on earth, the Semite Hebrew to the latest. One is nearly 1471, the craft of the rabbins, million years old. The other is a small subrace some 8,000 years old and no more. But phallic worship has developed only with the gradual loss of the keys to the inner meaning of religious symbols, and there was a day when the Israelites had beliefs as pure as the Aryans have. But now Judaism, built solely on phallic worship, has become one of the latest creeds in Asia, and theologically a religion of hate and malice toward everyone and everything outside themselves. Philo-Judaeus shows what was the genuine Hebrew faith. The sacred writings, he says, prescribe what we ought to do, commanding us to hate the heathen and their laws and institutions. They did hate Baal or Bacchus worship publicly, but left its worst features to be followed secretly, and it is with the Talmudic Jews that the grand symbols of nature were the most profaned. With them, as now shown by the discovery of the key to the correct Bible reading geometry, the fifth divine science, fifth because it is the fifth key in the series of the 7 keys to the universal esoteric language and symbology, was desecrated, and by them applied to conceal the most terrestrial and grossly sexual mysteries, wherein both deity and religion were degraded. We are told that it is just the same with our Brahma Prajapati, with Osiris and all other creative gods. Quite so, when their rites are judged exoterically and externally, the reverse when their inner meaning is unveiled, as we see. The Hindu lingam is identical with Jacob's pillar most undeniably. But the difference, as said, seems to consist in that the esoteric significance of the lingam was too truly sacred and metaphysical to be revealed to the profane and the vulgar, hence its superficial appearance was left to the speculations of the mob. Nor would the Aryan Hierophant and Brahmin, in their proud exclusiveness and the satisfaction of their knowledge, go to the trouble of concealing its primeval nakedness under cunningly devised fables, whereas the rabbi, having interpreted the symbol to suit his own tendencies, had to veil the crude significance, and this served a double purpose, that of keeping his secret to himself, and of exalting himself. Strictly speaking, the Jews are an artificial Aryan race, born in India, and belonging to the Caucasian division. No one who is familiar with the Armenians and the Parsis can fail to recognize in the three the same Aryan, Caucasian type. From the 7 primitive types of the fifth race there now remain on earth but 3. As Professor W. H. Flower aptly said in 1885, I cannot resist the conclusion so often arrived at by various anthropologists that the primitive man, whatever he may have been, has in the course of ages diverged into 3 extreme types, represented by the Caucasian of Europe, the Mongolian of Asia, and the Ethiopian of Africa, and that all existing individuals of the species can be ranged around these types. The President's address at The Anthrop. Inst. of Great Britain, etc. Considering that our race has reached its 5th sub-race, how can it be otherwise? 472 The Secret Doctrine. In his supposed monotheism over the heathen, whom his law commanded him to hate, a commandment now gladly accepted by the Christian to, in spite of another and later commandment, love each other. Both India and Egypt had and have their sacred lotuses, symbolic of the same Holy of Holies, the lotus growing in the water, a double feminine symbol, the bearer of its own seed and root of all. Viraj and Horus are both male symbols, emanating from androgyne nature, one from Brahma and his female counterpart Vach, the other, from Osiris and Isis, never from the one infinite God. In the Judeo-Christian systems it is different. Whereas the lotus, containing Brahma, the universe, is shown growing out of Vishnu's navel, the central point in the waters of infinite space, and whereas Horus springs from the lotus of the celestial Nile, all these abstract pantheistic ideas are dwarfed and made terrestrially concrete in the Bible. One is almost inclined to say that in the esoteric they are grosser and still more anthropomorphic than in their exoteric rendering. Take as an example the same symbol, even in its Christian application, the lilies in the hand of the Archangel Gabriel, Luke I-28. In Hinduism the Holy of Holies is a universal abstraction, whose dramatis personam are infinite spirit and nature. In Christian Judaism, it is a personal God, outside of that nature, and the human womb, Eve, Sarah, etc., etc., hence, an anthropomorphic phallic God, and his image man. Thus it is maintained, that with regard to the contents of the Bible, one of 2 hypotheses has to be admitted. Either behind the symbolic substitute Jehovah there was the unknown, incognizable deity, the Kabbalistic Ansaf, or, the Jews have been from the beginning, no better than the dead-letter lingam worshippers of the India of today. We say it was the former, and that, therefore, the secret or esoteric worship of the Jews was the same pantheism that the Vedantin philosophers are reproached with today. Jehovah was a substitute for purposes of an exoteric national faith, and had no importance or reality in the eyes of the erudite priests and philosophers, the Sadducees. The asterisk whenever such analogies between the Gentiles and the Jews, and later the Christians, were pointed out, it was the invariable custom of the latter to say that it was the work of the devil who forced the pagans to imitate the Jews for the purpose of throwing a slur on the religion of the one, true living God. To this Faber says very justly, some have imagined that the Gentiles were servile copyists of the Israelites, and that each point of similitude was borrowed from the Messianical institutes. But this theory will by no means solve the problem, both because we find the very same resemblance in the ceremonies of nations far different from Palestine, as we do in the rites of those who are in its immediate vicinity, and because it seems incredible that all should have borrowed from one which was universally disliked and despised. Pagan idol. 104, f. Their consecrated pillars, unhewn stones, erected by Abraham and Jacob were linghai. 473 texts. The Elohistic and Jehovistic most refined as the most learned of all the Israelite sects, who stand as a living proof with their contemptuous rejection of every belief, save the law. For how could those who invented the stupendous scheme now known as the Bible, or their successors who knew, as all Kabbalists do, that it was so invented for a popular blind, how could they, we ask, feel reverence for such a phallic symbol and a number, as Jehovah is shown most undeniably to be in the Kabbalistic works? How could anyone worthy of the name of a philosopher, and knowing the real secret meaning of their pillar of Jacob, their Bethel, oil-anointed phalli, and their brazen serpent, worship such a gross symbol, and minister unto it, seeing in it their covenant the Lord himself? Let the reader turn to Gemara Sanhedrin and judge. As various writers have shown, and as brutally stated in Hargrave Jennings' Phallicism, p. 67, we know from the Jewish records that the ark contained a table of stone. That stone was phallic, and yet identical with the sacred name Jehovah, which written in unpointed Hebrew with 4 letters, is Jeve or Jhvh, the H being merely an aspirate and the same as E. This process leaves us the 2 letters I and V, in another form U. Then if we place the I in the U, we have the Holy of Holies. We also have the Lingha and Yoni and Arga of the Hindus, the Isvara and Supreme Lord, and here we have the whole secret of its mystic and arch-celestial import, confirmed in itself by being identical with the Linyoni, of the Ark of the Covenant. The biblical Jews of today do not date from Moses but from David, even admitting the identity of the old genuine with the later and remodeled Mosaic scrolls. Before that time their nationality is lost in the mists of prehistoric darkness, the veil from which is now withdrawn as much as we have space to do so. It is only to the days of the Babylonian captivity that the Old Testament may be referred by the most lenient criticism, as the approximately correct views that were current about the days of Moses. Even such fanatical Christians and worshippers of Jehovah as the Reverend Mr. Home, have to admit the numerous changes and alterations made by the later compilers of the Book of God, since it was found by Hilkiah, see Introduction to the Old Testament, and also Bishop Colin's O.S. Elohistic and Jehovistic writers, and that the Pentateuch arose out of the primitive or older documents, by means of a supplementary one. The Elohistic texts were rewritten 500 years after the date of Moses, the Jehovistic 800, on the authority of the Bible chronology itself. Hence, it is maintained that the deity, represented as the organ of generation in his pillar form, and as a symbol of the double-sexed organ in the numeral value of the letters of his name, or 1 the yod, phallus, and he, the opening, or 474 the secret doctrine. The womb, according to Kabbalistic authority, is of a far later date than the Elohim symbols and is borrowed from the pagan exoteric rites, and Jehovah is thus on a par with the lingam and yoni found on every roadside in India. Just as the Iao of the mysteries was distinct from Jehovah, so was the later Iao and Abraxas of some Gnostic sects identical with the God of the Hebrews, who was the same with the Egyptian Horus. This is undeniably proven on heathen as on the Gnostic Christian gems. In Matter's collection of such gems there is a Ham seated on the lotus, inscribed Abraxaxia, Abraxas Iao, an address exactly parallel to the so frequent EISZETSSARAPI, EISZ on the contemporary heathen gems, and therefore only to be translated by Abraxas is the one Jehovah, King's Gnostics, p. 327, but who was Abraxas? As the same author shows, the numerical or Kabbalistic value of the name Abraxas directly refer to the Persian title of the god Mithra, ruler of the year, worshipped from the earliest times under the appellation of Iao. Thus, the sun, in one aspect, the moon, or the lunar genius, in another, that generative deity whom the Gnostics saluted as thou that presidest over the mysteries of the Father and the Son, who shinest in the night time, holding the second rank, the first Lord of death. It is only in his capacity of the genius of the moon, the latter being credited in the old cosmogony with being the parent of our earth, that Jehovah could ever be regarded as the creator of our globe and its heaven, namely, the firmament. The knowledge of all this will be no proof, however, to the average bigot. Missionaries will go on with the most virulent attacks on the religions of India, and Christians read with the same benighted smile of satisfaction as ever these preposterously unjust words of Coleridge. It is highly worthy of observation that the inspired writings received by Christians are distinguishable from all other books pretending to inspiration, from the scriptures of the Brahmins, and even from the Quran, in their strong and frequent recommendation of truth. 475 Nature, a Stone-Cold Mother. 18. On the myth of the fallen angel, in its various aspects. A. The evil spirit, who, and what? Our present quarrel is exclusively with theology. The Church enforces belief in a personal God and a personal devil, while occultism shows the fallacy of such a belief. And though for the pantheists and occultists, as much as for the pessimists, nature is no better than a comely mother, but stone cold, this is true only so far as regards external physical nature. They both agree that, to the superficial observer, she is no better than an immense slaughterhouse wherein butchers become victims, and victims executioners in their turn. It is quite natural that the pessimistically inclined profane, once convinced of nature's numerous shortcomings and failures, and especially of her autophagous propensities, should imagine this to be the best evidence that there is no deity in abscondito within nature, nor anything divine in her. Nor is it less natural that the materialist and the physicist should imagine that everything is due to blind force and chance, and to the survival of the strongest, even more often than of the fittest. But the occultists, who regard physical nature as a bundle of most varied illusions on the plane of deceptive perceptions, who recognize in every pain and suffering but the necessary pangs of incessant procreation, a series of stages toward an ever-growing perfectibility, which is visible in the silent influence of never-erring karma, or abstract nature. The occultists, we say, view the Great Mother otherwise. Woe to those who live without suffering. Stagnation and death is the future of all that vegetates without a change. And how can there be any change for the better without proportionate suffering during the preceding stage? Is it not those only who have learned the deceptive value of earthly hopes and the elusive allurements of external nature who are destined to solve the great problems of life, pain, and death? If our modern philosophers preceded by the medieval scholars have helped themselves to more than one fundamental idea of antiquity, theologians have built their God and his archangels, their Satan and his angels, along with the Logos and his staff, entirely out of the dramatis personam of the old heathen pantheons. They would have been 476 the secret doctrine. Welcome to these, had they not cunningly distorted the original characters, perverted the philosophical meaning, and taking advantage of the ignorance of Christendom, the result of long ages of mental sleep, during which humanity was permitted to think only by proxy, tossed every symbol into the most inextricable confusion. One of their most sinful achievements in this direction, was the transformation of the divine alter ego into the grotesque Satan of their theology. As the whole philosophy of the problem of evil hangs upon the correct comprehension of the constitution of the inner being of nature and man, of the divine within the animal, and hence also the correctness of the whole system as given in these pages, with regard to the crown piece of evolution man, we cannot take sufficient precautions against theological subterfuges. When the good Saint Augustine and the fiery Tertullian called the devil the monkey of God, this could be attributed to the ignorance of the age they lived in. It is more difficult to excuse our modem writers on the same ground. The translation of Mazdine literature has afforded to the Roman Catholic writers the pretext for proving their point in the same direction once more. They have taken advantage of the dual nature of Ahura Mazda in the Zendavesta and the Vendidad, and of his Amshaspens, to emphasize still further their wild theories. Satan is the plagiarist and the copyist by anticipation of the religion which came ages later. This was one of the master strokes of the Latin Church, its best trump card after the appearance of spiritualism in Europe. Though only a success cl esteem, in general, even among those who are not interested in either theosophy or spiritualism, yet the weapon is often used by the Christian, Roman Catholic, Kabbalists against the Eastern occultists. Now even the materialists are quite harmless, and may be regarded as the friends of theosophy, when compared to some fanatical Christian, as they call themselves, sectarian as we call them, Kabbalists, on the continent. These read the Zohar, not to find in it ancient wisdom, but to discover in its verses, by mangling the texts and meaning, Christian dogmas, where none could ever have been meant, and, having fished them out with the collective help of Jesuitical casuistry and learning, the supposed Kabbalists proceed to write books and to mislead less far-sighted students of the Kabbalah ***, such a pseudo-Kabbalist was the Marquis de Merville in France, who, having studied the Zohar and other old remnants of Jewish wisdom under the Chevalier Drach, an ancient rabbi Kabbalist converted to the Romish Church, wrote with his help half a dozen volumes full of slander and calumnies against every prominent spiritualist and Kabbalist. From 1848 up to 1860 he persecuted unrelentingly the old Count d'Arches, one of the earliest Eastern occultists in France, a man the scope of whose occult knowledge will never be appreciated correctly by his survivors, because he screened his real beliefs and knowledge under the mask of Spiritism. 477 The Genesis of the Devil. May we not then be permitted to drag the deep rivers of the past, and thus bring to the surface the root idea that led to the transformation of the wisdom God, who had first been regarded as the creator of everything that exists, into an angel of evil, a ridiculous horned biped, half goat and half monkey, with hoofs and a tail? We need not go out of the way to compare the pagan demons of either Egypt, India, or Chaldea with the devil of Christianity, for no such comparison is possible. But we may stop to glance at the biography of the Christian devil, a piratical reprint from the Chaldeo-Judean mythology. The primitive origin of this personification rests upon the Akkadian conception of the cosmic powers, the heavens and the earth, in eternal feud and struggle with chaos. Their Salik Muladag, the god amongst all the gods, the merciful guardian of men on earth, was the son of He, or Ea, the great god of wisdom, called by the Babylonians Nebu. With both peoples, as in the case of the Hindu gods, their deities were both beneficent and maleficent. As evil and punishment are the agents of karma, in an absolutely just retributive sense, so evil was the servant of the good, Hibbert Lecht. 1887, pages 101 to 115. The reading of the Chaldeo-Assyrian tiles has now demonstrated it beyond a shadow of doubt. We find the same idea in the Zohar. Satan was a son, and an angel of God. With all the Semitic nations, the spirit of the earth was as much the creator in his own realm as the spirit of the heavens. They were twin brothers and interchangeable in their functions, when not two in one. Nothing of that which we find in Genesis is absent from the Chaldeo-Assyrian religious beliefs, even in the little that has hitherto been deciphered. The great face of the deep of Genesis is traced in the Tohu-Bohu, deep, primeval space, or chaos of the Babylonians. Wisdom, the great unseen God, called in Genesis chap. I the Spirit of God lived, for the older Babylonians as for the Akkadians, in the sea of space. Toward the days described by Beresis, this sea became the visible waters on the face of the earth, the crystalline abode of the Great Mother, the mother of Ea and all the gods, which became, still later, the great dragon Tiamat, the sea serpent. Its last stage of development was the great struggle of Bel with the dragon, the devil. Whence the Christian idea that God cursed the devil. The God of the Jews, whomsoever he was, forbids cursing Satan. Philo Judaeus and Josephus both state that the law, the Pentateuch and the Talmud, undeviatingly forbid one to curse the adversary, as also the gods of the Gentiles. Thou shalt not revile the gods, quoth the God of Moses, Exodus XXII 28, for it is God who hath divided them unto all nations, Deuterium 4:19, and those who speak evil of dignities, gods, are called filthy dreamers by Jude 8. For even Michael the archangel durst not bring against him, the devil, a railing accusation, but said, The Lord rebuke thee, Ibid 9. Finally the same is repeated in the Talmud *. Satan appeared one day to a man who used to curse him daily, and said to him, Why dost thou this? Consider that God himself would not curse me, but merely said, The Lord rebuke thee, Satan. This bit of Talmudic information shows plainly two things, a. That St. Michael is called God in the Talmud, and somebody else the Lord, and b. That Satan is a god, of whom even the Lord is in fear. All we read in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic works on Satan shows plainly that this personage is simply the personification of the abstract evil, which is the weapon of karmic law and karma. It is our human nature and man himself, as it is said that Satan is always near and inextricably interwoven with man. It is only a question of that power being latent or active in us. It is a well-known fact to learned symbologists at all events that in every great religion of antiquity, it is the Logos demiurge, the second Logos, or the first emanation from the mind, Maha, who is made to strike, so to say, the keynote of that which may be called the correlation of individuality and personality in the subsequent scheme of evolution. The Logos it is, who is shown in the mystic symbolism of cosmogony, theogony, and anthropogony, playing two parts in the drama of creation and being, i.e., that of the purely human personality and the divine impersonality of the so-called avatars, or divine incarnations, and of the universal spirit. Called Christos by the Gnostics, and the Farvarshi, or Farur, of Ahura Mazda in the Mazdean philosophy. On the lower rungs of theogony the celestial beings of lower hierarchies had each a Farvarshi, or a celestial double. It is the same, only a still more mystic, reassertion of the Kabbalistic axiom, Deus est demon inversus. The word demon, however, as in the case of Socrates, and in the spirit of the meaning given to it by the whole of antiquity, standing for the guardian spirit, an angel, not a devil of satanic descent, as theology will have it. The Roman Catholic Church shows its usual logic and consistency by accepting, as the Farur of Christ, Saint Michael, who was his angel guardian, as proved by St. Thomas, while he calls the prototypes of Michael and his synonyms, such as Mercury, for example, Devils *Vitae Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, 487, et sec. Treat. Kiddashim, 81. But see the Kabbalah by Mr. I. Meyer, pages 92, 94, and the Zohar, quoted in his volume. In the work of Marangon del Grandice del Archangelo Sancto Michael, the author exclaims, O star, the greatest of those that follow the Son who is Christ. O living image of divinity. O great thaumaturgist of the Old Testament. O invisible vicar of Christ within his church. Etc., etc. The work is in great honor in the Latin Church. 479 God and Devil, both Metatrons. The Church accepts positively the tenet that Christ has his Farur as any other god or mortal has. Writes de Merville, here we have the two heroes of the Old Testament, the Verbum or the second Jehovah, and his face, presence, as the Protestants translate, forming both but one, and yet being two, a mystery which seemed to us unsolvable before we had studied the doctrine of the Mazdean Farurs, and learnt that the Eratir was the spiritual potency, at once image, face, and the guardian of the soul which finally assimilates the farmer. Memoirs à l'Académie, Vol. V. p. 516. This is almost correct. Among other absurdities, the Kabbalists maintain that the word Metatron being divided into metakman, means near the throne. It means quite the reverse, as meta means beyond and not near. This is of great importance in our argument. Saint Michael, then, the Ks ut Deus, is the translator, so to speak, of the invisible world into the visible and the objective. They maintain, furthermore, along with the Roman Catholic Church, that in the biblical and Christian theology there does not exist a higher celestial personality, after the Trinity, than that of the archangel or the seraphim, Michael. According to them, the conqueror of the dragon is the archisatrap of the sacred militia, the guardian of the planets, the king of the stars, the slayer of Satan and the most powerful rector. In the mystic astronomy of these gentlemen, he is the conqueror of Ahriman, who having upset the sidereal throne of the usurper, bathes in his stead in the solar fires, and, defender of the Christ's Son, he approaches so near his master, that he seems to become one with him. Owing to this fusion with the word, verbum, the Protestants, and among them Calvin, ended by losing sight entirely of the duality, and saw no Michael but only his master, writes the Abbé Caron. The Roman Catholics, and especially their Kabbalists, know better, and it is they who explain to the world this duality, which affords to them the means of glorifying the chosen ones of the Church, and of rejecting and anathematizing all those gods who may be in the way of their dogmas. Thus the same titles and the same names are given in turn to God and the Archangel. Both are called Metatron, both have the name of Jehovah applied to them when they speak one in the other, as, according to the Zohar, the term signifies equally the master and the ambassador. Both are the angel of the face, because, as we are informed, if, on the one hand, the word is called the face, or the presence, and the image of the substance of God, on the other, when 480 the secret doctrine. Speaking of the Savior to the Israelites, Isaiah tells them that the angel of his presence saved them in their affliction, so he was their Savior. Elsewhere he, Michael, is called very plainly the Prince of the Faces of the Lord, the glory of the Lord. Both, Jehovah and Michael, are the guides of Israel, chiefs of the armies of the Lord, supreme judges of the souls and even seraphs. The whole of the above is given on the authority of various works by Roman Catholics, and must, therefore, be orthodox. Some expressions are translated to show what subtle theologians and casuists mean by the term lirer, a word borrowed by some rank writers from the Zendavesta, as said, and utilized in Roman Catholicism for a purpose Zoroaster was very far from anticipating. In Largard 19 of the Vendidad it is said, verse 14, invoke, O Zarathustra, my Larvarshi, who am Ahura Mazda, the greatest, the best, the fairest of all beings, the most solid, the most intelligent, and whose soul is the holy word, Mathra Spenta. The French Orientalists translate Farvarshi by Farrer. Now what is a Farrer, or Farvarshi? In some Mazdeen works, e.g., Ormazd Ahriman, 112, 113, it is plainly implied that Farvarshi is the inner, immortal man, or that ego which reincarnates, that it existed before its physical body and survives all such it happens to be clothed in. Not only man was endowed with the Farvarshi, but gods too, and the sky, fire, waters, and plants. Introduction to the Vendidad, by J. Darmstetter. This shows as plainly as can be shown that the Farrer is the spiritual counterpart of whether god, animal, plant, or even element, i.e., the refined and the purer part of the grosser creation, the soul of the body, whatever the body may happen to be. Therefore does Ahura Mazda recommend Zarathustra to invoke his Farvarshi and not himself, Ahura Mazda, that is to say, the impersonal and true essence of deity, one with Zoroaster's own Atman, or Christos, not the false and personal appearance. This is quite clear. Now it is on this divine and ethereal prototype that the Roman Catholics seized so as to build up the supposed difference between their God and angels, and the deity and its aspects, or the gods of the old religions. Thus, while calling Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, whether as gods or planets, devils, they yet make of the same Mercury the fairer of their Christ. This fact is undeniable. Vossius, De Idol, 2, 373, Isaiah, Lziath. 8-9 F Metator and HJ, 6-1 Ti0 B $La face etle representant du verb, p. 18, de Merville. That which is called in the Vendidad Farvershi, the immortal part of an individual, that which outlives man the higher ego, say the occultists, or the divine double. 481 Fraudulent translation of the Bible. Proves that Michael is the Mercury of the pagans, and Maury and other French writers corroborate him, and add that according to great theologians Mercury and the Sun are one, and no wonder, they think, since Mercury being so near the wisdom of the verbum, the Sun must be absorbed by and confounded with him. This pagan view was accepted from the 1st century of our era, as shown in the original Acts of the Apostles, the English translation being worthless. So much is Michael the Mercury of the Greeks and other nations, that when the inhabitants of Lystra mistook Paul and Barnabas for Mercury and Jupiter the gods ha come down to us in the Elic Ennis of men, verse 12, 14, adds, and they called Barnabas Zeus and Paul Hermes or Mercury, because he was the leader of the word, verbum, and not the chief speaker, as erroneously translated in the Authorized, and repeated even in the Revised English Bible. Michael is the angel in the vision, the Son of God, who was like unto a son of man. It is the Hermes Christos of the Gnostics, the Anubis Sirius of the Egyptians, the counselor of Osiris in Amend, the Michael Leontoid of I0MORF0, 5 of the Ophites, who wears on certain Gnostic jewels a lion head, Eliki his father Ildabaoth. See King's Gnostics. Now to all this the Roman Catholic Church consents tacitly, many of her writers avowing it publicly. And, unable to deny the flagrant borrowing of their church, who spoilt the symbols of her seniors, as the Jews had spoilt the Egyptians of their jewels of silver and gold, they explain the fact quite coolly and as seriously. Thus the writers who were hitherto timid enough to see, in this repetition by Christian dogmas of old pagan ideas, a legendary plagiarism perpetrated by man, are gravely assured that, far from such a simple solution of the almost perfect resemblance, it has to be attributed to quite another cause, to a prehistorical plagiarism of a superhuman origin. If the reader would know how, he must kindly turn to the same 5th volume of de Merville's work. Please note that this author was the official and recognized defender of the Roman Church, and was helped by the learning of all the Jesuits. On page 518 we read, we have pointed out several demigods, and also very historical heroes of the pagans, who were predestined from the moment of their birth, to ape while dishonoring it, the nativity of the hero, who was quite God, before whom the whole earth had to bow, we trace them being bomb. As he was, from an immaculate mother, we saw them strangling serpents in their cradles, fighting against demons, performing miracles, dying as martyrs, descending to the nether world and rising again from the dead. And we have bitterly deplored that timid and shy Christians should feel compelled to explain all such identities on the ground of 482 the secret doctrine. Coincidence of myth and symbol. They forgot apparently these words of the Savior, all that came before me are thieves and robbers, a word which explains all without any absurd negation, and which I commented in these words: the Evangel is a sublime drama, parodied and played before its appointed time by ruffians. The ruffians, les drestles, are of course demons whose manager is Satan. Now this is the easiest and the most sublime and simple way of getting out of the difficulty. The Rev. Dr. Lundy, a Protestant de Merville, followed the happy suggestion in his Monumental Christianity, and so did Dr. Sepp of Munich in his works written to prove the divinity of Jesus and the satanic origin of all other saviors. So much greater the pity that a systematic and collective plagiarism, which went on for several centuries on the most gigantic scale, should be explained by another plagiarism, this time in the 4th Gospel. For the sentence quoted from it, all that ever came before me, etc., is a verbatim repetition of words written in the Book of Enoch 6. In the introduction to Archbishop Lawrence's translation of it from an Ethiopic ms in the Bodleian Library, the editor, author of The Evolution of Christianity, remarks, in revising the proof sheets of the Book of Enoch. The parable of the sheep, rescued by the Good Shepherd from hireling guardians and ferocious wolves, is obviously borrowed by the fourth evangelist from Enoch, 6, in which the author depicts the shepherds as killing the sheep before the advent of their Lord, and thus discloses the true meaning of that hitherto mysterious passage in the Johannine parable. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, language in which we now detect an obvious reference to the allegorical shepherds of Enoch. It is too late in the day to claim that it is Enoch who borrowed from the New Testament, instead of vice versa. Jude 14-15 quotes verbatim from Enoch a long passage about the coming of the Lord with his 10,000 saints, and naming specifically the prophet, acknowledges the source. This parallelism between prophet and apostle, have placed beyond controversy that, in the eyes of the author of an epistle accepted as divine revelation, the Book of Enoch was the inspired production of an antediluvian patriarch. And further, the cumulative coincidence of language and ideas in Enoch and the authors of NT Scripture, clearly indicates that the work of the Semitic Milton was the inexhaustible source from which evangelists and apostles, or the men who wrote in their names, borrowed their conceptions of the resurrection, judgment, immortality, perdition, and of the universal reign of righteousness under the eternal dominion of the Son of Man. This evangelical plagiarism culminates in the revelation of John, which adapts the vision's 483 Vedas, once universal, of Enoch to Christianity, with modifications in which we miss the sublime simplicity of the great master of apocalyptic prediction, who prophesied in the name of the antediluvian patriarch. Int. XXXV, antediluvian, truly, but if the phraseology of the text dates hardly a few centuries or even millenniums before the historical era, then it is no more the original prediction of the events to come, but, in its turn, a copy of some scripture of a prehistoric religion. In the Krita age, Vishnu, in the form of Kapila and other, inspired sages, imparts to the world true wisdom as Enoch did. In the Treta age he restrains the wicked, in the form of a universal monarch, the Chakravartin or the everlasting king of Enoch *, and protects the three worlds, or races. In the Dwapara age, in the person of Vedavyasa, he divides the one Veda into 4, and distributes it into hundreds, sata, of branches. Truly so, the Veda of the earliest Aryans, before it was written, went forth into every nation of the Atlanta Lemurians, and sowed the first seeds of all the now existing old religions. The offshoots of the never-dying tree of wisdom have scattered their dead leaves even on Judeo-Christianity. And at the end of the Kali, our present age, Vishnu, or the everlasting king, will appear as Kaki, and re-establish righteousness upon earth. The minds of those who live at that time shall be awakened, and become as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed by virtue of that peculiar time, the sixth race, shall be as the seeds of other human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age of purity, i.e., it shall be the seventh race, the race of Buddhas, the sons of God, bomb of immaculate parents. b. The gods of light proceed from the gods of darkness. Thus it is pretty well established that Christ, the Logos, or the God in space and the Savior on earth, is but one of the echoes of the same antediluvian and sorely misunderstood wisdom. The history begins by the descent on earth of the gods who incarnate in mankind, and this is the fall. Whether Brahma hurled down on earth in the allegory by Bhagavant, or Jupiter by Cronus, all are the symbols of the human races. Once landed on, and having touched this planet of dense matter, no snow-white wings of the highest angel can remain immaculate, or the avatar, or incarnation, be perfect, as every such avatar is Seth Uriel, chap. XXVIV3, in the Book of Enoch. All those who have received mercy shall forever bless God the everlasting King, who will reign over them. 484 The Secret Doctrine. The fall of a god into generation. Nowhere is the metaphysical truth more clear, when explained esoterically, or more hidden from the average comprehension of those who instead of appreciating the sublimity of the idea can only degrade, than in the Upanishads, the esoteric glossaries of the Vedas. The Rig Veda, as Gignauld characterized it, is the most sublime conception of the great highways of humanity. The Vedas are, and will remain forever, in the esotericism of the Vedanta and the Upanishads, the mirror of the eternal wisdom. For over 16 centuries the new masks, forced on the faces of the old gods, have screened them from public curiosity, but they have finally proved a misfit. Yet the metaphorical fall, and as metaphorical atonement and crucifixion, led Western humanity through roads knee-deep in blood. Worse than all, they led it to believe in the dogma of the evil spirit distinct from the spirit of all good, whereas the former lives in all matter and preeminently in man. Finally it created the God-slandering dogma of hell and eternal perdition. It spread a thick film between the higher intuitions of man and divine verities, and, most pernicious result of all, it made people remain ignorant of the fact that there were no fiends, no dark demons in the universe before man's own appearance on this, and probably on other earths. Henceforth the people were led to accept, as the problematical consolation for this world's sorrows, the thought of original sin. The philosophy of that law in nature, which implants in man as well as in every beast a passionate, inherent and instinctive desire for freedom and self-guidance, pertains to psychology and cannot be touched on now. To show the feeling in higher intelligences, to analyze and give a natural reason for it, would necessitate, moreover, an endless philosophical explanation for which there is no room here. Perhaps, the best synthesis of this feeling is found in 3 lines of Milton's Paradise Lost. Says the fallen one, here we may reign secure, and in my choice, to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Better be man, the crown of terrestrial production and king over its opus operatum, than be lost among the will-less spiritual hosts in heaven. We have said elsewhere that the dogma of the first fall rested on a few verses in Revelation, these verses being now shown a plagiarism from Enoch by some scholars. These grew into endless theories and speculations, which gradually acquired the importance of dogma and inspired tradition. Everyone wanted to explain the verse about the 7-headed dragon with his 10 horns and 7 crowns, whose tail 485 the sons of eternity drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth, and whose place, with that of his angels, was found no more in heaven. What the 7 heads of the dragon, cycle, mean, and its 5 wicked kings also, may be learned in the addenda which close part 3 of this volume. From Newton to Bossuet speculations were incessantly evolved in Christian brains with regard to these obscure verses. The star that falls, is the heresy Arch Theodosius. Explains Bossuet. The clouds of smoke, are the heresies of the Montanists. The third part of the stars, are the martyrs, and especially the doctors of divinity. Bossuet ought to have known, however, that the events described in Revelation were not original, and may, as shown, be found in other and pagan traditions. There were no scholastics nor Montanists during Vedic times, nor yet far later in China. But Christian theology had to be protected and saved. This was only natural. But why should truth be sacrificed in order to protect from destruction the lucubrations of Christian theologians? The Princeps Aries Hujus, the prince of the air of St. Paul, is not the devil, but the effects of the astral light, as Eliphas Levi correctly explains. The devil is not the god of this period, as he says, for it is the deity of every age and period, since man appeared on earth, and matter, in its countless forms and states, had to fight for its evanescent existence against other disintegrating forces. The dragon is simply the symbol of the cycle and of the sons of Manvantaric eternity, who had descended on earth during a certain epoch of its formative period. The clouds of smoke are a geological phenomenon. The third part of the stars of heaven cast down to the earth refers to the divine monads, the spirits of the stars in astrology, that circumambulate our globe, i.e., the human egos destined to perform the whole cycle of incarnations. This sentence, qui circumambulat terrain, however, is again referred to the devil in theology, the mythical father of evil being said to fall like lightning. Unfortunately for this interpretation, the Son of Man, or Christ, is expected, on the personal testimony of Jesus, to descend on the earth likewise, as the lightning cometh out of the east, just in the same shape and under the same symbol as Satan, who is seen as lightning to fall from heaven. All these metaphors and figures of speech, preeminently oriental in their character, must have their origin searched for in the east. In all the ancient cosmogonies light comes from darkness. In Egypt, as elsewhere, darkness was the Matthew XXIV 27 F Luke X18 486 The secret doctrine. Principle of all things. Hence Pymander, the thought divine, issues as light from darkness. Behemoth is the principle of darkness, or Satan, in Roman Catholic theology, and yet Job says of him that Behemoth is the chief principle of the ways of God. XL 19, Principium Virum Domini Behemoth. Consistency does not seem to be a favorite virtue in any portion of divine revelation, so called not as interpreted by theologians, at any rate. The Egyptians and the Chaldeans referred the birth of their divine dynasties to that period when creative earth was in her last final throes, in giving birth to her prehistoric mountain ranges, which have since disappeared, her seas and her continents. Her face was covered with deep darkness, and in that secondary chaos was the principle of all things that developed on the globe later on. And our geologists have ascertained that there was such a terrestrial conflagration in the early geological periods, several hundred millions of years ago. As to the tradition itself, every country and nation had it, each under its respective national form. It is not alone Egypt, Greece, Scandinavia, or Mexico, that had their Typhon, Python, Loki, and its falling demon, but China, also. The Celestials have a whole literature upon the subject. In King, it is said that in consequence of a rebellion against Ti of a proud spirit who said he was Ti himself, 7 choirs of celestial spirits were exiled upon earth, which brought a change in all nature, heaven itself bending down and uniting with earth. And in the King, one reads, the flying dragon, superb and rebellious, suffers now, and his pride is punished. He thought he would reign in heaven, he reigns only on the earth. Again, the Chuncioo says allegorically, one night the stars ceased shining in darkness, and deserted it, falling down like rain upon the earth where they are now hidden. These stars are the monads. Chinese cosmogonies have their Lord of the Flame and their Celestial Virgin, with little spirits to help and minister to her, and big spirits to fight those who are the enemies of other gods. But all this does not prove that the said allegories are presentments or prophetic writings, which all refer to Christian theology. The best proof one can offer to Christian theologians that the Protestant Bible defines behemoth innocently the elephant as some think, see marginal note in Job XL 19, in the authorized versions. Astronomy, however, knows nothing of stars that have disappeared unless from visibility, never from existence, since the science of astronomy became known. Temporary stars are only variable stars, and it is believed even that the new stars of Kepler and Tycho Brahe may still be seen. 487 The shadows of the shadows. Esoteric meaning in the Bible in both Testaments was the assertion of the same idea as in our archaic teachings, to wit, that the fall of the angels referred simply to the incarnation of angels who had broken through the 7 circles is found in the Zohar. Now the Kabbalah of Simeon ben Iok is the soul and essence of its allegory, as the later Christian Kabbalah is the dark-cloaked Mosaic Pentateuch. And it says, in the Agrippa manuscripts, the wisdom of the Kabbalah rests in the science of the equilibrium and harmony. Forces that manifest without having been first equilibrized perish in space, equilibrized meaning differentiated. Thus perished the first kings, the divine dynasties, of the ancient world, the self-produced princes of giants. They fell like rootless trees, and were seen no more, for they were the shadow of the shadow, to wit, the chaya of the shadowy Pitris. Vide about the kings of Edom. But those that came after them, who shooting down like falling stars were enshrined in the shadows prevailed, and to this day, Dhyanis, who by incarnating in those empty shadows, inaugurated the era of mankind. Every sentence in the ancient cosmogonies, unfolds to him who can read between the lines the identity of the ideas, though under different garbs. The first lesson taught in esoteric philosophy is, that the incognizable cause does not put forth evolution, whether consciously or unconsciously, but only exhibits periodically different aspects of itself to the perception of finite minds. Now the collective mind, the universal composed of various and numberless hosts of creative powers, however infinite in manifested time, is still finite when contrasted with the unborn and undecaying space in its supreme essential aspect. That which is finite cannot be perfect. Therefore there are inferior beings among those hosts, but there never were any devils or disobedient angels, for the simple reason that they are all governed by law. The Asuras who incarnated, call them by any other name, followed in this a law as implacable as any other. They had manifested prior to the Pitris, and as time, in space, proceeds in cycles, their turn had come, hence the numerous allegories, vide Demon est Deus Inversus, Part 2, Vol. I. The name of Asura was first given by the Brahmins indiscriminately to those who opposed their mummeries and sacrifices, as the great Asura called Asurandra did. It is to those ages, probably, that the origin of the idea of the demon as opposer and adversary, has to be traced. The Hebrew Elohim, called in the translations God, and who create light, are identical with the Aryan Asuras. They are also 488. Referred to as the sons of darkness as a philosophical and logical contrast to light immutable and eternal. The earliest Zoroastrians did not believe in evil or darkness being co-eternal with good or light, and they give the same interpretation. Ahriman is the manifested shadow of Ahura Mazda, Ahura Mazda, himself issued from Zeruna Akern boundless, circle of, time or the unknown cause. Its glory, they say of the latter, is too exalted, its light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eye to grasp and see. Its primal emanation is eternal light, which, from having been previously consected in darkness was called to manifest itself, and thus was formed Ormuzd, the king of life. He is the first bomb in boundless time, but, like his own antitype, pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within darkness from CDL eternity. The 6 Amshaspens, 7 with himself, chief of all, the primitive spirit-tucked angels and men are collectively his logos. The Zoroastrian Amshaspens create the world in 6 days or periods also, and rest on the 7th, whereas that 7th is the first period or day, in esoteric philosophy, primary creation in the Aryan cosmogony. It is that intermediate ion which is the prologue to creation, and which stands on the borderland between the uncreated eternal causation and the produced finite effects, a state of nascent activity and energy as the first aspect of the eternal immutable quiescence. In Genesis, on which no metaphysical energy has been spent, but only an extraordinary acuteness and ingenuity to veil the esoteric truth, creation begins at the third stage of manifestation. God or the Elohim are the 7 regents of Pymander. They are identical with all the other creators. But even in Genesis that period is hinted at by the abruptness of the picture, and the darkness that was on the face of the deep. The Elohim are shown to create, that is to say, to build, or to produce the 2 or double heaven, not heaven and earth, which means, in so many words, that they separated the upper manifested, angelic, heaven, or plane of consciousness, from the lower or terrestrial plane, the, to us, eternal and immutable / eons from those periods that are in space, time, and duration, heaven from earth, the unknown from the known to the profane. Such is the meaning of the sentence in Pymander, which says that, thought, the divine, which is light and life, Zeruna Akame, produced through its word, or first aspect, the other, operating thought, which being the god of spirit and fire, constructed 7 regions enclosing within their circle the world of senses, named fatal destiny. The latter refers to karma, the 7 circles are the 7 planets and planes, as also the 7 invisible spirits, in the angelic spheres, whose visible symbols are the 7 planets, another proof, if any were needed, that the ancient initiates knew of more than 7 planets is to be found in the Vishnu Purana, Book 2, ch. 12, where, describing the chariots attached to Dhruva, the pole star, Parasara speaks of the chariots of the 9 planets, which are attached by aerial cords. 489 The one passive deity. 7 rishis of the Great Bear and other glyphs. As said of the Adityas by Roth, they are neither sun, nor moon, nor stars, nor dawn, but the eternal sustainers of this luminous life which exists as it were behind all these phenomena. It is they the 7 hosts who, having considered in their Father divine thought the plan of the operator, as says Pymander, desired to operate, or build the world with its creatures, likewise, for, having been bomb within the sphere of operation the manifesting universe, such is the Manvantaric law. And now comes the second portion of the passage, or rather of 2 passages merged into one to conceal the full meaning. Those who were born within the sphere of operation were the brothers who loved him well. The latter the him were the primordial angels, the Asuras, the Ahriman, the Elohim, or sons of God, of whom Satan was one, all those spiritual beings who were called the angels of darkness, because that darkness is absolute light, a fact now neglected if not entirely forgotten in theology. Nevertheless, the spirituality of those much abused sons of light, which is darkness, must be evidently as great in comparison with that of the angels next in order, as the ethereality of the latter would be, when contrasted with the density of the human body. The former are the firstborn, therefore so near to the confines of pure quiescent spirit as to be merely the privations in the Aristotelian sense, the Pharaohs or the ideal types of those who followed. They could not create material, corporeal things, and, therefore, were said in process of time to have refused to create, as commanded by God, otherwise, to have rebelled. Perchance, this is justified on that principle of the scientific theory which teaches us about light and sound and the effect of 2 waves of equal length meeting. If the 2 sounds be of the same intensity, their coincidence produces a sound 4 times the intensity of either, while their interference produces absolute silence. Explaining some of the heresies of his day, Justin Martyr shows the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, from which emanates a certain active power or virtue, the mystery that is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, Angel, Lord, and Logos. The latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgyne or double ray produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female. But though its first manifestation Justin, cum trifo, p. 284. 490 The secret doctrine had a beginning, for it proceeded from ulam ion, time, the highest of the eons when emitted from the Father, it had remained with him before all creations, for it is part of him. Therefore, Philo-Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon mind, the Anoia of Bithos in the Gnostic system. The mind, let it be named Adam, as the old Magian books explain it, the whole event becomes clear. A thing can only exist through its opposite, Hegel teaches us, and only a little philosophy and spirituality are needed to comprehend the origin of the later dogma, which is so truly satanic and infernal in its cold and cruel wickedness. The Magians accounted for the origin of evil in their exoteric teachings in this way. Light can produce nothing but light, and can never be the origin of evil. How then was the evil produced? since there was nothing co equal or like the light in its production. Light, say they, produced several beings, all of them spiritual, luminous, and powerful. But a great one, the great Ahura, Ahriman, Lucifer, etc., etc., had an evil thought, contrary to the light. He doubted, and by that doubt he became dark. This is a little nearer to the truth, but still wide of the mark. There was no evil thought that originated the opposing power, but simply thought per se, something which, being cogitative, and containing design and purpose, is therefore finite, and must thus find itself naturally in opposition to pure quiescence, the as natural state of absolute spirituality and perfection. It was simply the law of evolution that asserted itself, the progress of mental unfolding, differentiated from spirit, involved and entangled already with matter, into which it is irresistibly drawn. Ideas, in their very nature and essence, as conceptions bearing relation to objects, whether true or imaginary, are opposed to absolute thought, that unknowable all of whose mysterious operations are. Spencer predicates that nothing can be said, but that it has no kinship of nature with evolution, Principles of Psychology, 474, which it certainly has not. The Zohar gives it very suggestively. When the Holy One, the Logos, desired to create man, he called the highest host of angels and said to them what he wanted, but they doubted the wisdom of this desire and answered, man will not continue one night in his glory for *A division indicative of time. F. Sankoniathon calls time the oldest ion, protogonos, the firstborn Philogedeus, Cain and his birth, p. 17. It is suggestive of that spirit of paradoxical negation so conspicuous in our day, that while the evolution hypothesis has won its rights of citizenship in science as taught by Darwin and Haeckel, yet both the eternity of the universe and the pre-existence of a universal consciousness, are rejected by the modern psychologists. Should the idealist be right, the doctrine of evolution is a dream, says M.R. Herbert Spencer. See footnote, pages 1 and 2, Book N. 491. The Zohar on the fallen ones, which they were burnt, annihilated, by the Holy Lord. Then he called another, lower host, and said the same. And they contradicted the Holy One. What is the good of man, they argued. Still Elohim created man, and when man sinned there came the hosts of Ua and Azael, and twit God, here is the Son of Man that thou hast made, they said. Behold, he sinned. Then the Holy One replied, if you had been among them, men, you would have been worse than they. And he threw them from their exalted position in heaven even down on the earth, and they were changed into men, and sinned after the women of the earth. Zohar 9, b. This is quite plain. No mention is made in Genesis of these sons of God, chap. 6, having been punished for it. The only reference to it in the Bible is in Jude 6. And the angels which kept not their first estate but left their habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. And this means simply that the angels, doomed to incarnation, are in the chains of flesh and matter, under the darkness of ignorance, till the great day, which will come as always after the seventh round, after the expiration of the week, on the seventh Sabbath, or in the post-manvantaric nirvana. How truly esoteric and consonant with the secret doctrine is Pymander the thought divine of Hermes, may be inferred from its original and primitive translations in Latin and Greek only. On the other hand, how disfigured it has been later on by Christians in Europe, is seen from the remarks and unconscious confessions made by de St. Mark, in his preface and letter to the Bishop of Ayr, in 1578. Therein, the whole cycle of transformations from a pantheistic and Egyptian into a mystic Roman Catholic treatise is given, and we see how Pymander has become what it is now. Still, even in St. Mark's translation, traces are found of the real Pymander, the universal thought or mind. This is the verbatim translation from the Old French translation, the original being given in the footnote asterisk in its quaint old French. 7 men, principles, were generated in man. The nature of the harmony of the seven of the Father and of the Spirit. Nature. Asterisk section 16, chap. I, Mercure Trismegist Pimandra. O, ma pense, ks ensud il? Car je desire grandement ce propos. Pimandra diet, cest un mystère seal, jusque ce jour d'aujourd'hui. Car nature, so it mestent avec thome, a prodit le miracle trace merveilleux, et en celo qui iet diet, la nature de l'harmonie de septembre du père, et de t'esprit. Nature nes resta pas là, reneus incontinent a produic septembre homes, selon les natures de septembre gouvernent en puissance de deux sexes ets lieux. La génération de ces septembre sest donnée en cette manière. And a gap is made in the translation, which can be filled partially by resorting to the Latin text of Apuleius. The commentator, the bishop, says, nature produced in him, man, 7 men, 7 principles. 492 The secret doctrine. Produced 7 men in accordance with the 7 natures of the 7 spirits having in them, potentially, the 2 sexes. Metaphysically, the Father and the Son are the universal mind and the periodical universe, the angel and the man. It is the Son and the Father at one and the same time. In Pymander, the active idea and the passive thought that generates it, the radical keynote in nature which gives birth to the 7 notes, the septenary scale of the creative forces, and to the 7 prismatic aspects of color, all bomb from the one white ray, or fight itself. Generated in darkness. See the many meanings of the war in heaven. The secret doctrine points out, as a self-evident fact, that mankind, collectively and individually, is, with all manifested nature, the vehicle, a, of the breath of one universal principle, in its primal differentiation, and, b, of the countless breaths proceeding from that. One breath in its secondary and further differentiations, as nature with its many mankinds proceeds downwards toward the planes that are ever increasing in materiality. The primary breath informs the higher hierarchies, the secondary the lower, on the constantly descending planes. Now there are many passages in the Bible which prove on their face, exoterically, that this belief was at one time universal, and the most convincing are the 2 chapters Ezekiel XXVIII and Isaiah 14. Christian theologians are welcome to interpret both as referring to the Great War before creation, the epos of Satan's rebellion, etc., if they so choose, but the absurdity of the idea is too apparent. Ezekiel addresses his lamentations and reproofs to the king of Tyre, Isaiah to King Ahaz, who indulged in the worship of idols, as did the rest of the nation, with the exception of a few initiates, the prophets, so called, who tried to arrest it on its way to exotericism, or idolatry, which is the same thing. Let the student judge. In Ezekiel XXVIII, it is said, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord God, as we understand it, the God Karma, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. And yet thou art a man. Behold, I shall bring strangers upon thee. And they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom. And they shall bring thee down to the pit, or earth life. The origin of the prince of Tyrus is to be traced to, and sought in 493 the real meaning of the cherub. The divine dynasties of the iniquitous Atlanteans, the great sorcerers, see last comments, on stanza 12, verses 47 to 49. There is no metaphor in the words of Ezekiel, but actual history, this time. For the voice in the prophet, the voice of the Lord, his own Spirit, which spake unto him, says, Because thou hast said, I am a God, I sit in the seat of God, divine dynasties, in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel, there is no secret that they can hide from thee, with thy wisdom thou hast increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Behold, therefore strangers shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, they shall bring thee down. And thou shalt die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. Verses 3-8. All such imprecations are not prophecy, but simply reminders of the fate of the Atlanteans, the giants on earth. What can be the meaning of this last sentence if it is not a narrative of the fate of the Atlanteans? Verse 17 saying, "Thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty," may refer to the heavenly man in Pymander, or to the fallen angels, who are accused of having fallen through pride on account of the great beauty and wisdom which became their lot. There is no metaphor here, except in the preconceived ideas of our theologians, perhaps. These verses relate to the past and belong more to the knowledge acquired at the mysteries of initiation than to retrospective clairvoyance. Says the voice, again, "Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God, in the Satya Yuga, every precious stone was thy covering. The workmanship of thy tabrets and thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day thou was created. Thou art the anointed cherub. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire, thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee. Therefore I will cast thee out of the mountain of God and destroy thee." The mountain of God means the mountain of the gods or Meru, whose representative in the fourth race was Mount Atlas, the last form of one of the divine titans, so high in those days that the ancients believed that the heavens rested on its top. Did not Atlas assist the giants in their war against the gods? Hyginus. Another version shows the fable as arising from the fondness of Atlas, son of Iapetus and Clymene, for astronomy, and from his dwelling for that reason on the highest mountain peaks. The truth is that Atlas, the mountain of the gods, and also the hero of that name, are the esoteric symbols of the fourth race, and his 7 daughters, the Atlantides, are the symbols of its 7 sub-races. Mount Atlas, according to all the legends, was 3 times as high as it is now, having sunk at 2 different times. It is of a volcanic origin, and therefore the voice 494 the secret doctrine. Within Ezekiel says, "I will bring forth a fire from the midst of thee, it shall devour thee," etc., v18. Surely it does not mean, as seems to be the case from the translated texts, that this fire was to be brought from the midst of the prince of Tyrus, or his people, but from Mount Atlas. Symbolizing the proud race, learned in magic and high in arts and civilization, whose last remnant was destroyed almost at the foot of the range of those once gigantic mountains. Truly, thou shalt be a terror, and never shalt thou be any more, is the very name of the race, and its fate is now annihilated from man's memory. Bear in mind, that almost every ancient king and priest was an initiate, that from toward the close of the fourth race there had been a feud between the initiates of the right and those of the left path, finally, that the Garden of Eden is referred to by other personages than the Jews of the Adamic race, since even Pharaoh is compared to the fairest tree of Eden by the same Ezekiel, who shows all the trees of Eden, the choicest and best of Lebanon. Comforted in the nether parts of the earth, for they also went down into hell with him, Pharaoh, unto the nether parts, which are in fact the bottom of the ocean, whose floor gaped wide to devour the lands of the Atlanteans and themselves. If one bears all this in mind and compares the various accounts, then one will find out that the whole of chapters XXVIII and XXXI of Ezekiel relate neither to Babylon, Assyria, nor yet Egypt, since none of these have been so destroyed, but simply fell into ruins on the surface, not beneath the earth. But indeed to Atlantis and most of its nations. And he will see that the Garden of Eden of the initiates was no myth, but a locality now submerged. Light will dawn upon him, and he will appreciate such sentences as these at their true esoteric value: "Thou hast been in Eden. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God," for every nation had and many still have holy mountains, some, Himalayan peaks, others, Parnassus, and Sinai. They were all places of initiation and the abodes of the chiefs of the communities of ancient and even modem adepts. And again, behold, the Assyrian, why not Atlantean, initiate. was a cedar in Lebanon. His height was exalted above all the trees. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him, so that all the trees of Eden envied him. Ezekiel XXXI 3-9. Throughout all Asia Minor, the initiates were called the trees of righteousness, and the cedars of Lebanon, as also were some kings of Israel. So were the great adepts in India, but only the adepts of the *. The only pharaoh whom the Bible shows going down into the Red Sea was the king who pursued the Israelites, and who remained unnamed, for very good reasons, perhaps. The story was surely made up from the Atlantean. 495 Various names for initiates. Left hand. When Vishnu Purana narrates that the world was overrun with trees, while the Prachitasas who passed 10,000 years of austerity in the vast ocean were absorbed in their devotions, the allegory relates to the Atlanteans and the adepts of the early fifth race. The Aryans. Other trees, adept sorcerers, spread, and overshadowed the unprotected earth, and the people perished unable to labor for 10,000 years. Then the sages, the rishis of the Aryan race, called Prachitasas, are shown coming forth from the deep, and destroying by the wind and flame issuing from their mouths, the iniquitous trees and the whole vegetable kingdom, until Soma, the moon, the sovereign of the vegetable world, pacifies them by making alliance with the adepts of the right path, to whom he offers as bride Marisha, the offspring of the trees. This means that which is given in the stanzas and commentaries, and what is also given in Part 2 of Volume I, The Sacred Island. It hints at the great struggle between the sons of God and the sons of the dark wisdom, our forefathers, or the Atlantean and the Aryan adepts. The whole history of that period is allegorized in the Ramakma, which is the mystic narrative in epic form of the struggle between Rama, the first king of the divine dynasty of the early Aryans, and Ravana, the symbolical personation of the Atlantean, Lanka, race. The former were the incarnations of the solar gods, the latter, of the lunar devas. This was the great battle between good and evil, between white and black magic, for the supremacy of the divine forces, or of the lower terrestrial or cosmic powers. If the student would understand better the last statement, let him turn to the Anujit episode of the Mahabharata, chapter V, where the Brahmana tells his wife, I have perceived by means of the self the seat abiding in the self, the seat, where dwells the Brahman free from the pairs of opposites, and the moon, together with the fire, or the sun, upholding all beings, as the mover of the intellectual principle. The moon is the deity of the mind, Manas, but only on the lower plane. Manas is dual lunar in the lower, solar in its upper portion, says a commentary. That is to say, it is attracted in its higher aspect towards Buddhi, and in its * Vishnu Purana, Book I, ch. 15f. This is pure allegory. The waters are a symbol of wisdom and of occult learning. Hermes represented the sacred science under the symbol of fire, the northern initiates, under that of water. The latter is the production of Nara, the spirit of God, or rather Paramatman, the supreme soul, says Kulukabhata, Narayana, meaning he who abides in the deep or plunged in the waters of wisdom, water being the body of Nara, Vayu. Hence arises the statement that for 10,000 years they remained in austerity in the vast ocean, and are shown emerging from it. Ea, the god of wisdom, is the sublime fish, and Dagon or Owens is the Chaldean man-fish, who emerges from the waters to teach wisdom. 496 The secret doctrine. Lower descends into, and listens to the voice of its animal soul full of selfish and sensual desires, and herein is contained the mystery of an adept's as of a profane man's life, as also that of the post-mortem separation of the divine from the animal man. The Ramayana, every line of which has to be read esoterically, discloses in magnificent symbolism and allegory the tribulations of both man and soul. Within the body, in the midst of all these lifelines, principles, which move about in the body, and swallow up one another * blazes the Vishvana fire sevenfold, of which I am the goal, says the Brahmana. But the chief soul is manas or mind, Hence, Soma, the moon, is shown as making an alliance with the solar portion in it, personified as the Prachitasas. But of the 7 keys that open the 7 aspects of the Ramayana, as of every other scripture, this is only one, the metaphysical. The symbol of the tree standing for various initiates was almost universal. Jesus is called the tree of life, as also all the adepts of the good law, while those of the left path are referred to as the withering trees. John the Baptist speaks of the axe which is laid to the root of the trees, Math. 3:10, and the king of Assyria's armies are called trees, Isaiah x19. The true meaning of the Garden of Eden was sufficiently given in Isis Unveiled. The writer has more than once heard surprise expressed that Isis should contain so few of the doctrines now taught. This is quite erroneous. For the allusions to such teachings are plentiful, even if the teachings themselves were still withheld. The time had not arrived then, as the hour has not struck now to say all. No Atlanteans, or the 4th race which preceded our 5th race, are mentioned in Isis Unveiled. A critic on esoteric Buddhism wrote one day. I, who wrote Isis Unveiled, maintain that the Atlanteans are mentioned as our predecessors, namely, in volume I, p. 133, when speaking of the Book of Job. For what can be plainer than this? In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead Rephaim, giants or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. It is invited to do so now that. This hint is explained quite openly, but evolutionists are as sure to asterisk this is explained by the able translator of Anujata in a footnote, p. 258, in these words, the sense appears to be this: the course of worldly life is due to the operations of the life winds which are attached to the self, and lead to its manifestations as individual souls. Vaishvanara, or Vaishvanara, is a word often used to denote the self, explains Nilakantha. I translated by Kashinath Trimbaktalang, M.A., Bombay. 497 Traces of prehistoric strifes decline nowadays as they did 10 years ago. Science and theology are against us, therefore we question both, and have to do so in self-defense. On the strength of hazy metaphors scattered throughout the prophets, and in St. John's Revelation, a grand but re-edited version of the Book of Enoch, on these insecure grounds Christian theology built its dogmatic epos of the war in heaven. It did more, it used the symbolical visions, intelligible only to the initiates, as pillars upon which to support the whole bulky edifice of its religion, and now the pillars have been found very weak reeds, and the cunning structure is foundering. The entire Christian scheme rests upon these Jachin and Bo as the two contrary forces of good and evil, Christ and Satan, the Agake, Kai, Kakai, Dunatni is. Take away from Christianity its main prop of the fallen angels, and the Eden bower vanishes with its Adam and Eve into thin air, and Christ, in the exclusive character of the one God and Savior, and the victim of atonement for the sin of animal man, becomes forthwith a useless, meaningless myth. In an old number of the Revue Archéologique for the year 1845, p. 41, a French writer, M. Maury, remarks, this universal strife between good and bad spirits seems to be only the reproduction of another more ancient and more terrible strife, that, according to an ancient myth, took place before the creation of the universe, between the faithful and the rebellious legions. Once more, it is a simple question of priority. Had John's revelation been written during the Vedic period, and were not one sure now of its being simply another version of the Book of Enoch and the dragon legends of pagan antiquity, the grandeur and the beauty of the imagery might have biased the critic's opinion in favor of the Christian interpretation of that first war, whose battlefield was starry heaven, and the first slaughterers the angels. As the matter stands now, however, one has to trace revelation, event by event, to other and far older visions. For the better comprehension of the apocalyptic allegories and of the esoteric epos, we ask the reader to turn to Revelation, and to read chapter 12, from verse 1 to verse 7. This has several meanings, most of which have been found out with regard to the astronomical and numerical keys of this universal myth. That which may be given now, is a fragment, a few hints as to its secret meaning, as embodying the record of a real war, the struggle between the initiates of the two schools. Many and various are the still existing allegories built on that same foundation stone. The true narrative, that which gives the full esoteric meaning, is in the secret books, but the writer has had no access to these. In the exoteric works, however, the episode of the Taraka War, and some esoteric commentaries, may offer a clue perhaps. In every Purana 498 the secret doctrine, the event is described with more or less variations, which show its allegorical character. In the mythology of the earliest Vedic Aryans as in the later Puranic narratives, mention is made of Buddha, the wise, one learned in the secret wisdom, and who is the planet Mercury in his euhemerization. The Hindu classical dictionary credits Buddha with being the author of a hymn in the Rig Veda. Therefore, he can by no means be a later fiction of the Brahmins, but is a very old personation indeed. It is by inquiring into his genealogy, or theogony, rather, that the following facts are disclosed. As a myth, he is the son of Tara, the wife of Brihaspati the gold-colored, and of Soma the male moon, who, Paris-like, carries this new Helen of the Hindu sidereal kingdom away from her husband, which causes a great strife and war in Swarga, heaven. The episode brings on a battle between the gods and the Asuras. King Soma finds allies in Usanas, Venus, the leader of the Danavas, and the gods are led by Indra and Rudra, who side with Brihaspati. The latter is helped by Sankara, Siva, who, having had for his guru Brihaspati's father, Angaras, befriends his son. Indra is here the Indian prototype of Michael, the archistrategus and the slayer of the dragon's angels, since one of his names is Jishnu, leader of the celestial host. Both fight, as some titans did against other titans in defense of revengeful gods, one of Jupiter Tonans. In India, Brihaspati is the planet Jupiter, which is a curious coincidence, the other, in support of the ever-thundering Rudra Sankara. During this war, he is deserted by his bodyguard, the storm gods, Maruts. The story is very suggestive in some of its details. Let us examine some of them, and seek to discover their meaning. The presiding genius, or regent of the planet Jupiter, is Brihaspati, the wronged husband. He is the instructor or spiritual guru of the gods, who are the representatives of the procreative powers. In the Rig Veda, he is called Brahmanaspati, a name meaning the deity in whom the action of the worshipped upon the gods is personified. Hence Brahmanaspati represents the materialization of the divine grace, so to say, by means of ritual and ceremonies, or the exoteric worship. Tara * his wife is on the other hand the personification of the powers of one initiated into Gupta Vidya, secret knowledge, as will be shown. Soma is the moon astronomically, but in mystical phraseology, it is also the name of the sacred beverage drunk by the Brahmins and the initiates during their mysteries and sacrificial rites. The Soma plant is the Asclepias acida, which yields a juice from which that mystic beverage, see Dowson's Classical Dictionary. 499 allegories on the war in heaven. The Soma drink is made. Alone the descendants of the rishis, the Agnihotri, the fire priests, of the great mysteries knew all its powers. But the real property of the true Soma was, and is, to make a new man of the initiate, after he is reborn, namely once that he begins to live in his astral body, see the elixir of life *, for, his spiritual nature overcoming the physical, he would soon snap it off and part even from that etherealized form. F. Soma was never given in days of old to the non-initiated Brahman, the simple grihasta, or priest of the exoteric ritual. Thus Brihaspati, guru of the gods, though he was still represented the dead-letter form of worship. It is Tara his wife, the symbol of one who, though wedded to dogmatic worship, longs for true wisdom, who is shown as initiated into his mysteries by King Soma, the giver of that wisdom. Soma is thus made in the allegory to carry her away. The result of this is the birth of Buddha esoteric wisdom, Mercury, or Hermes in Greece and Egypt. He is represented as so beautiful, that even the husband, though well aware that Buddha is not the progeny of his dead letter worship, claims the newborn as his son, the fruit of his ritualistic and meaningless forms. Such is, in brief, one of the meanings of the allegory. War in heaven refers to several events of that kind on various and different planes of being. The first is a purely astronomical and cosmical fact pertaining to cosmogony. Mr. John Bentley thought that with the Hindus war in heaven is only a figure referring to their calculations of time periods, see Bentley's Hindu Astronomy. See 5 Years of Theosophy. The partaker of Soma finds himself both linked to his external body, and yet away from it in his spiritual form. The latter, freed from the former, soars for the time being in the ethereal higher regions, becoming virtually as one of the gods, and yet preserving in his physical brain the memory of what he sees and learns. Plainly speaking, Soma is the fruit of the tree of knowledge forbidden by the jealous Elohim to Adam and Eve, or Yahweh, lest man should become as one of us. We see the same in the modern exoteric religions. Historical views of Hindu astronomy. Quoting from the work in reference to Aryabhata, who is said to give a near approach to the true relation among the various values for the computations of the value of p, the author of the Source of Measures reproduces a curious statement. Mr. Bentley, it is said, was greatly familiar with the Hindu astronomical and mathematical knowledge. The statement of his then may be taken as authentic. The same remarkable trait, among so many Eastern and ancient nations, of sedulously concealing the arcana of this kind of knowledge, is a marked one among the Hindus. That which was given out to be popularly taught and to be exposed to public inspection, was but the approximate of a more exact but hidden knowledge. And this very formulation of Mr. Bentley will strangely exemplify the assertion, and explained, will show that it, the Hindu exoteric astronomy and sciences, was derived from a system exact beyond the European one, in which Mr. Bentley himself, of course, trusted as far in advance of the Hindu knowledge, at any time, in any generation. Which is Mr. Bentley's misfortune, and does not take away from the glory of the ancient Hindu astronomers, who were all initiates. 500. The Secret Doctrine. This served as a prototype, he thinks, for the Western nations to build their War of the Titans upon. The author is not quite wrong, but neither is he quite right. If the sidereal prototype refers indeed to a pre-Manvantaric period, and rests entirely on the knowledge claimed by the Aryan initiates of the whole program and progress of cosmogony, the War of the Titans is but a legendary and deified copy of the real war that took place in the Himalayan Kailasa, heaven, instead of in the depths of cosmic interplanetary space. It is the record of the terrible strife between the sons of God and the sons of the shadow of the fourth and the fifth races. It is on these two events, blended together by legends borrowed from the exoteric account of the war waged by the Asuras against the gods, that every subsequent national tradition on the subject has been built. Esoterically, the Asuras, transformed subsequently into evil spirits and lower gods, who are eternally at war with the great deities, are the gods of the secret wisdom. In the oldest portions of the Rig Veda, they are the spiritual and the divine, the term Asura being used for the supreme spirit and being the same as the great Ahura of the Zoroastrians. See Dharmastider's Vendidad. There was a time when the gods Indra, Agni, and Varuna themselves belonged to the Asuras. In the Aitareya Brahmana, the breath, Asu, of Brahma Prajapati became alive, and from that breath he created the Asuras. Later on, after the war, the Asuras are called the enemies of the gods, hence Asuras, the initial A being a negative prefix, or no gods, the gods being referred to as Suras. This then connects the Asuras and their hosts, enumerated further on, with the fallen angels of the Christian churches, a hierarchy of spiritual beings to be found in every pantheon of ancient and even modern nations, from the Zoroastrian down to that of the Chinaman. They are the sons of the primeval creative breath at the beginning of every new Mahakalpa, or Manvantara, in the same rank as the angels who had remained faithful. These were the allies of Soma, the parent of the esoteric wisdom, as against Brihaspati, representing ritualistic or ceremonial. The secret doctrine teaches that every event of universal importance, such as geological cataclysms at the end of one race and the beginning of a new one, involving a great change each time in mankind, spiritual, moral and physical, is precogitated and preconcerted, so to say, in the sidereal regions of our planetary system. Astrology is built wholly upon this mystic and intimate connection between the heavenly bodies and mankind, and it is one of the great secrets of initiation and occult mysteries. 501 Sarpas Serpents Nagas. Worship. Evidently they have been degraded in space and time into opposing powers or demons by the ceremonialists, on account of their rebellion against hypocrisy, sham worship, and the dead letter form. Now what is the real character of all those who fought along with them? They are, 1. The Usanas, or the host of the planet Venus, become now in Roman Catholicism Lucifer, the genius of the morning star, see Isaiah 14:12, the Tsaha, or army of Satan. 2. The Daityas and Danavas are the Titans, the demons and giants whom we find in the Bible, General 6. The progeny of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Their generic name shows their alleged character, and discloses at the same time the secret animus of the Brahmins, for they are the Kratide wishes, the enemies of the sacrifices or exoteric shams. These are the hosts that fought against Brihaspati, the representative of exoteric popular and national religions, and Indra, the god of the visible heaven, the firmament, who, in the early Veda, is the highest god of cosmic heaven, the fit habitation for an extra-cosmic and personal god, higher than whom no exoteric worship can ever soar. 3. Then come the Nagas *, the Sarpa, serpents or seraphs. These, again, show their character by the hidden meaning of their glyph. In mythology they are semi-clivine beings with a human face and the tail of a dragon. They are therefore, undeniably, the Jewish seraphim, from Serapis and Sarpa, serpent, the plural being seraph, burning, fiery, see Isaiah 6:23. Christian and Jewish angelology distinguishes between the seraphim and the cherubim or cherubs, who come second in order. Esoterically, and Kabbalistically, they are identical, the cherubim being simply the name for the images or likenesses of any of the divisions of the celestial hosts. Now, as said before, the dragons and nagas were the names given to the initiates hermits, on account of their great wisdom and spirituality and their living in caves. Thus, when Ezekiel applies the adjective of cherub to the king of Tyre, and tells him that by his wisdom and his understanding there is no secret that can be hidden from him, v. 3:4, xxviii, he shows to an occultist that it is a prophet, perhaps, still a follower of exoteric worship, who fulminates against an initiate of another school and not against an imaginary Lucifer, a fallen cherub from the stars, and then from the Garden of Eden. Thus the so-called war is, in one of its many meanings, also an allegorical record of the strife between the two classes of adepts of the right and of the left path. There were three classes of rishis in India, who were *. The Nagas are described by the Orientalists as a mysterious people whose landmarks are found abundantly in India to this day, and who lived in Nagadwipa, one of the 7 continents or divisions of Bharatavarsha, Old India, the town of Nagpur being one of the most ancient cities in the country. 502 The Secret Doctrine. The earliest adepts known, the royal or Rajarshis, kings and princes, who adopted the ascetic life, the Devarshis, divine, or the sons of Dharma or Yoga, and Brahmarshis, descendants of those rishis who were the founders of Gotras of Brahmins, or caste races. Now, leaving the mythical and astronomical keys for one moment aside, the secret teachings show many Atlanteans who belonged to these divisions, and there were strifes and wars between them, de facto and de jure. Narada, one of the greatest rishis, was a Devarishi, and he is shown in constant and everlasting feud with Brahma, Daksha, and other gods and sages. Therefore we may safely maintain that whatever the astronomical meaning of this universally accepted legend, its human phase is based on real and historical events, disfigured into a theological dogma only to suit ecclesiastical purposes. As above so below. Sidereal phenomena, and the behavior of the celestial bodies in the heavens, were taken as a model, and the plan was carried out below, on earth. Thus, space, in its abstract sense, was called the realm of divine knowledge, and by the Chaldees or initiates of Su, the habitat, or father, i.e., the source, of knowledge, because it is in space that dwell the intelligent powers which invisibly rule the universe. In the same manner and on the plan of the zodiac in the upper ocean or the heavens, a certain realm on earth, an inland sea, was consecrated and called the abyss of learning. 12. Centers on it in the shape of 12 small islands representing the zodiacal signs, 2 of which remained for ages the mystery signs F and were the abodes of 12 hierophants and masters of wisdom. This sea of knowledge or learning remained for ages there, where now stretches the Shamo, or Gobi Desert. It existed until the last great glacial period, when not less suggestive are the qualities attributed to Rudra Siva, the great yogi, the forefather of all the adepts in esotericism, one of the greatest kings of the divine dynasties. Called the earliest and the last, he is the patron of the third, fourth, and the fifth root races. For, in his earliest character, he is the ascetic Digambara, clothed with the elements, Trilokana, the three-eyed Punchanana, the five-faced, an allusion to the past four and the present fifth race. For, though //ve-faced, he is only four-armed, as the fifth race is still alive. He is the god of time, Saturn Cronus, as his Damaru, drum, in the shape of an hourglass, shows, and if he is accused of having cut off Brahul's fifth head, and left him with only four, it is again an allusion to a certain degree in initiation, and also to the races. F.G. Siddhartha's idea that the signs of the zodiac were in ancient times only 10 is erroneous. 10 only were known to the profane. The initiates, however, knew them all, from the time of the separation of mankind into sexes, whence arose the separation of Virgo-Scorpio into two, which, owing to a secret sign added and the Libra invented by the Greeks, instead of the secret name which was not given, made 12. Vide Isis Unveiled, Volume 2, p. 456. The above is, perhaps, a key to the Dalai Lama's symbolical name, the Ocean Lama, meaning the wisdom ocean. Abbe Hugh speaks of it. 503 The myth of Bel and Merodach. Local cataclysm, which swept the waters south and west and so formed the present great desolate desert, left only a certain oasis, with a lake and one island in the midst of it, as a relic of the zodiacal ring on earth. For ages the watery abyss which, with the nations that preceded the later Babylonians, was the abode of the Great Mother, the terrestrial post-type of the Great Mother Chaos in heaven, the parent of Ea, wisdom, himself the early prototype of Owens, the man-fish of the Babylonians. For ages, then, the abyss or chaos was the abode of wisdom, and not of evil. The struggle of Bel and then of Merodach, the sun god, with Tiamat, the sea and its dragon, a war which ended in the defeat of the latter, has a purely cosmic and geological meaning, as well as an historical one. It is a page tom out of the history of the secret and sacred sciences, their evolution, growth, and death for the profane masses. It relates, a. to the systematic and gradual drying up of immense territories by the fierce sun at a certain prehistoric period, one of the terrible droughts which ended by a gradual transformation of once fertile lands, abundantly watered, into the sandy deserts which they are now, and, b. to the as systematic persecution of the prophets of the right path by those of the left. The latter, having inaugurated the birth and evolution of the sacerdotal castes, have finally led the world into all these exoteric religions, invented to satisfy the depraved tastes of the hoi polloi and the ignorant for ritualistic pomp and the materialization of the ever immaterial and unknowable principle. This was a certain improvement on the Atlantean sorcery, the memory of which lingers in the remembrances of all the literary and Sanskrit-speaking portion of India, as well as in the popular legends. Still it was a parody on, and the desecration of the sacred mysteries and their science. The rapid progress of anthropomorphism and idolatry led the early fifth, as it had already led the fourth race, into sorcery once more, though on a smaller scale. Finally, even the four atoms, symbolizing under other names the four preceding races, were forgotten, and passing from one generation into another, each loaded with some additional myths, got at last drowned in that ocean of popular symbolism called the pantheons. Yet they exist to this day in the oldest Jewish traditions, as the Tselem, the shadow atom, the Chayas of our doctrine, the model atom, the copy of the first, and the male and female of the exoteric Genesis, chap. I, the third, the earthly atom before the fall, and androgyne, and the fourth the atom after his fall, i.e. separated into sexes, or the pure Atlantean. The atom of the Garden of Eden, or the forefather of our race, the fifth, is an ingenious compound of the above four. As stated in Zohar, 3, FOL 4, Kernel 14, Cremona ed. Adam, the first man, is not found 504 the secret doctrine. Now on earth, he is not found in all, below. Because, where does the lower earth come from? From the chain of the earth, and heaven above, i.e., from the superior globes, those which precede and are above our earth. And there came out from it, the chain, creatures of all kinds. Some of them in solid skins, some in shells, kliputh. Some in red shells, some in black, some in white, and some of other colors. See Kabbalah. As in the Chaldean cosmogony of Beresis and the stanzas just given, some treatises on the Kabbalah speak of creatures with two faces, some with four, and some with one face, for the highest Adam did not come down in all the countries, or produce progeny and have many wives, but is a mystery. So is the dragon a mystery. Truly, says Rabbi Simeon ben Iochai, that to understand the meaning of the dragon is not given to the companions, students, or chelas, but only to the little ones, i.e., the perfect initiates. The work of the beginning the companions understand, but it is only the little ones who understand the parable on the work in the Principium by the mystery of the serpent of the great CF. And those Christians, who may happen to read this, will also understand by the light of the above sentence who their Christ was. For Jesus states repeatedly that he who shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein, and if some of his sayings have been meant to apply to children without any metaphor, most of what relates to the little ones in the Gospels, related to the initiates, of whom Jesus was 1. Paul, Saul, is referred to in the Talmud as the little one. That mystery of the serpent was this: our earth, or rather terrestrial life, is often referred to in the secret teachings as the Great Sea, the sea of life having remained to this day a favorite metaphor. The Cipher Geniauta speaks of primeval chaos and the evolution of the universe after a destruction, pralaya, comparing it to an uncoiling serpent, extending hither and thither, its tail in its mouth, the head twisting on its neck. It is enraged and angry. It watches and conceals itself. Every 1,000 days it is manifested. 16. Such was the name given in ancient Judea to the initiates, called also the innocents and the infants, i.e., once more reborn. This key opens a vista into one of the New Testament mysteries, the slaughter by Herod of the 40,000 innocents. There is a legend to this effect, and the event, which took place almost a century BC, shows the origin of the tradition blended at the same time with that of Krishna and his uncle Kansa. In the case of the NT, Herod stands for Alexander Janus, of Lydda, whose persecution and murder of hundreds and thousands of initiates led to the adoption of the Bible story. F. Zohar 2, 34. 505 The Sacredness of the Serpent. A commentary on the Puranas says, Anantascha is a form of Vishnu, the Holy Spirit of preservation, and a symbol of the universe, on which it is supposed to sleep during the intervals of the days of Brahma. The 7 heads of Sha support the universe. So the Spirit of God sleeps, is breathing, Mirachafeth, over the chaos of undifferentiated matter, before each new creation. Cipher Geniauta. Now one day of Brahma is composed, as already explained, of 1000 Mahayugas, and as each night or period of rest is equal in duration to this day, it is easy to see to what this sentence in Cipher Geniauta refers, viz., that the serpent manifests once in 1,000 days. Nor is it more difficult to see whither the initiated writer of the cipher is leading us, when he says, its head is broken in the waters of the great sea, as it is written, Thou dividest the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters, Lziv. 13, it refers to the trials of the initiates. In this physical life, the sea of sorrow, if read with one key, it hints at the successive destruction of the 7 spheres of a chain of worlds in the great sea of space, when read with another key, for every sidereal globe or sphere, every world, star, or group of stars, is called in symbolism the dragon's head. But however it may read, the dragon was never regarded as evil, nor was the serpent either in antiquity. In the metaphors, whether astronomical, cosmical, theogonical or simply physiological, i.e., phallic, the serpent was always regarded as a divine symbol. When it is said the cosmic serpent which MNS with 370 leaps, Cipher Geniauta, 33, it means the cyclic periods of the great tropical year, 25,868 years, divided in the esoteric calculation into 370 periods or cycles, as one solar year is divided into 365 days. And if Michael was regarded by the Christians as the conqueror of Satan, the dragon, it is because in the Talmud this fighting personage is represented as the Prince of Waters, who had 7 subordinate spirits under him, a good reason why the Latin Church made him the patron saint of every promontory in Europe. In the Kabbalah, Siph. Jan, the creative force makes sketches and spiral lines of his creation in the shape of a serpent. It holds its tail in its mouth, because it is the symbol of endless eternity and of cyclic periods. Its meanings, however, would require a volume, and we must end. Thus the reader may now see for himself what are the several meanings of the war in heaven, and of the great dragon. The most solemn and dreaded of church dogmas, the Alpha and Omega of Christian faith, and the pillar of its fall and atonement, dwindles down to it. Pagan symbol, in the many allegories about those prehistoric struggles. 506 The Secret Doctrine. 19. Is Pleroma Satan's lair? The subject is not yet exhausted, and has to be examined from still other aspects. Whether Milton's grandiose description of the 3 days' battle of the angels of light against those of darkness justifies the suspicion that he must have heard of the corresponding Eastern tradition, it is impossible to say. Nevertheless, if not himself in connection with some mystic, then it must have been through someone who had obtained access to the secret works of the Vatican. Among these there is a tradition of the Beni Shamash, the children of the sun, concerning the Eastern allegory, with far more minute details in its triple version, than one can get either from the Book of Enoch, or the far more recent revelation of St. John about the old dragon and his various layers, as just shown. It seems inexplicable to find, to this day, authors belonging to mystical societies who yet continue in their preconceived doubts as to the alleged antiquity of the Book of Enoch. Thus, while the author of the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches is inclined to see in Enoch an initiate converted to Christianity. Ivide p. 16, the English compiler of Eliphas Levi's works The Mysteries of Magic is also of a like opinion. He remarks that, outside the erudition of Dr. Keneally, no modern scholarship attributes any more remote antiquity to the latter work, the Book of Enoch, than the 4th century BC. Biograph and Critical Essay, pxxxvii. Modem scholarship has been guilty of worse errors than this one. It seems but yesterday that the greatest literary critics in Europe denied the very authenticity of that work, together with the Orphic hymns, and even the Book of Hermes or Thought, until whole verses from the latter were discovered on Egyptian monuments and tombs of the earliest dynasties. The opinion of Archbishop Lawrence is quoted elsewhere. The old dragon and Satan, now become singly and collectively the symbol of, and the theological term for, the fallen angel, is not so described either in the original Kabbalah, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, or in the modern. For the most learned, if not the greatest of modem Kabbalists, namely Eliphas Levi, describes Satan in the following glowing terms: it is that angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored 507 the living devils. Himself in full divine light, strong enough to reign in darkness amidst agony, and to have built himself a throne on his inextinguishable pyre. It is the Satan of the Republican and heretical Milton. The Prince of Anarchy, served by a hierarchy of pure spirits. Histoire de la Magie, 16-17, this description, one which reconciles so cunningly theological dogma and the Kabbalistic allegory, and even contrives to include a political complement in its phraseology, is, when read in the right spirit, quite correct. Yes, indeed, it is this grandest of ideals, this ever-living symbol, nay apotheosis of self-sacrifice for the intellectual independence of humanity, this ever-active energy protesting against static inertia, the principle to which self-assertion is a crime, and thought and the light of knowledge odious. It is, as Eliphas says with unparalleled justice and irony, this pretended hero of tenebrous eternities, who, slanderously charged with ugliness, is decorated with horns and claws, which would fit far better his implacable tormentor. It is he who has been finally transformed into a serpent, the red dragon. But Eliphas Levi was yet too subservient to his Roman Catholic authorities, one may add, too Jesuitical, to confess that this devil was mankind, and never had any existence on earth outside of that mankind. In this, Christian theology, although following slavishly in the steps of paganism, was only true to its own time-honored policy. It had to isolate itself, and to assert its authority. Hence it could not do better than turn every pagan deity into a devil. Every bright sun god of antiquity a glorious deity by day, and its own opponent and adversary by night, named the Dragon of Wisdom, because it was supposed to contain the germs of night and day, has now been turned into the antithetical shadow of God, and has become Satan on the sole and unsupported authority of despotic human dogma. After which all these producers of light and shadow, all the sun and the moon gods, were cursed, and thus the one God chosen out of the many, and Satan, were both anthropomorphized. But theology seems to have lost sight of the human capacity for discriminating and finally analyzing all that is artificially forced upon its reverence. History shows in every race and even tribe, especially in the Semitic nations, the natural impulse to exalt its own tribal deity above all others to the hegemony. What devil could be possessed of more cunning, craft and cruelty than the Whitechapel murderer Jack the Ripper of 1888, whose unparalleled bloodthirsty and cool wickedness led him to slaughter and mutilate in cold blood 7 unfortunate and otherwise innocent women? One has but to read the daily papers to find in those wife and child beating, drunken brutes, husbands and fathers, a small percentage of whom is daily brought before the courts, the complete personifications of the devils of Christian hell. 508 The secret doctrine of the gods, and proves that the God of the Israelites was such a tribal God, and no more, even though the Christian Church, following the lead of the chosen people, is pleased to enforce the worship of that one particular deity, and to anathematize all the others. Whether originally a conscious or an unconscious blunder, nevertheless, it was one. Jehovah has ever been in antiquity only a god among other gods, Psalm. The Lord appears to Abraham, and while saying, I am the Almighty God, yet adds, I will establish my covenant to be a God unto thee, Abraham, and unto his seed after him, Gen. 17:7, not unto Aryan Europeans. But then, there was the grandiose and ideal figure of Jesus of Nazareth to be set off against a dark background, to gain in radiance by the contrast, and a darker one the Church could hardly invent. Lacking the Old Testament symbology, ignorant of the real connotation of the name of Jehovah, the rabbinical secret substitute for the ineffable and unpronounceable name, the Church mistook the cunningly fabricated shadow for the reality, the anthropomorphized generative symbol for the one secondless reality, the ever unknowable cause of all. As a logical sequence, the Church, for purposes of duality, had to invent an anthropomorphic devil created, as taught by her, by God himself. Satan has now turned out to be the monster fabricated by the Jehovah Frankenstein, his father's curse and a thorn in the divine side, a monster than whom no earthly Frankenstein could have fabricated a more ridiculous bogey. The author of New Aspects of Life describes the Jewish God very correctly from the Kabbalistic standpoint as the spirit of the earth, which had revealed itself to the Jew as Jehovah, p. 209, it was that spirit again who, after the death of Jesus, assumed his form and personated him as the risen Christ. The doctrine of Cerinthius and several Gnostic sects with slight variation, as one can see. But the author's explanations and deductions are remarkable. None knew better than Moses, and so well as he, how great was the power of those gods of Egypt, with whose priests he had contended, he says. The gods of which Jehovah is claimed to be the God, by the Jews only. What were these gods, these Achar of which Jehovah, the Akkad, is claimed to be the God? By overcoming them, the author asks, to which our occultism answers, those whom the Church now calls the fallen angels and collectively Satan, the dragon, overcome, if we have to accept her dictum, by Michael and the host, that Michael being simply Jehovah himself, one of the subordinate spirits at best. Therefore, the author is again right in saying, the Greeks believed in the existence of daimons. But they were anticipated by the Hebrews, who held that 509 Jehovah, a personating spirit. There was a class of personating spirits which they designated demons, personators. Admitting with Jehovah, who expressly asserts it, the existence of other gods, which were personators of the one God, were these other gods simply a higher class of personating spirits, which had acquired and exercised greater powers? And is not personation the key to the mystery of the spirit state? But once granting this position, how are we to know that Jehovah was not a personating spirit, a spirit which arrogated to itself that it was, and thus became, the personator of the one unknown and unknowable God? Nay, how do we know that the spirit calling itself Jehovah, in arrogating to itself his attributes, did not thus cause its own designation to be imputed to the one who is in reality as nameless as incognizable? Pages 144-145. Then the author shows that the spirit Jehovah is a personator on its own admission. It acknowledged to Moses that it had appeared to the patriarchs as the god Shaddai and the god Helion. With the same breath it assumed the name of Jehovah, and it is on the faith of the assertion of this personator that the names El, Elo, Elohim, and Shaddai, have been read and interpreted in juxtaposition with Jehovah as the Lord God Almighty. Then when the name Jehovah became ineffable, the designation Adonai, Lord, was substituted for it, and it was owing to this substitution that the Lord passed from the Jewish to the Christian word and world as a designation of God, p. 146. And how are we to know, the author may add, that Jehovah was not many spirits personating even that seemingly one Jod or Jod-he? But if the Christian Church was the first to make the existence of Satan a dogma, it was because, as shown in Isis, the devil, the powerful enemy of God, had to become the cornerstone of the pillar of the Church. For, as a theosophist, M. Jules Basic truly observes in his Satan Oule Diabol ip. 9 Follet eviter de paratra autorizer le dogmi du double principi and phasant de ce Satan creature un puissance real, et pour expliquer le mal original, en prefera. Contre manes el hypothèse de un permission de el unique tout puissant. The choice and policy were unfortunate, anyhow. Either the personator of the lower God of Abraham and Jacob ought to have been made entirely distinct from the mystic father of Jesus, or the fallen angels should have been left unslandered by further fictions. Every god of the Gentiles is connected with, and closely related to, after the polymorphic pantheism of some Gnostics came the esoteric dualism of Manes, who was accused of personifying evil and creating of the devil a god rival of God himself. We do not see that the Christian Church has so much improved on that exoteric idea of the Manichaeans, for she calls God her King of Light, and Satan, the King of Darkness, to this day. 510 The secret doctrine Jehovah the Elohim, for they are all one host, whose units differ only in name in the esoteric teachings. Between the obedient and the fallen angels there is no difference whatever, except in their respective functions, or rather in the inertia of some, and the activity of others. Among those Dayan Kohans or Elohim who were commissioned to create, i.e., to fabricate the manifested world out of the eternal material. The Kabbalists say that the true name of Satan is that of Jehovah placed upside down, for Satan is not a black god but the negation of the white deity, or the light of truth. God is light and Satan is the necessary darkness or shadow to set it off, without which pure light would be invisible and incomprehensible. For the initiates, says Eliphaz Levi, the devil is not a person but a creative force, for good as for evil. They, the initiates, represented this force, which presides at physical generation, under the mysterious form of God Pan or nature, whence the horns and hoofs of that mythical and symbolic figure, as also the Christian goat of the witches' Sabbath. With regard to this too, Christians have imprudently forgotten that the goat was also the victim selected for the atonement of all the sins of Israel, that the scapegoat was indeed the sacrificial martyr, the symbol of the greatest mystery on earth, the fall into generation. Only the Jews have long forgotten the real meaning of their, to the non-initiated, ridiculous hero, selected from the drama of life in the great mysteries enacted by them in the desert, and the Christians never knew it. Eliphaz Levi seeks to explain the dogma of his church by paradoxes and metaphors, but succeeds very poorly in the face of the many volumes written by pious Roman Catholic demonologists under the approbation and auspices of Rome, in this 19th century of ours. For the true Roman Catholic, the devil or Satan is a reality, the drama enacted in the sidereal light according to the seer of Patmos who desired, perhaps, to improve upon the narrative in the Book of Enoch is as real, and as historical a fact as any other allegory and symbolical event in the Bible. But the initiates give an explanation to quote in this relation Mr. Lang in his admirable work Modern Science and Modern Thought, p. 222, 3rd ed. From this dilemma, existence of evil in the world, there is no escape, unless we give up altogether the idea of an anthropomorphic deity, and adopt frankly the scientific idea of a first cause, inscrutable and past finding out, and of a universe whose laws we can trace, but of whose real essence we know nothing, and can only suspect, or faintly discern a fundamental law which may make the polarity of good and evil a necessary condition of existence. Were science to know the real essence, instead of knowing nothing of it, the faint suspicion would turn into the certitude of the existence of such a law, and the knowledge that this law is connected with karma. 511 Akasa, the mysterium magnum which differs from that given by Eliphaz Levi, whose genius and crafty intellect had to submit to a certain compromise dictated to him from Rome. Thus, the true and uncompromising Kabbalists admit that, for all purposes of science and philosophy, it is enough that the profane should know that the great magic agent called by the followers of the Marquis de St. Martin the Martinus astral light, by the medieval Kabbalists and alchemists the sidereal virgin and the mysterium magnum, and by the Eastern occultists aether, the reflection of Akasa is that which the Church calls Lucifer. That the Latin scholastics have succeeded in transforming the universal soul and pleroma, the vehicle of light and the receptacle of all the forms, a force spread throughout the whole universe, with its direct and indirect effects, into Satan and his works, is no news to anyone. but now they are prepared to give out to the above-mentioned profane even the secrets hinted at by Eliphas Levi without adequate explanation, for the latter's policy of veiled revelations could only lead to further superstition and misunderstanding. What, indeed, can a student of occultism, a beginner, gather from the following highly poetical sentences of Eliphas Levi, as apocalyptic as the writings of any of the alchemists? Lucifer, the astral light, is an intermediate force existing in all creation. It serves to create and to destroy, and the law of Adam was an erotic intoxication which has rendered his generation a slave to this fatal light. Every sexual passion that overpowers our senses is a whirlwind of that light which seeks to drag us towards the abyss of death, lolly. Hallucinations, visions, ecstasies are all forms of a very dangerous excitation due to this interior phosphorus. Thus light, finally, is of the nature of fire, the intelligent use of which warms and vivifies, and the excess of which, on the contrary, dissolves and annihilates. Thus man is called upon to assume a sovereign empire over that astral light and conquer thereby his immortality, and is threatened at the same time with being intoxicated, absorbed, and eternally destroyed by it. This light, therefore, inasmuch as it is devouring, revengeful, and fatal, would thus really be hellfire, the serpent of the legend, the tormented errors of which it is full, the tears and the gnashing of teeth of the abortive beings it devours, the phantom of life that escapes them, and seems to mock and insult their agony. All this would be the devil or Satan indeed. Histoircli la Magi, p. 197. There is no wrong statement in all this, nothing save a superabundance of ill-applied metaphors, as in the application of Adam a myth to the illustration of the astral effects. Akaza, the astral light asterisk, can be defined in a few words. It is the universal soul, the matrix of the universe, the mysterium magnum from which all that exists is bombed by separation or differentiation. It is the cause of existence. It asterisk Akaza is not the ether of science, as some Orientalists translate it. 512 The secret doctrine fills all the infinite space, is space itself, in one sense, or both its sixth and seventh principles asterisk, but as the finite in the infinite, as regards manifestation, this light must have its shadowy side. As already remarked. And as the infinite can never be manifested, hence the finite world has to be satisfied with the shadow done, which its actions draw upon humanity and which men attract and force to activity. Hence, while it is the universe cause in its unmanifest unity and infinity, the astral light becomes, with regard to mankind, simply the effects of the causes produced by men in their sinful lives. It is not its bright denizens, whether they are called spirits of light or darkness, that produce good or evil, but mankind itself that determines the unavoidable action and reaction in the great magic agent. It is mankind which has become the serpent of Genesis, and thus causes daily and hourly the law and sin of the celestial Virgin, which thus becomes the mother of gods and devils at one and the same time, for she is the ever-loving, beneficent deity to all those who stir her soul and heart, instead of attracting to themselves her shadowy manifested essence, called by Eliphas Levi the fatal light which kills and destroys. Humanity, in its units, can overpower and master its effects, but only by the holiness of their lives and by producing good causes. It has power only on the manifested lower principles, the shadow of the unknown and incognizable deity in space. But in antiquity and reality, Lucifer, or Luciferus, is the name of the angelic entity presiding over the light of truth as over the light of the day. In the great Valentinian Gospel Pistis Sophia, 361, it is taught that of the three powers emanating from the holy names of the three Tridunadii, that of Sophia, the Holy Ghost, according to these Gnostics the most cultured of all, resides in the planet Venus or Lucifer. Thus to the profane, the astral light may be God and devil at once asterisk, says Johannes Tritheme, the abbot of Spanheim, the greatest astrologer and Kabbalist of his day. The art of divine magic consists in the ability to perceive the essence of things in the light of nature, astral light, and by using the soul powers of the spirit to produce material things from the unseen universe, and in such operations the above and the below must be brought together and made to act harmoniously. The spirit of nature, astral light, is a unity, creating and forming everything, and acting through the instrumentality of man it may produce wonderful things. Such are accomplished, if you learn to know yourself. You will know it by the power of the spirit that is in yourself, and accomplish it by mixing your spirit with the essence that comes out of yourself. If you wish to succeed in such a work you must know how to separate spirit and life in nature, and, moreover, to separate the astral soul in yourself and to make it tangible, and then the substance of the soul will appear visibly and tangibly rendered objective by the power of the spirit. Quoted in Drive. Hartman's Paracelsus. 513 Mind, the quickening spirit. Demon est Deus inversus, that is to say, through every point of infinite space thrill the magnetic and electrical currents of animate nature, the life-giving and death-giving waves, for death on earth becomes life on another plane. Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost and Satan, at one and the same time, visible space being truly filled with the differentiated breath invisibly, and the astral light, the manifested effects of the two who are one, guided and attracted by ourselves, is the karma of humanity, both a personal and impersonal entity. Personal, because it is the mystic name given by Saint Martin to the host of divine creators, guides and rulers of this planet; impersonal, as the cause and effect of universal life and death. The fall was the result of man's knowledge, for his eyes were opened. Indeed, he was taught wisdom and the hidden knowledge by the fallen angel, for the latter had become from that day his manas, mind, and self-consciousness. In each of us that golden thread of continuous life periodically broken into active and passive cycles of sensuous existence on earth, and supersensuous in devachan is from the beginning of our appearance upon this earth. It is the Suddhartma, the luminous thread of immortal impersonal monadship, on which our earthly lives or evanescent egos are strung as so many beads according to the beautiful expression of Vedantic philosophy. And now it stands proven that Satan, or the red fiery dragon, the lord of phosphorus, brimstone was a theological improvement, and Lucifer, or light-bearer, is in us. It is our mind, our tempter and redeemer, our intelligent liberator and savior from pure animalism. Without this principle, the emanation of the very essence of the pure divine principle Maha, intelligence, which radiates direct from the divine mind, we would be surely no better than animals. The first man Adam was made only a living soul, Nefesh; the last Adam was made a quickening spirit *, says Paul, his words referring to the building or creation of man. Without this quickening spirit, or human mind or soul, there would be no difference between man and beast, as there is none, in fact, between animals with respect to their actions. The tiger and the donkey, the hawk and the dove, are each one as pure and as innocent as the other. Because irresponsible. Each follows its instinct, the tiger and the hawk killing with the same unconcern as the donkey eats a thistle, or the dove pecks at a grain of corn. If the fall had the significance given to it by theology, if that * the real original text of I Corinthians, rendered Kabbalistically and esoterically would read, in chap. 15, verses 44 and 45, it is sown a soul body, not natural body, it is raised a spirit body. St. Paul was an initiate, and his words have quite a different meaning when read esoterically. The body is sown in weakness, passivity, it is raised in power, 43, or in spirituality and intellect. 514 The secret doctrine. Fall occurred as a result of an act never intended by nature, a sin. How about the animals? If we are told that they procreate their species in consequence of that same original sin, for which God cursed the earth, hence everything living on it, we will put another question. We are told by theology, as by science, that the animal was on earth far earlier than man? We ask the former, how did it procreate its species, before the fruit of the tree of knowledge, of the good and the evil, had been plucked off? As said, the Christians far less clear-sighted than the great mystic and liberator whose name they have assumed, whose doctrines they have misunderstood and travestied, and whose memory they have blackened by their deeds, took the Jewish Jehovah as he was, and of course strove vainly to reconcile the gospel of light and liberty with the deity of darkness and submission. War in heaven. Asterisk. But, it is sufficiently proven now that all the soi-disant evil spirits who are credited with having made war on the gods, are identical as personalities, moreover, that all the ancient religions taught the same tenet save the final conclusion, which latter differs from the Christian. The 7 primeval gods had all a dual state, one essential, the other accidental. In their essential state they were all the builders or fashioners, the preservers and the rulers of this world, and in the accidental state, clothing themselves in visible corporeality, they descended on the earth and reigned on it as kings and instructors of the lower hosts, who had incarnated once more upon it as men. Asterisk by Godolphin Mitford, later in life, Murad Ali Bey. Bam in India, the son of a missionary, G. Mitford was converted to Islam, and died a Mahomedan in 1884. He was a most extraordinary mystic, of a great learning and remarkable intelligence. But he left the right path and forthwith fell under karmic retribution. As well shown by the author of the article quoted, the followers of the defeated Allahern, first massacred by the victorious Jews, the Jehovites, and then persuaded by the victorious Christians and Mohammedans, continued nevertheless. Some of these scattered sects have lost even the tradition of the TME rationale of their belief to worship in secrecy and mystery the principle of fire, light, and liberty. Why do the Sabaean Bedouins, avowedly monotheists when dwelling in the Mohammedan cities, in the solitude of the desert night yet invoke the starry host of heaven? Why do the Yazidis, the devil worshippers, worship the Muluktas, the Lord Peacock, the emblem of pride and of hundred-eyed intelligence, and of initiation also, which was expelled from heaven with Satan, according to an old Oriental tradition? Why do the Golates and their kindred Mesopotamo-Iranian Mohammedan sects believe in the Nur Ilahi, the light of the Allahern transmitted in Anastasis through 100 prophet leaders? It is because they have continued in ignorant superstition the traditional religion of the light deities whom Yahweh overthrew, is said to have overthrown rather, for by overthrowing them he would have overthrown himself. The Muluktas is Maluk ruler, as is shown in the footnote. It is only a new form of Moloch, Molech, Molech, Malayak, and Malachim messengers, angels, etc. 515 The Logos and Satan are one. Thus, esoteric philosophy shows that man is truly the manifested deity in both its aspects good and evil, but theology cannot admit this philosophical truth. Teaching the dogma of the fallen angels in its dead-letter meaning, and having made of Satan the cornerstone and pillar of the dogma of redemption, to do so would be suicidal. Having once shown the rebellious angels distinct from God and the Logos in their personalities, the admission that the downfall of the disobedient spirits meant simply their fall into generation and matter, would be equivalent to saying that God and Satan were identical. For since the Logos, or God, is the aggregate of that once divine host accused of having fallen, it would follow that the Logos and Satan are one. Yet such was the real philosophical view of the now disfigured tenet in antiquity. The verbum, or the Son, was shown in a dual aspect by the pagan Gnostics. In fact, he was a duality in full unity. Hence, the endless and various national versions. The Greeks had Jupiter, the son of Kronos, the Father, who hurls him down into the depths of cosmos. The Aryans had Brahma, in later theology, precipitated by Siva into the abyss of darkness, etc., etc. But the fall of all these logoi and demiurgi from their primitive exalted position, had in all cases one and the same esoteric signification in it, the curse in its philosophical meaning of being incarnated on this earth, an unavoidable rung on the ladder of cosmic evolution, a highly philosophical and fitting karmic law, without which the presence of evil on earth would have to remain forever a closed mystery to the understanding of true philosophy. To say, as the author of the Esprits Tombs des Païens, p. 347, does, that since Christianity is made to rest on two pillars, that of evil, pon royal, and of good agaqou1, on two forces, in short, IJK, Chi, Kakai Dun I 15, hence, if we suppress the punishment of the evil forces, the protecting mission of the good powers will have neither value nor sense is to utter the most unphilosophical absurdity. If it fits in with, and explains Christian dogma, it obscures the facts and truths of the primitive wisdom of the ages. The cautious hints of Paul have all the true esoteric meaning, and it took centuries of scholastic casuistry to give them the present false coloring in their interpretation. The verbum and Lucifer are one in their dual aspect, and the prince of the air, Princeps Aries Hujus, is not the god of that period, but an everlasting principle. If the latter was said to be ever circling around the world qui circumambulat terrain, the great apostle referred simply to the never-ceasing cycles of human incarnations, in which evil will ever predominate unto the day when humanity is redeemed by the true divine enlightenment which gives the correct perception of things. It is easy to disfigure vague expressions written in Dead and Long 516 the secret doctrine. Forgotten languages, and palm them off as truths and revealed facts on the ignorant masses. The identity of thought and meaning is the one thing that strikes the student in all the religions which mention the tradition of the fallen spirits, and in those great religions there is not one that fails to mention and describe it in one or another form. Thus, Huang Tai, the Great Spirit, sees his sons, who had acquired active wisdom, falling into the valley of pain. Their leader, the flying dragon, having drunk of the forbidden ambrosia, fell to the earth with his host, kings. In the Zendavesta, Engramenu, Ahriman, surrounding himself with fire, the flames Vidi Supra, seeks to conquer the heavens when Ahura Mazda, descending from the solid heaven he inhabits, to the help of the heavens that revolve, in time and space, the manifested worlds of cycles including those of incarnation, and the Amshaspens, the seven bright Srava. Accompanied by their stars, fight Ahriman, and the vanquished Devas fall to the earth along with him. Academic, De Inscrip, Volume XXXIX, p. 690, C. Vendidad, Farg. 19, 3. In the Vendidad the Devas are called evil-doing, and shown to rush away into the depths of the world of hell, or matter. 47. This is an allegory showing the Devas compelled to incarnate, once that they have separated themselves from their parent essence, or, in other words, after the unit had become a multiple, after differentiation and manifestation. Typhon the Egyptian, Python, the Titans, the Suras and the Asuras, all belong to the same legend of spirits peopling the earth. They are not demons commissioned to create and organize this visible universe, but fashioners, the architects, of the worlds, and the progenitors of man. They are the fallen angels, metaphorically the true mirrors of the eternal wisdom. What is the absolute and complete truth as well as the esoteric meaning about this universal myth? The whole essence of truth cannot be transmitted from mouth to ear. Nor can any pen describe it, not even that of the recording angel, unless man finds the answer in the sanctuary of his own heart, in the innermost depths of his divine intuitions. It is the great seventh mystery of creation, the first and the last, and those who read St. John's Apocalypse may find its shadow lurking under the seventh seal. It can be represented only in its apparent, objective form, like the eternal riddle of the Sphinx. If the latter threw herself into the sea and perished, it is not because Oedipus had unriddled the secret of the ages, but because, by anthropomorphizing the ever-spiritual and the subjective, he had. So does every yogi and even Christian, one must take the kingdom of heaven by violence, we are taught. Why should such a desire make of any one a devil? 517 Bersma, the divine twig, dishonored the great truth forever. Therefore, we can give it only from its philosophical and intellectual planes, unlocked with 3 keys respectively, for the last 4 keys of the 7 that throw wide open the portals to the mysteries of nature are in the hands of the highest initiates, and cannot be divulged to the masses at large, not in this, our century, at any rate. The dead letter is everywhere the same. The dualism in the Mazdeen religion, was bomb from exoteric interpretation. The holy Ariyaman, the bestower of will, invoked in the prayer called Aryama Ishya, is the divine aspect of Ahriman, the deadly, the D of the Devas, Farg. XX, 43, and Angramenu is the dark material aspect of the former. Keep us from the hater, O Mazda, and Armata Spenta, Vendidad Seda, has, as a prayer and invocation, an identical meaning with lead us not into temptation, and is addressed by man to the terrible spirit of duality in man himself. 4. Ahura, Mazda is the spiritual, divine, and purified man, and Armata Spenta, the spirit of the earth or materiality, is the same as Ahriman or Angramenu in one sense. The whole of the Magian or Mazdine literature or what remains of it is magical, occult, hence allegorical and symbolical, even its mystery of the law, see the Gatha in Yasna Xt, TV. Now the Mobd and the Parsi keep their eye on the Bearsma during the sacrifice, the divine twig off Ormuzd's tree having been transformed into a bunch of metallic rods, and wonder why neither the Amishaspentas, nor the high and beautiful golden Haumas, nor even their Vohumano, good thoughts, nor their Rada, sacrificial offering, help them much. Let them meditate on the tree of wisdom, and study, assimilating one by one, the fruits thereof. The way to the tree of eternal life, the white Homa, the Jayokarana, is through one end of the earth to the other, and Hauma is in heaven as it is on earth. But to become once more a priest of it, and a healer, man must heal himself before he can heal others. This proves once more that the so-called myths, in order to be at least approximately dealt with in any degree of justice, have to be closely examined from all their aspects. In truth, every one of the 7 keys has to be used in its right place, and never mixed with the others, if we would unveil the entire cycle of mysteries. In our day of dreary soul-killing materialism, the ancient priest initiates have become, in the opinion of our learned generations, the synonyms of clever impostors, kindling the fires of superstition in order to obtain an easier sway over the minds of men. This is an unfounded calumny, generated by skepticism and uncharitable thoughts. No one believed more in gods or, we may call them, the spiritual and now invisible powers, or spirits, 518 the secret doctrine. The noumena of the phenomena than they did, and they believed just because they knew. If, initiated into the mysteries of nature, they were forced to withhold their knowledge from the profane, who would have surely abused it, such secrecy was undeniably less dangerous than the policy of their usurpers and successors. The former taught only that which they well knew. The latter, teaching what they do not know, have invented, as a secure haven for their ignorance, a jealous and cruel deity, who forbids man to pry into his mysteries under the penalty of damnation. As well they may, for his mysteries can at best be only hinted at in polite airs, never described. Turn to King's Gnostics, description of the plates, plate H, and see for yourself what was the primitive Ark of the Covenant, according to the author, who says, there is a rabbinical tradition that the cherubim placed over it were represented as male and female, in the act of copulation, in order to express the grand doctrine of the essence of form and matter, the 2 principles of all things. When the Chaldeans broke into the sanctuary and beheld this most astounding emblem, they naturally enough exclaimed, "Is this your God, of whom you boast that he is such a lover of purity?" p. 441, King thinks that this tradition savors too much of Alexandrian philosophy to demand any credit, to which we demur. The shape and form of the wings of the 2 cherubim standing on the right and left sides of the ark, these wings meeting over the Holy of Holies, are an emblem quite eloquent in itself, besides the holy Jod within the ark. The mystery of Agathodamon, whose legend states, I am Shnumes, son of the universe, 700, can alone solve the mystery of Jesus, the number of whose name is 888. It is not the key of St. Peter, or the church dogma, but the narthex, the wand of the candidate for initiation that has to be wrenched from the grasp of the long silent sphinx of the ages. Meanwhile the augurs, who, upon meeting each other, have to thrust their tongues into their cheeks to suppress a fit of laughter, may be more numerous in our own age than they ever were in the day of Scylla. 519 The father of mortals. XX. Prometheus, the Titan. His origin in ancient India. In our modern day there does not exist the slightest doubt in the minds of the best European symbologists that the name Prometheus possessed the greatest and most mysterious significance in antiquity. While giving the history of Deucalion, whom the Boeotians regarded as the ancestor of the human races, and who was the son of Prometheus, according to the significant legend, the author of the mythology Clé Logres Antique remarks, thus Prometheus is something more than the archetype of humanity, he is its generator. In the same way that we saw Hephaestus molding the first woman, Pandora, and endowing her with life, so Prometheus needs the moist clay, of which he fashions the body of the first man whom he will endow with the soul spark, Apollodorus, I. 7, 1. After the flood of Deucalion, Zeus, it was taught, had commanded Prometheus and Athena to call forth a new race of men from the mire left by the waters of the deluge. Ovid, Metam. 1, 81. Etim MVPR0 MH Kyle Phi, and in the day of Pausanias the slime which the hero had used for this purpose was still shown in Phaeacia, Paus. X. 4, 4. On several archaic monuments one still sees Prometheus modeling a human body, either alone or with Athena's help. Myth. Gress and 246. The same authors remind the world of another equally mysterious personage, though one less generally known than Prometheus, whose legend offers remarkable analogies with that of the Titan. The name of this second ancestor and generator is Pleironeus, the hero of an ancient poem, now unfortunately no longer extant, the Pharaonid set. His legend was localized in Argolis, where a perpetual flame was preserved on his altar as a reminder that he was the bringer of fire upon earth. Pausanias, 11, 19, 5, cf. 20, 3. A benefactor of men as Prometheus was, he had made them participators of every bliss on earth. Plato Tim Sirs, p. 22, and Clemens Alexandrinus Strom. 1, p. 380, say that Pharaonius was the first man, or the father of mortals. His genealogy, which assigns to him as his father Inachos, the river, reminds one of that of Prometheus, which makes that Titan the son of the Oceanid Clymene. But the mother of Pharaonius was the nymph Melia, a significant descent which distinguishes him from Prometheus. Melia, Descartes thinks, is the personification of the ash tree, whence, 520 the secret doctrine. According to Hesiod, issued the race of the age of bronze *, Opera Eldies, 142-145, and which with the Greeks is the celestial tree common to every Aryan mythology. This ash is the Yggdrasil of the Norse antiquity, which the Norns sprinkle daily with the waters from the fountain of Ord, that it may not wither. It remains verdant till the last days of the Golden Age. Then the Norns, the three sisters who gaze respectively into the past, the present, and the future, make known the decree of fate, karma, or log, but men are conscious only of the present. But when Gultweg comes, the golden oar, the bewitching enchantress who, thrice cast into the fire, arises each time more beautiful, and fills the souls of gods and men with unapproachable longing, then the Norns enter into being, and the blessed peace of childhood's dreams passes away, and sin comes into existence with all its evil consequences. And karma, Siaskarkl and the gods, p. 10-12, the thrice purified gold is manas, the conscious soul. With the Greeks, the ash tree represented the same idea. Its luxuriant boughs are the sidereal heaven, golden by day and studded with stars by night, the fruits of Melia and Yggdrasil, under whose protecting shadow humanity lived during the Golden Age without desire as without any fear. That tree had a fruit, or an inflamed bough, which was lightning, Descartes guesses. And here steps in the killing materialism of the age, that peculiar twist in the modem mind, which, like a northern blast, bends all on its way, and freezes every intuition, allowing it no hand. in the physical speculations of the day. After having seen in Prometheus no better than fire by friction, the learned author of the Mythologie de la Grèce antique perceives in this fruit a trifle more than an allusion to terrestrial fire and its discovery. It is no longer fire, owing to the fall of lightning setting some dry fuel in a blaze, and thus revealing all its priceless benefits to Paleolithic men, but something more mysterious this time, though still as earthly. A divine bird, nestled in the boughs of the celestial ash tree, stole that bough, or the fruit, and carried it down on the earth in its bill. Now the Greek word phoronu is the rigid equivalent of the Sanskrit word boronu, the rapid, an epithet of Agni, considered as the carrier of the divine spark. Phoronius, son of Melia or of the celestial ash, thus corresponds to a conception far more ancient, probably, than that one which transformed the Pramtha, of the old Aryan Hindus, into the Greek Prometheus. Phoronius is the asterisk according to the occult teaching. 3 yugas passed away during the time of the third root race, i.e., the Satya, the Treta, and the Dvapara Yuga, answering to the golden age of its early innocence, to the silver when it reached its maturity, and to the Bronze Age, when, separating into sexes, they became the mighty Derni gods of old. 521 Orientalists. The poetry of modern. Personified, bird, that brings the heavenly lightning to the earth. Traditions relating to the birth and origin of the race of bronze, and those which made of Phoronius the father of the Argians, are an evidence to us that this thunderbolt, or lightning, as in the legends of Hephaestus or Prometheus, was the origin of the human race. 266. This still affords us no more than the external meaning of the symbols and the allegory. It is now supposed that the name of Prometheus has been unriddled, and the modem mythologists and Orientalists see in it no longer what their fathers saw on the authority of the whole of classical antiquity. They only find therein something far more appropriate to the spirit of the age, namely, a phallic element. But the name of Phoronius, as well as that of Prometheus, bears not one, nor even two, but a series of esoteric meanings. Both relate to the 7 celestial fires, to Agni Abhymanan, his 3 sons, and their 45 sons, constituting the 49 fires. Do all these numbers relate only to the terrestrial mode of fire and to the flame of sexual passion? Did the Hindu-Aryan mind never soar above such purely sensual conceptions? That mind which is declared by Professor Max Muller to be the most spiritual and mystically inclined on the whole globe? The number of those fires alone ought to have suggested an inkling of the truth. We are told that one is no longer permitted, in this age of rational thought, to explain the name of Prometheus as the old Greeks did. The latter, it seems, basing themselves on the false analogy of pramakerphi with the verb promankanian, saw in him the type of the foreseeing man, to whom, for the sake of symmetry, a brother was added Epimetheus, or he who takes counsel after the event. But now the Orientalists have decided otherwise. They know the real meaning of the 2 names better than those who invented them. The legend is based upon an event of universal importance. It was built to commemorate a great event which must have strongly impressed itself upon the imagination of the first witnesses to it, and its remembrance has never since faded out from popular memory. What is it? Laying aside every poetical fiction, all those dreams of the Golden Age, let us imagine, argue the modern scholars, in all its gross realism, the first miserable state of humanity, the striking picture of which was traced for us after Aeschylus by Lucretius, and the exact truth of which is now confirmed by science, and then one may understand better that a new life really began for man, on that day when he saw the first spark produced by the friction of 2 pieces of wood, or from the veins of a flint. How could man help feeling gratitude to that mysterious and marvelous being which they were henceforth enabled to create at their will, and which was no sooner bomb, than it grew and expanded, developing with singular power. This terrestrial flame, 522 The secret doctrine. Was it not analogous in nature to that one which they received from above, or that other which frightened them in the thunderbolt? Was it not derived from the same source? And if its origin was in heaven, it must have been brought down some day on earth. If so, who was the powerful being, the beneficent being, God, or man, who had conquered it? Such are the questions which the curiosity of the Aryans offered in the early days of their existence, and which found their answer in the myth of Prometheus, Mythologie de la Grèce Antique, p. 258. The philosophy of occult science finds two weak points in the above reflections, and points them out. The miserable state of humanity described by T. Aeschylus and Prometheus was no more wretched then, in the early days of the Aryans, than it is now. That state was limited to the savage tribes, and the now existing savages are not a whit more happy or unhappy than their forefathers were a million years ago. It is an accepted fact in science that rude implements, exactly resembling those in use among existing savages, are found in river gravels and caves, geologically implying an enormous antiquity. So great is that resemblance that, as the author of the Modem Zoroastrian tells us, if the collection in the colonial exhibition of stone celts and arrowheads used now by the Bushmen of South Africa were placed side by side with one from the British Museum of similar objects from Kent's Cavern or the caves of Dordogne, no one but an expert could distinguish between them, p. 145, and if there are Bushmen existing now, in our age of the highest civilization, who are no higher intellectually than the race of men which inhabited Devonshire and southern France during the Paleolithic age, why could not the latter have lived simultaneously with, and have been the contemporary of, other races as highly civilized for their day as we are for ours? That the sum of knowledge increases daily in mankind, but that intellectual capacity does not increase with it, is shown when the intellect, if not the physical knowledge, of the Euclids, Pythagoras's, Paaninis, Kapilah's, Plato's, and Socrates, is compared with that of the Newtons, Kants, and the Modem Huxleys and Haeckels. On comparing the results obtained by Dr. J. Barnard Davis, the craniologist, worked out in 1868, trans, of the Royal Society of London, with regard to the internal capacity of the skull, its volume being taken as the standard and test for judging of the intellectual capacities drive. Pfaff finds that this capacity among the French, certainly in the highest rank of mankind, is 88.4 cubic inches, being thus perceptibly smaller than that of the Polynesians generally, which, even among many Papuans and Alfaras of the lowest grade, amounts to 89 and 89.7 cubic inches, which shows that it is the quality and not the quantity of the brain that is the cause of intellectual capacity. The 523 the boon given by Prometheus. Average index of skulls among various races having been now recognized to be one of the most characteristic marks of difference between different races, the following comparison is suggestive. The index of breadth among the Scandinavians is, at 75, among the English at 76. Among Holsteiners at 77, in Bresca at 80, Schiller's skull shows an index of breadth even of 82, the Madura set also 82. Finally, the same comparison between the oldest skulls known and the European, brings to light the startling fact that most of these old skulls, belonging to the stone period, are above rather than below the average of the brain of the now living man in volume. Calculating the measures for the height, breadth, and length in inches from the average measurements of several skulls, the following sums are obtained. 1. Old Northern skulls of the Stone Age 18.877 ins. 2. Average of 48 skulls of the same period from England. 18.8583. Average of 7 skulls of the same period from Wales. 18.6494. Average of 36 skulls of the Stone Age from France. 18.220. The average of the now living Europeans is 18.579 inches, of Hottentots, 17.795 inches. Which figures show plainly that the size of the brain of the oldest populations known to us is not such as to place them on a lower level than that of the now living inhabitants of the earth. The age and origin of man. Besides which, they show the missing link vanishing into thin air. Of these, however, more anon, we must return to our direct subject. The race which Jupiter so ardently desired to quench, and plant a new one in its stead, As asterisk 241, suffered mental, not physical misery. The first boon Prometheus gave to mortals, as he tells the chorus, was to hinder them from foreseeing death. 256, he saved the mortal race from sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom. 244, and then only, besides that, he gave them fire. 260. This shows plainly the dual character, at any rate of the Promethean myth, if Orientalists will not accept the existence of the seven keys taught in occultism. This relates to the first opening of man's spiritual perceptions, not to his first seeing or discovering fire. For fire was never discovered, but existed on earth since its beginning. It existed in the seismic activity of the early ages, volcanic eruptions being as frequent and constant in those periods as fog is in England now. And if we are told that men appeared so late on earth that nearly all the volcanoes, with the exception of a few, were already extinct, and that geological disturbances had made room for a more settled state of things, we answer, let a new race of men whether evolved from angel or gorilla appear now on any uninhabited asterisk Prometheus Vinctus. 524 The secret doctrine. Spot of the globe, with the exception perhaps of the Sahara, and 1,000 to 1 it would not be a year or two old before discovering fire, through the fall of lightning setting in flames grass or something else. This assumption, that primitive man lived ages on earth before he was made acquainted with fire, is one of the most painfully illogical of all. But old Aeschylus was an initiate, and knew well what he was giving out. Asterisk no occultist acquainted with symbology and the fact that wisdom came to us from the East, will deny for a moment that the myth of Prometheus has reached Europe from Aryavarta. Nor is he likely to deny that in one sense Prometheus represents fire by friction. Therefore, he admires the sagacity of M. F. Baudry, who shows in his Les Myths de Fou et Brieuvague Celeste, Revue Germanique, 1861 p. 356, f. one of the aspects of Prometheus and his origin from India. He shows the reader the supposed primitive process to obtain fire, still in use today in India to light the sacrificial flame. This is what he says. This process, such as it is minutely described in the Vedic Sutras, consists in rapidly turning a stick in a socket made in the center of a piece of wood. The friction develops intense heat and ends by setting on fire the particles of wood in contact. The motion of the stick is not a continuous rotation, but a series of motions in contrary senses. By means of a cord fixed to the stick in its middle, the operator holds one of the ends in each hand and pulls them alternately. The full process is designated in Sanskrit by the verb manthami, mathnani, which means to rub, agitate, shake, and obtain by rubbing, and is especially applied to rotatory friction, as proved by its derivation from manklala, which signifies a circle. The pieces of wood serving for the production of fire have each their name in Sanskrit. The stick which turns is called pramantha, the discus which receives it is called arani and arani, two aranis designating the ensemble of the instrument, p. 358 ETSEQ. It remains to be seen what the Brahmins will say to this. But supposing Prometheus has been conceived in one of the aspects of his asterisk, the modern attempt of some Greek scholars, poor and pseudo-scholars, they would have appeared in the day of the old Greek writers, to explain the real meaning of the ideas of Aeschylus, which, being an ignorant ancient Greek he could not express so well himself, is absurdly ludicrous. See also his Memoirs de la Société de la Linguistique following the fire myths, vol. I, p. 337, ETSEQ. There is the upper and nether piece of timber used to produce the sacred fire by attrition at sacrifices, and it is the arani which contains the socket. This is proven by an allegory in the Vaupurdna and others, which tell us that Nirni, the son of Ikshwaku, had left no successor, and that the rishis, fearing to leave the earth without a ruler, introduced the king's body into the socket of an arani like an upper arani and produced from it a prince named Janaka. It was by reason of the peculiar way in which he was engendered that he was called Janaka. But see Goldstucker's Sanskrit dictionary at the word Irani. Devaki, Krishna's mother, in prayer addressed to her, is called the Irani whose attrition engenders fire. 525 Greek ideas misunderstood. Myth as the producer of fire by means of pramantha, or as an animate and divine pramantha. Would this imply that the symbolism had no other than the phallic meaning attributed to it by the modem symbologists? Descartes, at any rate, seems to have a correct glimmering of the truth, for he unconsciously corroborates by his remarks all that the occult sciences teach with regard to the Manasa Devas, who have endowed man with the consciousness of his immortal soul, that consciousness which hinders man from foreseeing death, and makes him know he is immortal. How has Prometheus got into the possession of the divine spark, he asks. Fire having its abode in heaven, it is there he must have gone to find it before he could carry it down to men, and, to approach the gods, he must have been a god himself. The Greeks held that he was of the divine race, the Hindus, that he was a deva. Hence with the Greeks he was the son of the Titan Lapetos, Lapet on idh, Theog 528. But celestial fire belonged in the beginning to the gods alone, it was a treasure they reserved for themselves, over which they jealously watched. The prudent son of Iapetus, says Hesiod, deceived Jupiter by stealing and concealing in the cavity of a narthex, the indefatigable fire of the resplendent glow, Theog 565. Thus the gift made by Prometheus to men was a conquest made from heaven. Now according to Greek ideas, identical in this with those of the occultists, this possession forced from Jupiter, this human trespassing upon the property of the gods, had to be followed by an expiation. Prometheus, moreover, belongs to that race of Titans who had rebelled against the gods, and whom the master of Olympus had hurled down into Tartarus. Like them, he is the genius of evil, doomed to cruel suffering, etc., etc. That which is revolting in the explanations that follow, is the one-sided view taken of this grandest of all the myths. The most intuitional among modem writers cannot or will not rise in their conceptions above the level of the earth and cosmic phenomena. It is not denied that the moral idea in the myth, as presented in the Theogony of Hesiod, plays a certain part in the primitive Greek conception. The Titan is more than a thief of the celestial fire. He is the representation of humanity active, industrious, intelligent, but at the same time ambitious, which aims at equaling divine powers. Therefore it is humanity punished in the person of Prometheus, but it is only so with the Greeks. With the latter, Prometheus is not the monad of the animal is as immortal as that of man, yet the brute knows nothing of this, it lives an animal life of sensation just as the first human would have lived, when attaining physical development in the third race, had it not been for the Aeneashwata and the Manasapatris. The fallen angels, therefore, the Asuras of the Indian pantheon. 526 The secret doctrine. Criminal, save in the eyes of the gods. In his relation with the earth, he is, on the contrary, a god himself, a friend of mankind, Phil Anthropoles, which he has raised to civilization and initiated into the knowledge of all the arts, a conception which found its most poetical expounder in Aeschylus. But with all other nations Prometheus is what? The fallen angel, Satan, as the Church would have it? Not at all. He is simply the image of the pernicious and dreaded effects of lightning. He is the evil fire, Malfu, and the symbol of the divine reproductive male organ. Reduced to its simple expression, the myth we are trying to explain is then simply a cosmic genius of fire, p. 261. It is the former idea, the phallic, which was preeminently Aryan, if we believe Ad. Kuhn, in his Herrenkonfit des Feuers und des Göttertranks, and Baudry. For the fire used by man being the result of the action of Pramantha in the Irani, the Aryas must have ascribed the same origin to celestial fire, and they must have imagined, that a god armed with Pramantha, or a divine Pramantha, exercised in the bosom of the clouds a violent friction, which gave birth to lightning and thunderbolts. This idea is supported by the fact that, according to Plutarch's testimony, Philosoph. Plant, 3:3, the Stoics thought that thunder was the result of the struggle of storm clouds and lightning, a conflagration due to friction, while Aristotle saw in the thunderbolt only the action of clouds which clashed with each other. What was this theory, if not the scientific translation of the production of fire by friction? Everything leads us to think that, from the highest antiquity, and before the dispersion of the Aryans, it was believed that the Pramantha lighted fire in the storm cloud as well as in the Arams. Revue Germanique, p. 368. Thus, suppositions and idle hypotheses are made to stand for discovered truths. Defenders of the Bible dead letter could never help the writers of missionary tracts more effectually, than do materialistic symbologists in thus taking for granted that the ancient Aryans based their religious conceptions on no higher thought than the physiological. But it is not so, and the very spirit of Vedic philosophy is against such an interpretation. And if, as Descartes himself confesses, this idea of the creative power of fire is explained at once by the ancient assimilation of the human soul to a celestial spark, as shown by the imagery often made use of in the Vedas when speaking of Aram, it would mean something higher than simply a gross sexual conception. A hymn to Agni in the Veda is cited as example. Here is the Pramantha, the generator is ready. Bring the mistress of the race, the female Aram. Let us produce Agni by attrition, according *, the italics are ours, they show how assumptions are raised to laws in our day. 527 The Six Brothers of Krishna. To ancient custom, which means no worse than an abstract idea expressed in the tongue of mortals. The female Aram, the mistress of the race, is Aditi, the mother of the gods, or Shekinah, eternal light in the world of spirit, the great deep and chaos, or primordial substance in its first remove from the unknown, in the manifested cosmos. If, ages later, the same epithet is applied to Devaki, the mother of Krishna, or the incarnated Logos, and if the symbol, owing to the gradual and irrepressible spread of exoteric religions, may already be regarded as having a sexual significance, this in no way mars the original purity of the image. The subjective had been transformed into the objective, spirit had fallen into matter. The universal cosmic polarity of spirit substance had become, in human thought, the mystic, but still sexual union of spirit and matter, and had thus acquired an anthropomorphic coloring which it had never had in the beginning. Between the Vedas and the Puranas there is an abyss of which both are the poles, like the seventh, Atmike, and the first or lowest principle, the physical body, in the septenary constitution of man. The primitive, purely spiritual language of the Vedas, conceived many decades of millenniums earlier, had found its purely human expression for the purpose of describing events taking place 5,000 years ago, the date of Krishna's death, from which day the Kali Yuga, or Black Age, began for mankind. As Aditi is called Surarani, the matrix or mother of the Sura gods, so Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, is called in Mahabharata Pandavdrani, which term is already physiologized. But Devaki, the antitype of the Roman Catholic Madonna, is a later anthropomorphized form of Aditi. The latter is the goddess mother, the Devamatri of 7 sons, the 6 and the 7 Adityas of early Vedic times. The mother of Krishna, Devaki, has 6 embryos conveyed into her womb by Jagadatri, the nurse of the world, the 7th, Krishna, the Logos, being transferred to that Rohini. Mary, the mother of Jesus, is the mother of 7 children, of 5 sons and 2 daughters, a later transformation of sex, in Matthew's Gospel, 13:55-56. No one of the worshippers of the Roman Catholic Virgin would object to reciting in her honor the prayer addressed by the gods to Devaki. Let the reader judge. Thou art that Prakriti, essence, infinite and subtle, which bore Brahma in its womb. Thou eternal being, comprising in thy substance the essence of all created things, wast identical with creation, thou wast the parent of the triform sacrifice, becoming the germ of all. thou art sacrifice, whence all fruit proceeds, thou art the Ram whose attrition engenders fire. Womb of light, holy vessel, are the epithets of the Virgin. As Aditi, thou art the parent of the gods. Thou art Jyotsna, the morning twilight. The Virgin 528. The secret doctrine is often addressed as the morning star and the star of salvation, the light whence day is begotten. Thou art Samnata, humility, a daughter of Daksha, the mother of wisdom. Thou art Nidhi, the parent of harmony. Naya, thou art modesty, the progenitrix of affection. Prasraya or Vinaya, thou art desire, of whom love is balm. Thou art the mother of knowledge. Avabodha, patience. Dhriti, the parent of fortitude. Dhairya, etc., etc. Thus Irani is shown here as the Roman Catholic vase of election and no worse. As to its primitive meaning, it was purely metaphysical. No unclean thought traversed these conceptions in the ancient mind. Even in the Zohar, far less metaphysical than any other symbolism, the idea is an abstraction and nothing more. Thus, when the Zohar, 3:290, says, all that which exists, all that which has been formed by the ancient, whose name is holy, can only exist through a male and female principle, it means no more than this: the divine spirit of life is ever coalescing with matter. It is the will of the deity that acts, and the idea is purely Skapenha Orion. When Adika Kakaldasa, the ancient and the concealed of the concealed, desired to form all things, it formed all things like male and female. This wisdom comprises all when it goeth forth. Hence Chakma, male wisdom, and Bina, female consciousness or intellect, are said to create all between the two, the active and the passive principles. As the eye of the expert jeweler discerns under the rough and uncouth oyster shell the pure immaculate pearl, enshrined within its bosom, his hand dealing with the former but to get at its contents, so the eye of the true philosopher reads between the lines of the Puranas the sublime Vedic truths, and corrects the form with the help of the Vedantic wisdom. Our Orientalists, however, never perceive the pearl under the thick coating of the shell, and act accordingly. From all that has been said in this section, one sees clearly that, between the serpent of Eden and the devil of Christianity, there is an abyss. Alone the sledgehammer of ancient philosophy can kill this